Welcome to the broadcast. Tonight we'll spend the hour with the writer and director Quentin Tarantino. In one of the tensest scenes in any movie this year, a gangster played by John Travolta drives his boss's wife, who is near death after an overdose, to the home of a drug dealer in the middle of the night. She needs an adrenaline shot to the heart, but neither Travolta nor the drug dealer have ever administered one. The men fight about who is responsible for the OD before Travolta plunges a needle into the chest of the comatose girl. Pulp Fiction, which won the top prize at Cannes this year, is the second film written and directed by Tarantino, a self-described movie geek who spent 5 years working at a video rental store. Pulp Fiction opened the New York Film Festival in September. It stars John Travolta, Samuel Jackson, Uma Thurman, Bruce Willis, and Harvey Keitel. And we are pleased to have the director right here, Quentin Tarantino. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I was looking forward to being here.
And saying hello to my table.
Yes, exactly. The table.
The table. Everybody, when they talk about you, get this sense of a young person, a kid, early on, falling in love with movies. Tell me about that.
That's totally true. I mean, the thing is that it's not as bizarre as people keep making it, or as special as people keep making it. Because, just remember back when you were in school and stuff, and even in elementary school, there's always, you always have kids that have like a natural inclination towards something. Yeah. All right, some kids is sports, some kids it's study, some kids is cars, some kids is drawing. There's always that kid in the back of the room, always like drawing, doing sketches. And with me, it was movies. The only difference is I had kind of this like weird tunnel vision, where it's like once I got into it, I didn't have room for anything else, all right, as a kid. And it was like, and it actually even reflected in my schoolwork, You
did so well at school, but you name every character, every plot line.
Exactly.
And evaluate every movie.
I couldn't spell anything. I couldn't remember anything, all right, but I could go to a movie and I knew who starred in it, who directed it, who wrote it, who directed it, who wrote it, everything. And it was also, but it's also funny. I've had something, and I guess I still have it to this day, that stopped me in school a little bit, quite a bit actually, where it's like anything that I'm not interested in, I can't even feign interest. I can't do just this little bit to just get by. So what I would do, like in school, for instance, I loved history. Because to me, in a way, history was like watching a movie. Actually, I had the leg over all the other kids in history because I would seeing Nicholas in Alexandria or, watching movies about this or that and the other. To me, that was stories. So I was interested in stories. And I was really interested in reading. All right, so I was like getting like A's in history and in reading and failing miserably in other things.
And when, did you know then that this is what you wanted to do? You knew you loved them, but did you say...
Oh, it was the only thing that
director, screenwriter, just get me in this business. I want to be there.
Well, it was funny. I didn't say director, screenwriter, because I guess I always knew movies were written, but I didn't know what a director was, Right. But actually, my parents said, well, he's going to be a director someday and everything. I didn't know what that was. I wanted to be an actor because when you're a little kid and you want to be involved in movies, so you say, well, I want to do what they do. And so all through my childhood, all right, I thought, I'm going to be an actor, And I wanted to be an actor. And then, but oddly enough, though, I remember my mom tells stories, and I remember them. She doesn't have to remind me of them, where I would, see a movie, and I'd like it. And I used to play with G.I. Joes all the time. I had a whole bunch of G.I. Joes, those dolls. And I would always play movies, basically. I would just kind of, do my version of whatever I saw, And then I would, be acting out all the parts with all the G.I. Joes, and I would be, kind of, directing these little plays just for myself with the G.I. Joes. And the same thing is I would, and I'd see some movie because I saw all kinds of stuff, not just Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, but all kinds of my mom took me to see Carnal Knowledge and The Wild Bunch and all these kind of movies when I was a kid. And so
because you wanted to do it because she...
No, she just movie's a movie. There's nothing he's going to see in a movie that's going to mess him up. Right. And it's and there are some kids that
Is she still saying that?
Yeah. Well, today she's very happy she did that. Yes. But it's funny though because it's I would I would act them out like I saw in the movie. So I'd have like the, oh, you dirty, you know, and oh, your mother, you know, and be like, you know, Quentin, what's going on up there? You know, it's not me, Mom. It's them. It's the G.I. Joes. It's just the dialogue from the movie.
What was your first job you got?
First job I got, actually, actually, I had some really seedy jobs for a little kid because I wanted to quit school and become an actor when I was about 16, and my mom said, okay, if you're going to quit, you've got to get a job. Now, the first two jobs I got actually totally had to do with like the porno industry, all right, you know, and I was like, I'm so not interested in porno films, I can't tell you, all right, but the first job I got was working for this guy who had a bunch of, you know, those newspaper racks with all the sex rags in them.
Right.
Well, he owned a whole bunch of newspaper racks, and what we would do is he would drive around all night long in his van, and we would just collect the quarters and put in new papers, all right? So first I did that. That was my first, like, official job, all right? My second official job was I got a job as an usher at the Pussycat movie theater, all right, in Torrance, California. All right, so I was an usher at this porno movie theater at 16, lied about my age. And the irony of all ironies is when I was growing up, I always thought, man, I mean, forget about being a director, forget about being an actor. To me, the greatest job a person could ever have would being an usher at a movie theater. You know, you get to go to a movie theater all day long, and then you get to see all the movies for free. All right, well, irony of ironies, I ended up getting a job at a movie theater that I could care less about the movies and was totally bored by them.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I kind of just went through like a bunch of little, like, you know, phone sales job and this little stupid job here and that little stupid job there until eventually, like around age 22, I got a job at a place called Video Archives in Hermosa Beach. And
this is a famous video store.
It's the famous Video Archives.
Right.
And what was funny about that job was the fact that, like, people said, oh, so that's kind of like your film school.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what they're saying now.
That's exactly what they're saying. And this has become
so there are a whole bunch of kids who want to be you are rushing to video stores to get a job.
Yeah, now I don't know if it's that much of a film school. A friend of mine, Roger Avery, who I just produced a film that he directed called Killing Zoe, he's been putting out this theory, and the press has been eating it up like it was pudding, all right, you know, and I don't think he believes in it in 2 seconds, and I don't even believe in it that much, all right. What that store was, more or less, is not a film school. It was kind of a closer equivalent would be, it was like my Village Voice. Yeah. And I got to be Jay Hoberman. I got to be Andrew Saris of the store, you know, be like the little Mr. Critic, you know, at the store, putting films in people's hands and arguing my points, why this movie was good or why that movie was bad and everything. But the way I got the job was, it wasn't like I got this job and all of a sudden saw all these movies. And then just decided to, and then I became knowledgeable about them, and hey, let me make some of them. It was like I got the job because I already was a film expert, so to speak. I mean, that's why they hired me.
Because you had just studied on your own, not because you went to school. But what does your success now say? I'm a reporter, journalist. I mean, there's always this argument, people come to me, should I go to journalism school? What do you say to those people who are getting ready to go to the University of Southern California or UCLA or NYU Film School, and they look at you and there's no school there. You were, as they say, quote, self-taught. There was a passion to learn, a passion to watch, you know. It came out of you early on falling in love with film.
Well, that's the most important thing that I think.
To love the business.
You have to. You have to. You know,
there's nothing else. You don't know what you'd do if you weren't in film.
No, I never set up a situation. I never set up a fallback situation because I didn't want to fall back. You know, I wanted to have to keep eating at it. You know, and actually, that leads me to a point. Let me say this point and then get back to your question. Okay, if there's one thing that I've done that I'm like the proudest of everything, all right, is the fact that. People talk about, wow, you've had such success and it's just been so overnight and whatever. Well, whatever success I've got has come after like 8 years of just nothing working out as trying to get a job in films.
What didn't work out?
Well, it's like basically what I tried to do
Give some sense of rejection.
Well, what happened basically was I had tried to make a film. It's at around 22, 23. I decided, well, you know what? I'm going to make a film.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Right? And I'm going to make, you know, I had actually met a few different directors by saying I was going to write a book and wanted to interview them, all right? And so I ended up, like, talking to them, and they all said that they had made their first films by the time they were 30, or around 30 years old was when they made their first film. So I thought, well, okay, well, I'm going to beat that. I'm going to make my first film at the time I'm 26. And that was my thing, all right, 26. So I started making this movie. I just I came up with the idea for a short film that I was going to shoot. I was going to shoot it on Super 8. Then I ended up getting somebody's 16mm camera. I was going to shoot it that way. And then I shot on it for like about a couple of weekends. I thought, well, hell, film's kind of cheap and everything like that. Why don't I just shoot it like a feature? And this was before She's Gotta Have It. All right. Not, it was like after Stranger Than Paradise, but before She's Gotta Have It. And so I just started shooting it that way. And I'm like, well, I'm going to make a feature. I'm going to make a 16mm feature, black and white, and it'll be cool. So I ended up working for like 3 years on this movie, and this was going to be my feature, and I was like, I was financing it from working at a video store. So what means was like I would like get like $200 or so, and then we'd go off and shoot for the weekend, and then we'd run out of money, and then I would like go back to work again, and then like eventually I would just keep piecing it together. And what you would do is when you'd rent equipment from a rental house, if you rent it on Friday, you have it all weekend. It's kind of this one-day rental, and you have to return it Monday morning. So you would just like burn your. I mean, you would just like get old before your time trying to like shoot all weekend long and give the stuff back. I had so little money that I couldn't even process this footage. All right, that I was saying that's way too expensive. All right, so eventually I ended up after like about 3 years, I ended up like starting processing some of the footage and starting seeing exactly what I had. And guess what? What? I did not have at all what I thought I had. All right, it was.
How was it different?
It was amateurish. Yeah. It was real, and not in a charming way either. And,
it had no charm.
No charm at all. All right, and the thing is,
no one said, "Isn't that cute?"
No. It wasn't like that. Now, there were good things about it. All right, I mean, you could tell I made it. Yeah. People who knew me could look at, well, that's a Quentin movie.
That. Yeah,
that has my spirit.
You've had that
has
from
my
day one then.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, it was like this was going to be the thing that, like, set me up, all right? And I'd worked 3 years on it. And I was able to look at it in a realistic way after being horribly depressed for a little bit, but only a short little bit, was the fact that, well, this was my film school. All right, and this was the best film school a person could possibly have. I mean, I actually, instead of like going to school and paying a ton of money to be allowed to use some of their crappy equipment, all right, I actually went out and actually tried to make a feature film. All right, now I failed. It was guitar picks when I was finished. But when I looked at the footage, now all the stuff I did the first year, which was all the story stuff, all right, sucked. All right, but the stuff that I did like the last couple of months, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah. And what made the difference? What did you learn after you got past the story stuff? And is that what is best about even Pulp Fiction, where you got beyond the story stuff?
Well, no, to me, I actually think one of my strengths is my storytelling. Because I actually am committing to telling a story. It was
because you're a writer?
More as a viewer, more the fact that I just like, I like it when somebody tells me a story, and I actually really feel that that's becoming like a lost art in
But
American
everybody
cinema.
says about you, I mean, the things that come out about you, one is a video arcade story, and growing up with your mother and loving the movies and seeing, they always talk about carnal knowledge. And the other thing that comes out is when they talk about you, and I want to talk about this a little bit later, but it is that you, in a sense, have taken novelistic techniques.
Very much so.
And translated them to filmmaking, to cinema.
No, I know that's the thing, is because to me, most movies that you see now, I mean, that used to be the thing about America, was the fact that Hollywood, forget America, Hollywood used to, that's what we did better than anybody else in the world. We told a really good story. Europe was where you had character-based films or mood-based films, but America, we told a story. We're the worst at it now, as far as I'm concerned.
At telling a story.
Telling a story. We don't tell a story. We tell a situation. Most of the movies that you see nowadays, and I'm not a Hollywood bastard, because enough good movies come out of the Hollywood system every year to justify its existence, but without any apologies. However, a good majority of movies that come out, all right, you pretty much know everything you're going to see in the movie by the first 10 or 20 minutes. Now, that's not a story. A story is something that constantly unfolds. I'm not talking about like this quick left turn or a quick right turn or a big surprise. I'm talking about it unfolds, all right?
Yeah, but you don't believe in a linear storytelling.
Well, it's not. It's not so much I don't believe in it. It's the situation. It's not the fact that I'm like on this big crusade against linear storytelling. All right, but it's the thing is, it's not the only game in town. All right. I mean, the bottom line is, all right, my storyline jumps all over the place in Pulp Fiction.
Back and forward.
Yeah, back and forward. Now the thing is, the truth of the matter is, if I had written Pulp Fiction as a novel and I was on your show, you would never even remotely bring up the structure.
Flashbacks or whatever it was.
You would never bring it up, all right? Because it's like a novel can do that, no problem. Novelists have always had just a complete freedom to pretty much tell their story any way they saw fit, all right? And that's kind of what I'm that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Now the thing is, for both novels and film, 75% of the stories you're going to tell will work better on a dramatic basis, on a dramatically engaging basis, to be told from a linear way. But there is that 25% out there that, can be more resonant by telling it this way. And I think in the case of both Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, it gains a lot more resonance being told in this kind of like wild way.
But is it also because that wild way keeps the audience on the edge of the seat? I mean, you have talked about the use of violence.
Right.
And it is, in a sense, you want that viewer, that person watching your film, experiencing the film, to be on the edge of the seat.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
But everybody does, but you believe that the techniques you employ do that.
Yes, I do. I mean, but the thing is, it's not even just so much, the thing is, I know as a viewer, the minute I start getting confused, I check out of the movie. Emotionally, I'm severed.
Confused.
Yeah, when I'm watching a movie and all of a sudden something starts happening where all of a sudden the storyline and everything it gets confusing. I don't know where I'm at when I'm watching it. I think an audience has like this, like almost like umbilical cord to the screen, and it gets severed when confusion comes in.
And therefore you lose them.
Exactly. And the thing is, most of the time, when I get confused and that's severed, it's basically because I'm not supposed to be confused. Yeah. All right, that's like it's a mistake. All right. However, if you get confused, there's no problem with being momentarily confused if you feel you're in good hands. Yeah. All right, and I don't think my movie, and disagree if you please, is that I don't think Pulp Fiction, for all of its goings in and around and up and down,
stories they are,
and how it goes in this big circle, I don't think it's hard to watch at all.
No, it's not.
You have to watch it. I ask for you to watch it. You can't like put this on video and like do the New York Times crossword puzzle and watch the movie.
That's right.
All right. All I ask, you put everything down and watch it.
Give me 2 hours and whatever it is, 10 minutes.
Exactly. And then once you do that, then you can follow it. It's easy to follow.
Talk to me a little bit about the virtue of writing your own material and the material that you wrote for other people.
Right.
And whether what you are doing now as a director is directly a descendant of, is in a direct line of that.
Well, it's funny, because like people ask me all the times about like my writing and everything. Right. And the thing is, and I'm not being falsely modest. I'm very happy with the way I write,
Yes.
I think I do it good. All right, but the thing is though, I've never really considered myself a writer. I've always considered myself a filmmaker who writes stuff for himself to do. If I really considered myself a writer, I wouldn't be writing screenplays. I'd be writing novels. All right. In fact, at one point when it looked like I could never get a film going, all right, I even considered, you know what, maybe I should just forget this, because to be a novelist, all I need is a pen and a piece of paper.
But if you were a novelist and weren't making films, what kind of novelist would you be? What kind of novels would...
That's really hard. That's an answer that I don't. That's a question I don't have an answer to. The one I tried to write a novel at one point. I had read Larry McMurtry's All My Friends Will Be Strangers, which is one of my favorite books, and it totally made me want to write a book about my video archives years. All right, and this is way before I could ever get anything going and everything. And so I started writing. I wrote about 2 chapters in this book, and I ended up spending about 6 months just rewriting those 2 chapters all the time, because it was a whole new form that I was very excited about. But ultimately, I'm a filmmaker, and I just you know what? If I'm going to put the work that really needs to be put into this, I'm going to be a novelist, and I think I could get this published, and I don't want to. I want to keep on the road of being a filmmaker. But the thing is, with doing my own stuff, as opposed to somebody else doing it, or me doing somebody else's script or something, is what's nice about doing my own stuff. One, I'm usually happy with my stuff, all right, and it's also very personal. All right. If I was writing a movie about, I could have an idea in my head for 5, 6, 7 years. All right. And I've kind of little by little been working out different things about it. The day that I sit down to do it, whatever is going on with me at the time will find its way into the piece. It has to, or the piece isn't worth making. All right, an analogy I always use, because all of my writing techniques, I never took any writing classes or seminars or anything like that, or read any pamphlets. My whole thing was everything I learned as an actor, studying acting for 6 years, I've basically applied to writing. Now, what
did you learn then?
Well, it's just I'll give you an actor analogy that works completely for me as a writer. All right, if I'm playing on, I don't know, whatever, Sugar Babies or something, something really crazy. All right, Sugar Babies. Okay, in a theater production. All right, and I'm driving on my way to the theater, and I hit a dog on the way to the theater that night. Okay, now that doesn't make you commit suicide after killing a dog, but it's going to affect you.
Yeah.
All right, okay, and no, I'm affected by that. Now the thing is, when I go out on stage, I have to bring that experience on with me, or what am I doing up there? All right, that is obviously going on with me at that time, and that needs to be on the stage. That doesn't
it needs to be on the stage because it is what's happening inside of you?
Yeah, exactly. True.
Right.
That's it. It's because it's what's happening inside of me. Now, if I'm doing Sugar Babies or Death of a Salesman or You Can't Take It With You, that doesn't mean the play all of a sudden becomes about a dead dog.
Yeah.
All right. But it definitely doesn't. But it definitely, I'm not there unless I bring that on with me and make that work inside of the material. If I'm not, then you could just send a robot out there. That's just good acting. That's what you have to do. You can't deny anything. All right. Well, the same thing with me as a writer. If I was writing The Guns of the Navarone, all right, and then right at the beginning of writing it or in the middle of writing it, I break up with my girlfriend who I'm like madly in love with, and then my heart is shattered. All right. That's got to work into it. Now, the story is still about a bunch of commandos going to blow up a couple of cannons, all right? But that pain that I'm feeling has got to find its way into this story, or else what am I doing?
And translating to writing, meaning that whatever you're experiencing as a writer, you got to put into those characters, and you know how to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing I think that makes, I mean, that's why when people say, well, you're just making movies about other movies. I go, well, that's bull. I mean, to me, all my movies are, I mean, I'm working in a genre, no doubt about it, all right? And I respect the genre, no doubt about it.
And what's the genre in your own definition?
Well, in the ones I'm doing crime films, all right? And then, like in the case of Reservoir Dogs, it's a subgenre crime film. It's a heist picture.
Right.
A bunch of guys get together and pull a robbery.
Right.
You've seen
Right.
a bunch of kind of movies like that before. And the thing is, though, and I respect the genre, and I'm jumping off from it. But to me, all the movies are very personal, all right? When I look at them, and I don't mean like I'm some crook, all right? But the thing about it, though, is like, this group of friends will look at it and be like, oh, Quinn, I can't believe you talked about that. And this old girlfriend,
because they identify
geez,
with the
Quinn,
experience.
Geez. Yeah. You should be semi-embarrassed about certain people seeing your movie, I think, when you're finished, if you're working on a personal level.
Or else the work is not authentic.
Well, I mean, I don't want to make that blanket a statement, but I guess for me, yeah.
You're not extending yourself unless you're bringing all of that.
You've got to. I mean, basically, I mean,
why do you?
A writer, you should have this little voice inside of you saying, "Tell the truth."
Yeah.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Yeah. All right. Reveal a few secrets.
And the truth is your life experience.
Exactly. That's the truth as I know it.
Right. Why do you work in the crime genre?
Well, it's a genre I've always really got a kick out of.
Yeah. From the 30s and the 40s and Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett and all that.
And stuff in the 70s and just all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I've always, it's a
Elmore
genre.
Leonard
Oh, I love Elmore Leonard. Yeah. In fact, to me, True Romance is basically like an Elmore Leonard movie that he didn't write, And like, I actually owe a big debt to like kind of figuring out my style from Elmore Leonard because, he was the first writer I'd ever read, but also Charles Willeford did it as well. But he was one of the first writers I'd ever read that just let mundane conversations actually inform the characters, and then all of a sudden, you're into whatever story you're telling. But the thing is, though, it's just a genre I've always really liked and always had a lot of appreciation for and liked going to, and I thought I would do a good job with it.
But you said an interesting thing once, maybe talking about Pulp Fiction, but maybe about Reservoir Dogs and others, is that you said that somehow, or somebody said about you, I can't remember where I read this, but basically that there was, in a sense, a combination of European art film and black exploitation film coming together.
Yeah, not just black exploitation films, but just American exploitation films in general. All right. I mean, in the case of like Pulp Fiction, I think like the two biggest descendants that the film has are like
where did Pulp Fiction come from?
Yeah, well, it's like to me when I look at it and I watch it, to me I kind of see like those like when like the French New Wave would do their version of crime films, when Jean-Luc Godard and Truffaut, and then like Jean-Pierre Melville before them would do their kind of like crazy French version of American movies, and then I also see like a kind of like a modern day spaghetti western playing there, as well as a blaxploitation movie from the 70s, all kind of like mixed up together.
I mean, we talk about this lightly, but I mean, you remind me, of someone whose passion was to be a filmmaker, and you have studied the lives of all the filmmakers.
Yeah.
You know their lives as well as anyone, as their biographer does.
That's not too far from wrong, I would guess.
Looking for what?
Well, one.
Just because you love the fact that
Starting off as
they do what you do, and therefore.
Yeah, I mean, starting off just as interest. I mean,
Right.
I mean, literally, if a guy is a baseball fanatic and everything,
Exactly. Right.
if his hero is Willie Mays, he's going to follow him.
He's everything is about baseball and about Willie Mays. Right?
Exactly.
He turns first to the sports page.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, and part of that is all just like the function of having heroes.
Yeah.
And so like for instance, when I was in my I'm still now he's one of my favorite filmmakers, but like in particular when I was in my 20s, I loved Brian De Palma. All right, and I would. Just like obsess about like his stuff the way like any like big fan would obsess about either a movie star or a baseball star or whatever. Is like when his movies would come out, I'd be counting down the days to like the first show of his movie, and I would collect all the reviews and all the interviews, and I put them in like these De Palma scrapbooks and stuff that I had set up, and then I would go see his film, like a movie of his, Scarface or something would open, and I would go see the first show first day. All right, no one could go with me. I didn't want anyone else to. It was too like it was like a religious experience. No one wanted anyone to. I don't care what anyone thought, all right? I just sit there and watch the movie, all right? And that's sort of like just kind of taking it in, seeing all what the story was and everything. Then I would go see the midnight show that night, and then I'd kind of like somebody to see it with me, all right? And then I could really watch, okay, I've got the story, I got the film, now let's see how he did it, all right? And
then you could talk about it with that person.
Yeah, then I could talk about it with that person. I also kind of see it through their eyes and stuff, But now the thing is, though, also what I would have is, and that was those dealing with heroes, whether it be Brian De Palma or Howard Hawks or Douglas Sirk or Scorsese or whoever. But also just as like a film, more or less like historian or something, even though I wasn't hired by anybody to be a historian of my own mind. All right, I would be very interested in following directors' careers and like studying their careers and everything, and constantly,
In terms of how they made it, or the evolution of a
Not
career in terms of how they went from
evolution of a career. Yeah. It's like there's many examples when you look at like a filmmaker who's done 15 films or something like that. Forget about the old guys. I've done like in the last 20 years. All right, done 10 or 15 films, and like wow, this work here is really exciting, and then at some point it stopped being exciting. Yeah. Either it was like the same old thing, or else they became hacks, or they just came, Now, where did that happen? Yeah. Where did that start?
When did they stop to lose it?
Exactly. And to me, that's very interesting.
And the point you said is, when did they stop caring?
Yes, exactly. I do believe that, all right? Now, I'm not a critic, so I'm not going to use an example on the air because that could hurt that person's feelings. If I was like a critic, I would write an article about it, and it wouldn't be just conversation. But it's like, but there's quite a few directors where like you can't believe the work that they did in the 70s is the work that they're doing now. You can't believe it's the same man.
And what do you think happened?
Well, oddly enough, I actually kind of see what happens. All right, it usually has to do with like one film. One film is either like you see them growing or building or whatever, and this is actually, there's two ways that this can go. And one way is they do one film, and usually it's a film that they're very personal about, that they care a lot about, and one, not only does it not do well, it's not recognized. Okay, now maybe they did a bad job with it, or maybe they did a terrific job with it, all right? But it's, but they get nothing for it. They get slapped in the face for it. And you can tell that the film had a real personal feeling to them.
Yeah, they really had put it out on the table.
They really put it out on the table, all right? And at least as far as they were concerned, all right? And they got neither the press, no, they got, and it failed horribly. Yeah. And then from that point on, and at least 5 directors that I can think of off the top of my head, you can just see all of a sudden they started doing star vehicles. Yeah. All of a sudden they just started doing program films. And then 6-7 years down the line, it's like whatever originality or whatever special personality that they have completely doesn't exist
anymore. Let me
anymore.
just test this with you. Coppola and Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think he doesn't fit into me at all.
Okay, all right. I know he's a legitimate hero for you.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Apocalypse Now was a major success. That was a smash.
But I know it was. But at the same time, it was a film that had a huge. All you got to do is watch his wife's documentary about it to know the emotional toll it took.
I know, but the film went on and made $100 million. But
that's not how he measured it. Do you think that's how he measured it? Do you think he ended up telling the story in the end?
Oh, yes. No, I do.
Because a lot of people said it worked for 2/3 of the way in, and then it didn't.
Yeah, but you know what? It's funny, though, because I think at the time, with the whole big build-up and everything, the whole Marlon Brando sequence is my least favorite sequence of that movie. All right. But is it a failure? No.
Okay.
All right.
De Palma and Bonfire of the Vanities.
Okay, now, well, I mean, the thing is, it's really funny.
I'm not suggesting these people have lost their talent.
No,
but
no,
is
no,
that
no, I know you're not.
I'm looking for an example of the kind of thing that might fit.
Okay, the thing is, in the case of Bonfire of the Vanities, is the fact that, actually, I go back to Pauline Kael, because she actually said, like, something perfect with Bonfire of the Vanities in particular. She says, the thing that's so crazy about Bonfire of the Vanities is De Palma had made Bonfire of the Vanities better than anybody ever could back in 1969 when he did the movie Hi Mom with Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
All right, this little, like, hippie kind of movie he did that hit on even better than Thomas Wolfe's book. Exactly what he was talking about in that movie. So he didn't need to remake it. He didn't need to make it anymore.
Yeah.
Now, but the thing is also, again, going back to something Pauline Kael said about other filmmakers, is Bonfire of the Vanities is a mess. But it's the kind of mess that only a great filmmaker makes. Hacks never go that far wrong. It's like a very talented guy who's just got the wrong idea.
It has to be a genius who lost it.
Yeah,
Or who went too far because he so believed in himself and he had the confidence.
Yeah, it's more like, it's just like he had a bunch of bad ideas and had the talent of his and the truth of conviction of his bad ideas in that movie. All right, and I don't think he's lost it. I think he felt it hard.
I know he did, because he told me.
Yeah, I think he took it really hard, and he's been playing scrambling ever since. Right. All right, but
scrambling to find his footing again, which
scrambling to find his footing again, because
which is it confidence?
No, I don't know if it's confidence. I think it's more like the fact that I reached out with he reached out with Casualties of War, and even though the film wasn't a success, got the best reviews of his entire career. Right. All right, so it's like, so he'd reached out before, but then so he reached out even more with Bonfire, and it didn't work. And I think you see, when you look at the films he's been doing since, in the case of Raising Cain,
right.
All right, he goes, okay, I'm going to go back and do what I do. All right, my thrillers, all right, and that'll be a cool ground, all right. And the thing that's really fascinating about Raising Cain is you see a guy, and I told this to him, and he agreed with me. I don't know. I thought Raising Cain was a blast. I had a total blast out of watching it. But part of the fun about the movie, which I don't know if the studio liked it that much, was the fact that it's almost the whole thing works to annoy the viewer, because it's like you've got a man who, like, look, I created more or less in these last 20 years this type of film, all right, and I do it better than anybody, but you know what? I'm bored with doing it now. All right, so the only way I can make it interesting for me is to completely dissect it and not pay you off. Yeah. So it became like this, like really almost kind of like filmic experiment on how not to satisfy the audience. All right, which was very interesting to me. Okay, I got a big kick out of it.
If you had to name, I mean, I know you don't want to leave somebody out. Who's influenced you the most? Filmmakers. You said Howard Hawks.
Yeah, Howard Hawks is a gigantic influence.
Because?
He is the single, as far as for my money, he is the single greatest storyteller, all right, in the history of cinema.
The single greatest storyteller.
Yeah, and probably the single most entertaining filmmaker in the history of cinema. It's so funny because when you get into this, I mean, when you're talking about people who've worked for 30 years and have 25, 30, 40 films to show for it. The old guys, the pioneers. Yeah. All right, when you go through their films and everything like that, you're looking at this film and I never saw this one, and I never saw this one that I really want to. And then you start seeing some of their later works or some early minor work that you'd always heard about but never saw it. You always are more or less kind of disappointed. It's like, that's okay. It's good to see it so I can say I saw it and everything. Howard Hawks, except for one movie, never disappointed me. All right, it's like even his, even the ones that didn't get any credit whatsoever, like the ones he did later in his life, like something like Man's Favorite Sport, which is just basically this kind of crazy paraphrased remake of Bringing Up Baby, is funny. Is it good as Bringing Up Baby? No, but it's really good. It's really funny. Now, if I'm going to watch Bringing Up Baby or Man's Favorite Sport, I'll watch Bringing Up Baby. But if Man's Favorite Sport's on TV, I'll watch it in 2 seconds. If it's playing at the theaters, I'll go see it.
Other than Howard Hawks, who else? A significant influence.
A big significant influence, would be like Howard Hawks, the director Sam Fuller, all right, who's this kind of he's one of the greatest wild men of cinema. He made a series of films in the 50s. He's probably the king of making war films because he fought in the Big Red One and everything, and he makes really crazy movies. And he also made a lot of westerns and stuff. And Sam Fuller's just crazy style was a big influence to me. De Palma was a big influence to me. And one of the things about De Palma that people never talk about, and I think De Palma is probably the greatest black satirist of the last 20 years in cinema. I mean, his films are hysterical, biting black comedies. I mean, no one has his wit at all. Great. His wit is just fantastic. Even though he never makes official comedies, but like Scorsese's just daring.
Yeah.
Has always been a big influence to me. I usually never...
His daring.
Yeah. I usually never accredit him because everyone does it for me anyway. Right. I always say, well, he's obviously ripping off Scorsese.
Well, I don't say ripping off, but they do say influenced by De Palma and Scorsese.
Yeah. And Sergio Leone was a big influence
because of the spaghetti westerns?
Oh, definitely because of the spaghetti westerns. And also because of, he actually, he was like the first, director where when I started, really thinking about becoming a filmmaker, where I was like, wow, that's a director. That's a film that's
a director because...
Well, his films are so stylized. They're they are so directed.
You could watch that film and you knew who made it.
Yes, exactly. And you could even, watch the whole filmmaking process, if you're thinking along those lines. If you're just trying to watch an entertaining story, it's there. All right. And then also a major influence was Jean-Luc Godard. Has influenced me
quite a bit. That comes to European art film.
Yeah, exactly. Basically because his inventiveness and his breaking the rules and commenting on cinema while you're watching cinema. Yeah. Phony process shots in the background and stuff like that. The other thing also is there's a French director named Jean-Pierre Melville who came out in the 50s and basically started doing a whole series, and he was a total entertainment director. He did a whole series of crime films, always set in Paris or Marseille or something, that were basically the Warner Brothers Bogart Cagney films, all right, but completely set to this French Parisian rhythm. And they started Alain Delon or Jean-Paul Belmondo,
Right.
And they're great. And they work very much in the same way that Sergio Leone's films do, where they take a genre that we know left, right, forwards, up and down and backwards. Yeah. All right, but they do it with a whole different style and a whole different perspective. And here they've basically reinvented the genre. They've created something new that didn't exist before. Now, that's what I'm always kind of trying to do with my genre films. I don't know if I'm succeeding or not, but that's the attempt. To take something you've seen before, I love it, I respect it, and I'm going to deliver the goods. I'm not just going to be some arty guy going off, but I'm delivering the goods, but I'm also trying to, reinvent it in a way. All right, do something, do it in a much different way you've ever seen before. Like in the case of Reservoir Dogs. And again, it's not trying to just be a clever boy. It's not just a clever idea. It's got to work dramatically. All right, but do a heist film. Deliver the goods as a heist film, but it's a heist film when you never see the heist. That's just my goofy way of doing it. I always say, if I was going to do a Hunchback movie, the guy to get have an operation at the beginning of the film. Like I used to be the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
How much credit to Harvey Keitel? Reservoir Dogs. Did he have something to do with that being made?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's funny because, that's one of those things that's, it hasn't been blown out of proportion, but, there were, 3 people that were very, very instrumental, 4 people that were very instrumental in getting it made, and Harvey's one of the 4, but Harvey's the one that always got the credit for it, my partner Lawrence Bender deserves a tremendous amount of credit for it. He's a producer of the film. Monty Hellman, a wonderful filmmaker from the 60s who helped us with the film, he deserves a lot of credit. And so does one of the executive producers on the film, Richard Gladstein, who was the guy at the company, at Live Entertainment, that said, I'm going to take a chance on this kid. I really owe my career to him.
And he took a chance on you because of
Because of that script.
Now, had he seen the same thing in True Romance? And
he had never read True Romance.
So he didn't know anything about those?
It was a situation, he loved the script so much, all right, that it was he said to me, unless this kid is just a complete jerk, I'm going to make this movie.
You wrote the script for...
But let me just go back to but Harvey Keitel's contribution was... He read the script of Dogs and just completely loved it, completely believed in it, and committed himself to it. Now, Harvey's career has changed so drastically since the days before Dogs. I mean, Dogs was and Bad Lieutenant were good launching pads, and The Piano took him to the moon. I mean, overseas, Harvey means as much now as Jack Nicholson because of The Piano.
Is that right?
Oh, he's huge in overseas.
Japan, France.
Yeah, I mean, it's The Piano did well for him here in America, but I mean, in Europe, he is a superstar. Yeah. All right. Now, the thing, and that it couldn't happen to a better actor. No. I mean, he deserves it. But the thing is, though, Harvey committing to the movie at the time, all right, doors didn't just fling open, all right, but he gave us legitimacy. Yeah. All of a sudden, 2 guys who had never done anything before Well, we had Harvey Keitel. We had a good actor involved. And I'm sure the only reason that Richard Gladstein, and I know the only reason Richard Gladstein at Live, who had the power of the pen, all right, that said, yes, I'm going to go with it, the only reason he read the script in the first place was because Harvey Keitel was attached.
Did you have any moment of doubt that you could deliver, that you were ready to deliver?
I think you always do have, like, as far like when, okay, you've got the job.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
now I got to
right.
do it.
You know,
Okay.
I mean, and almost a little bit like the thing that Churchill said at the beginning of World War II, all my life has prepared me for this moment.
Yes, well, that's definitely the case.
You know, I'm ready to go. Whatever I can learn, I've learned. I've read, studied, I've talked, I've written, I've done everything I can.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, it's funny because it's like, yeah, I remember at one point when we were getting ready to get the, like, you know, the go-ahead on the movie, I remember thinking to myself, wow, writing's kind of easy because if I do what I do as a writer and it doesn't work out, I can throw it away, all right? But it's like, you know, now the whole thing about being a writer is if I do it on the page and I give it to somebody else and they screw it up, well, you know, I can like have righteous indignation about it and everything. But now if I do it on the page and I screw it up filming it, well then who do I get to blame?
Would you do it differently, that film today? I mean, did you say what you want? It's the film you wanted frame by frame by frame by frame.
Proud of that movie. I mean, maybe a little thing. I would extend this shot a little, but except for that.
But essentially, it's the film you wanted to make.
I adore Reservoir Dogs.
And
not because of what I did. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What did it say to an audience of film about you, about Quentin Tarantino?
Well, you know what?
What's the?
Well, you know what it ended up doing, which was very interesting, was the fact that you know, people ask me from time to time, do you make a movie with an audience in mind?
Yeah.
And my answer is, yes, I do. All right, but the audience I have in mind isn't some faceless blobs that I'm trying to second guess. All right? It's me.
It's not like a focus group.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the audience. I'm the guy that goes out and pays $7 or $8 in New York, you know, to go and see a movie. All right, I go. If I'm excited about seeing a movie, I see it on opening day. All right, I am the audience.
Yes.
All right, and I know what I want to see. You know, and I was betting. And I was a little surprised at how many there were. I was betting that there are other people like me out there, all right? Now, true, I'm making specific films. And if you make a specific film, that's not everything for everybody. You're going to turn some people off, all right? But you're going to turn some people on, too. And, now, the thing is, the film got a lot of remarks because of the violence in it,
Right.
all right? And in a way, they were kind of like I always kind of took it as a big compliment because I know the film isn't that violent, all right? It's
So why is it a compliment?
because I did it well. I
Yeah.
mean, like the scenes I
Oh,
got.
well, in other words, they thought it was more violent than it was.
I thought it was far more violent than it was. All right. Now, in actually, you know, quoting De Palma has said that when you do violence, you actually get penalized for doing it well.
Yeah.
Hacks don't get penalized for showing anything because it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
All right. So in a way, they're saying good filmmaking. All right. Especially since like the movie is a talking heads movie. It's people talking to each other for like the entire 90 minutes with like 3 acts of violence in the movie. The most notorious one you don't even see on screen. All right. So it's like, well, thanks.
Yeah.
but the thing is, how did it introduce me? It's like I'm always kind of weird about actually answering a question like that because it's almost like I'd rather you tell me.
Yeah. Well, but all of a sudden it said this is a guy, there is a new filmmaker. It said, who has exploded and who has a signature that is distinctly his own.
Yeah.
You could take a lot of films made in America and you could say that's a well-made film. But I could name 3 or 4 directors of talent who could have made that film.
Right.
I don't know of anybody else who I think automatically could make Reservoir Dogs or would have made it.
Yeah.
Same thing as about Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I completely agree.
Yeah. I mean, there is such a signature, and that's what I was asking you to do, is to define the signature. I got to move to Pulp Fiction, and we're going to see a couple of scenes here. Oh, it's the Big Mac scene. Set it up for me before we take our roll tape.
What's going on is in this scene, this is like it's John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson. They play 2 hitmen, Jules and Vincent, who are on their way to blow away a couple of guys. But the thing is, they're just going to work. So they're like having like a carpool conversation that you might have, all right, on your way to work. And the thing is, Vincent has just come back from after 3 years in Amsterdam. So he's just musing on the things that he experienced in Europe for the first time.
Roll tape. Here it is. Pulp Fiction.
But you know what the funniest thing about Europe is?
What?
It's the little differences. And you know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris?
They don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh, man, they got the metric system. They wouldn't know what a quarter pounder is.
No, And what do they call it?
They call it Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese.
That's right.
What do they call a Big Mac?
Big Mac's a Big Mac, but they call it Le Big Mac.
And Le Big Mac. What do they call a Whopper?
I don't know. I didn't go on a Burger King.
We should have shotguns for this kind of deal.
How many up there?
3 or 4.
That's counting our guy?
Not sure.
So that means it could be up to 5 guys up there?
It's possible.
We should have shotguns.
Why Travolta?
Well, I've always thought that John Travolta is one of the greatest movie stars Hollywood's ever produced.
Movie stars.
Yes. I mean, well, he's a wonderful actor, too, but I mean, like, he was a great star when he came out. And, I mean, people tend to, in fact, it's actually very scary how people tend to forget, because John Travolta was so huge when he came out. And it was like, and he actually shared something that only Brando had before him, and only Julia Roberts has had since him, is that any part it was even remotely halfway conceivable that he could play was immediately sent to him.
Right.
And he did wonderful work in that time. In Saturday Night Fever, even wonderful comedy work on that TV show that made him a star, Welcome Back, Kotter.
Right.
Urban Cowboy, in particularly for my money, in Blowout, the Brian De Palma film, which is one of my 3 favorite films of all time. His performance in that is great.
Wait, the other 2 are Urban Cowboy and what else?
And Saturday Night Fever, and he was nominated for an Oscar for Saturday Night Fever. Yeah. And also, actually, in a movie...
What are your 3 favorite films of all time?
I'm sorry. Okay, my
Urban
3 favorite
Cowboy?
films... No.
No, okay. I thought...
I get screwed up. Okay. Whatchamacallit? Blowout.
Blowout.
Rio Bravo.
Blowout was made by
Brian De Palma. Rio Bravo by Howard Hawks.
Right.
And Taxi Driver by Martin Scorsese.
Mm-hmm. And they share, if they share one thing, what is it?
I don't know what they share.
I don't know either.
You know what? Other than a major directorial vision.
Right, vision of a director.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Talk about comedy in Pulp Fiction. People say, one, it has comedy about it.
Yeah.
Is it black humor? Is it something else? And how far can you go with you wanting to combine comedy with violence, with storytelling, with all the elements that are going into this film? How far can the comedy go because of the seriousness that's also there?
Well, I mean, as far as like how far can the comedy go? Well, as long as it's funny, as far as I'm concerned, as far as it can go. I mean, like, George Carlin does this really wonderful routine where he talks about how the fact, like, anything can be made funny.
Yeah.
Anything can be. You can make a joke out of anything. You name me any horrific thing, and I can make a joke out of it. All right, because a joke is a joke. But
I thought I read somewhere where you said that some of this stuff is so serious we can't joke about it. You never said that.
No. I've never said that.
No, you wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, though, it's funny because
it's almost the reverse of it. We can find humor in almost everything.
I mean, humor is a magnifying glass. All right, for us to look at society, ourselves, our personalities, our problems, and humor is what we need to actually observe things. All right, and actually put them in perspective. All right, and it's like, but again, the answer is like, well, if it's funny, that's acceptable. But if it's not funny, then you've messed up. But one of the things that's very interesting though is I've actually come to this in a very just fairly recently. I try not to get when I'm writing something. I try not to get analytical about it as I'm doing it, as I'm writing it, and I try not to get analytical about it as I'm doing it, all right? Now, this is kind of fun at this stage of the game, seeing exactly what it is I did do. And when people talked about dogs being as violent as it was and everything, again, partly, well, I guess I just did a good job, I was afraid people would be bored because it's just people talking to each other all the time. But the thing is I actually realized something about 4 months ago. I was watching this film from the 30s, Backstreet, with Irene Dunn.
Right.
I mean, it's a wonderful melodrama, absolutely terrific melodrama. And I was sitting there watching it, and there was the thing is, because I think Dogs is really funny too. That's a really funny movie. But the thing is, I'm watching Backstreet, and tragedy is almost like another character in the movie. It's hovering over every scene. You know this is going to end horrible for her, all right? And so even when a light moment happens and you laugh, you only laugh so much because it's just tragedy is like this other thing in the room. And in a way, Reservoir Dogs, that was a relationship violence had to Reservoir Dogs. Even though there was only, like, you could count the number of scenes that there's actually a violent incident happening in it, violence was like another character in the room. It hung over the proceedings. You kept waiting for every conversation to break out into it. So even if it was funny, the audience might have laughed, but when they got out of the theater, they don't remember laughing.
I got 2 minutes. Is Pulp Fiction a better film than Reservoir Dogs?
Well, some people might like this one, some people might like that one.
What do you think?
Me, I like it more. I like it more.
You like it more?
I think.
Why?
It's more ambitious. It was harder to do, and it's like a. God, why? You know, I think it's the ambition involved in it.
This is the.
It's a jumping off point. Yeah. I'm starting with Dogs here, and then I'm going somewhere else, and I'm really reaching for it.
Is the next film going to be in the crime genre?
I don't know what the next. There's a lot of kind of different genres I want to do, but right now I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, you want to take 7 months off your break somewhere and just, the twist. Set it up for me.
The twist. Well, in this scene,
see some dancing here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in this scene, it's funny because a situation is happening in the film where John Travolta and Uma Thurman are at this like 50s restaurant,
right?
And then all of a sudden they have this twist contest. And the thing is, everybody thinks that I wrote this scene to have John Travolta dance in it.
Yeah,
but the scene existed before John Travolta was cast. But once he was cast, it was like, great, we get to see John dance.
Roll tape. Here
all
it
the
is.
better.
Want to dance? No. I do believe Marcellus, my husband, your boss, told you to take me out and do whatever I wanted. Now I want to dance. I want to win. I want that trophy. So dance good.
All right.
It was a teenage wedding and the old folks wished him well. You could see that Pierre did truly love the mademoiselle. And now the young monsieur and madame have rung the chapel bell. C'est la vie, say the old folks. It goes to show you never can tell. They furnished off an apartment with a two.
Where do you go now? I mean, do you have any sense of you've made the film and people are describing you as the hottest film director in America? There's nobody, but like you got Bruce Willis here, and there are people saying, I'd work for just to work with you now. I mean, it has come to where you want it to be. Is there some game plan in your head? Is there some sense of, because you've studied the lives of the best, you know how they,
Right. No, I've always had kind of a game plan and everything.
Yeah.
But it's like, right now, I don't know what it is I want to do now. I don't have a story that I'm burning to tell. And also, making a movie is really hard. I mean, when I was like a film geek and everything, I'd look at like Fassbender's career and go, now that's a career to have. Like, 30 films in 10 years, the way to go. Then I made a film and go, you know what? Life's a little too short to do that.
Right.
It's like climbing a mountain. I don't want to climb another mountain right after I get through with Everest. I want to like rest a little bit and then get up again. But it's like, you know what I want to have? A career, and I'm not going to even use an example of somebody else because I don't really know anybody else that does this completely. But I would like to be able to move completely back and forth inside of an independent system and a studio system, or a bigger movie or a smaller movie, just depending on the story that I'm trying to tell. Like in the case of, like, say I didn't do Reservoir Dogs. All right, say I did something else that was the first film, got the same attention, and now I came up with the idea to do Reservoir Dogs. Should I do it for 12 or 15 million just because I can? All right, and cast Sean Connery and the Lawrence Turney part and Robert De Niro and all these other people. It's like, well, I mean, if they're the right persons for the part, yes. All right, but actually, no, because Reservoir Dogs is a small film, and part of its charm was that it was a small film. All right, and now I would, instead of making it for 1.3 million, I'd probably make it for 3 million now, so I have more breathing room. But I know the film will be a success at that. All right, to me, it's very important that every movie I do makes money, just because I want the people that have the faith in me to get their money back. Even if it's at the end of the day, I want them to get the money back. Now, if I come up with an idea where my aesthetic and a commercial aesthetic meets, then make the $20 million, the $30 million movie, but I'll make it look like a $60 million movie. All right, but go for it. When De Palma did The Untouchables, that was a situation where his aesthetic and a commercial aesthetic met like that.
I got to get out of here. Last question. Will it be something you write?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking about doing now, though? I mean, again, this could change in 7 months, so I'm predicting the future, which I'm not good at. But I'm a little concerned about my voice thing getting old hat, you know, my dialogue getting old hat. All right, so what I'm thinking I might end up doing now is maybe would be cool, it'd be like taking a novel and adapting it. That still requires me to write it, still requires me to put it in my voice, but it's also coming from somewhere else.
Great to have you on the broadcast.
Hey, it's wonderful to be here.
Thank you very much. Quentin Tarantino, Pulp Fiction is being honored and praised everywhere. We thank you for joining this evening. We'll see you next time.
Whether or not what we experienced was an according to Hoyle miracle is insignificant. But what is significant is I felt the touch of God. God got involved.
You serious? You really thinking about quitting?
The life?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
What's you gonna do then?
Well, that's what I've been sitting here contemplating. First, I'm going to deliver this case to Marcellus. Then, basically, I'm just going to walk the earth.
What you mean walk the earth?
You know, like Caine in Kung Fu. Walk from place to place, meet people, get in adventures.
They got a name for that, Jules. It's called a bum.
Look, my friend, this is just where you and I differ. If my answers frighten you, Vincent, then you should cease asking scary questions.
Since he was about 15 years old, Academy Award-winning film director Quentin Tarantino has been influenced by the novels and the work of Elmore Leonard. So it is no surprise that Tarantino turned to Leonard's book, Rum Punch, for the follow-up to his groundbreaking film, Pulp Fiction. His new movie is called Jackie Brown, and here's a clip.
You have the chance to walk off with $500,000. Would you take it?
Yeah.
What do a stewardess, a gun runner, a bail bondsman, an ex-con, a federal agent, and a beach bunny have in common?
You gonna come in on this thing with me, you got to be prepared to go all the way.
They're all chasing $500,000 in cash.
Wouldn't even be missed.
$500,000 will always be missed.
Let him get the money and then just take it from him.
She trying to play your ass against me, huh?
That was fun.
Yeah, that'll be at the spot. So she and your girlfriend.
Is that what you thought? Well, I hope you felt appropriately guilty afterward.
Afterwards, I did.
There's only one question.
Man, I ain't getting in this trunk.
You ain't gonna be in here no more than 10 minutes.
Man, I ain't riding in no trunk for no minute.
Who's playing who?
Let's make a deal. Yeah? So what's she gonna give us? Are you gonna offer to set him up?
Yeah.
Or go doing something stupid?
Pam Grier, Samuel L. Jackson, Robert Forster, Bridget Fonda, Michael Keaton, and Robert De Niro.
Is she dead? Yes or no? Is she dead?
Pretty much.
Quentin Tarantino's Jackie Brown.
Quentin Tarantino, and it's a pleasure to have him back on this broadcast since Pulp Fiction was released. Welcome back.
It's really good to be back at the table.
Thank you, thank you. We had a terrific response from Pulp Fiction and from the interview you did with us.
Oh, I've always considered that like the best filmed interview I've ever done. I mean, far and away, actually.
Thank you. Tell me about this film and coming to it, and what was it about Elmore Leonard's Rum Punch that made you want to make it into a movie?
Well, it's funny. I mean, I've always wanted to do. Every time I read an Elmore Leonard novel, I'm kind of adapting in my head how I would do it. I have a little list, a little piece of paper, and I'll write down ideas for casting and everything, and kind of like start adapting it in my mind. Every one I do it that with. And I'd actually read this book somewhere in between galleys and actually being published of Rum Punch just before I was getting ready, like as I was just finishing up the script for Pulp Fiction. And I read it and I was like, I was really interested in doing it. I just kind of saw the movie in my head, and I liked the idea of the female lead character, and I liked the characters in it. And I brought it up to do it, and then it was one of those things where it's like, you know, they'd have to like take it off the market, and I would have to be for sure. That's what I would do after Pulp Fiction. And no director can really say, oh, I'm going to do this after that, because you don't know. So we let it go. And then it kind of ended up coming back way after the fact, after Pulp Fiction was made, and way after Pulp Fiction. And then I just read the book again just to read it again. And that same movie came back in front of me again. And I was like, that's a sign. I want to do this. This is speaking to me.
Did you see Pam Grier from the beginning, or did that come to you late?
It came to me... If the time in between deciding I wanted to do it as a movie and writing the script is the middle, then it came in the middle.
Yeah.
Because what I did is I just read the book, and I actually didn't fantasize about an actress. I just kind of saw Jackie as the character in the book. And then after I read the book, I started like thinking, which is actually rare for me, because normally I try to put an actor's face to it, even if it's an actor I don't end up not
when
using.
you're writing a screenplay.
Well, just when I'm like reading the book, if I'm reading a novel or it's reading a script or something. So then when I started like trying to solidify what I wanted to do with this movie, I started thinking of who could play this character. And, you know, she needed to be in her mid-40s. That was something that needed to have happen, all right? Because it's the first thing that mostly anybody else adapting the novel would get rid of. They'd make her like 32 or something like that. And it's such a major focus of why the character does what she does. And so I started thinking of, and I've said this a few times, and it's kind of a funny thing, but it's actually the truth. I said, okay, who is an actress that's in her mid-40s, that looks like she's in her mid-30s, is, you know, just great looking, you know, just has got strength in her look as well as looking good. And also just looks like she could handle anything.
Yeah.
You know, one of the main reasons that Jackie's able to pull off a lot of the things she's able to pull off is she's not a criminal. She's a regular person, regular citizen. Put amongst cops, really pushing her. Put amongst crooks, deadly crooks, really putting the bite on her. And she always manages to keep her cool. And it's the fact that she keeps her cool that kind of keeps them like this. And I go, that sounds like Pam Grier.
Yeah.
Pam Grier could do that. That's what Pam Grier does. And then, upon thinking of that idea, any other actress I'd even kind of halfway thought of just kind of went away. They just couldn't stand up to the power of what Pam Grier would do with this role.
And you called her?
No, I didn't right away. I wanted to write her first. I actually, I didn't talk to her the entire time I was writing the script, and it took me about a year to write the script. So I'm turning it into a black woman and everything. Character's the same, but she's a different person, virtue of life experiences. And I can write black characters, so I'm like, and I actually know mature black women very well, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for them. So I was really enjoying putting that aspect into the character. And so I'm writing the character, and about like 3 months before I'm finished writing it, and I'm talking about after a year of writing, all right, I bump into Pam at like this science fiction award ceremony. She was there with Escape from L.A., and I was there with Dustin Bond. And so like I see her, and I've really been writing so much and just haven't been telling her. I was just playing it cool. Normally I just blurt it out, but this time I'm going to play it cool, all right? And I see her at the place, you know, and I go, Pam, and I'm playing it way cool at this point. I'm like, you know, Pam, I'm writing a little something for you in my next movie. Think you're going to like it. That's all I'm going to say about it, all right? And then she goes, oh, man, things are going really good with me. You know, I just did Escape from L.A., and I just got hired by Tim Burton to do a part in Mars Attacks, and, you know, things are going real good, you know. And I go, screw that mess. Wait till you read what I got for you.
This is not a big thing.
I ain't gonna say anything. That's all I'm gonna say. But just screw that mess, and you just wait.
Be ready.
Be ready. All right. And she goes, okay. You know. And then, literally about 3 months later, I finished it and sent it to her.
And what'd she say?
Well, I also screwed with her there too, because I still didn't let her know right away. What I let her know I was writing something, but the way I said it so it'd have the most impact is I said, okay, Pam, I'm going to send you a script. Didn't mention the title. I'm going to send you the script. Look at the character Jackie Brown. Okay, I'm just going to send you the script, all right? And then I send it like regular mail, as opposed to FedEx, all right? So she comes and she opens up this script and it says Jackie Brown, with a little post-it, read Jackie Brown. You know, and she loved it. She loved it. And like I said, the first thing I said to her, to tell you the truth, after she read it was, I said, you know, you've got the part, and we kind of talked about that for a while, and then we got down in this one big major phone conversation, you know, got down to the actual nuts and bolts towards the very end of it. And I just, you know, and I said, now look, a lot of people are going to come to you, and they're going to start talking this John Travolta business and everything, and you can't pay any attention to any of that. All right? This is not about that. This is about you being the perfect actress to play this role, and that's why you're getting cast. Not because you won some 70s revival contest, all right? Because you're the best actress to play this part, all right? And you can't think about any of that. We just got to get to work and just make Jackie Brown come alive. And then she came back with the greatest response. She goes, I ain't expecting nothing that John Travolta got, because he's a 40-year-old white male, and I'm a mid-40s black woman, and they don't write the same parts for us.
When you did Travolta, when you brought him in for Pulp Fiction, did you have any sense that you wanted to recreate his career, or you wanted to bring his career back? Or was it just, this is, as it is with her, he's the right actor for the role, and whatever happens will happen?
Well, it's like, I wanted the later. I mean, it was the later. I was just casting the right actor for the right role.
Yeah.
I wanted him to come back in a big way. That would be fantastic. You know?
You didn't say, go out on a mission to, I love John Travolta, and I'm going to make him.
No. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, I'm trying to find the best way to put it. You know, it's like, that's like me and Mira started going out with each other when she, just a little bit before she got nominated for the Oscar.
Yeah.
I didn't go out with her because I thought she was going to win the Oscar.
Yeah.
But it's pretty damn great that she won the Oscar. All right? That's like fantastic. I'm so happy for her. I couldn't want anything more. All right? And I would send out every positive thing towards that. But no, I casted him as an actor to do like the role. You know, but I wanted him to fulfill his destiny just because I like watching him as an actor.
You thought he had a destiny.
Yeah.
I mean, you thought this guy's much better than the roles he's getting.
Oh yeah. People just have bad memories, and it's a damn shame. I mean, but it's really funny now. It's one of those things because I did that with John, and you could, argue that that Reservoir Dogs helped Harvey Keitel's career a lot too. Right. All right, and now I've cast Pam and I've cast Robert Forster. Let's face it, Pam and Robert Forster. Anybody else in Hollywood adapting Rum Punch, right, probably wouldn't have cast those two people. Okay. Probably one, because they probably wouldn't have made the character black for Pam, and they probably don't even know who Robert Forster is. Yeah. All right, that's just the bottom line. All right, I didn't do that to prove, oh, I'm Mr. Cool. All right, watch me bring these people back. I did it because there's something, I think, one of the worst things that happens in Hollywood is a very uncreativeness when it comes to casting. And part of that uncreativity, that unartlessness that happens in casting, is you basically have the same names on this list that the studio makes. All right, and it's the same like list of names that are working on the high-profile films. Every once in a while, somebody else gets in there, but they usually better be young. They better be a youngster. All right, and I'm not talking about Harrison Ford and Tom Hanks. I'm talking about all the way down to the character actors, the bumbling sheriff, and the corrupt sheriff and his bumbling deputy.
There's a list for all of those kinds of roles.
Yeah, and it's like there's the high-profile character actor, and that's why when you go see Hollywood movies, you see the same big kind of more or less bigger name character actors in 5-6 movies. All right, and what happens is as 5 years goes on, some of them stay on that list, some of them drop off, new people come on. All right, Robert Forster didn't go anywhere. All right, he's been working, but he's way off that list, and he's like doing like straight-to-video movies and stuff. And some of those movies are okay, and some of them are even pretty good, and some of them are horrible. But he's good in all of them. Mm. All right, and the thing is, I don't have that list. I have a good memory. I know that Robert Forster's still there, and he's still kicking butt. All right, I know Pam Grier's still there, and she's still kicking butt. I've got a much longer list, and the only thing you need to be on that list is a good actor. All right, and that doesn't make me cool. It's just I just have more of a memory than most directors or most casting directors.
Okay, but suppose Harvey Weinstein came to you and said, "Look, if you cast Madonna in this role, take one example, or if it's a male role and you put Hanks in the role,
right?
He's in his 40s." It'll make more money for us. So we need star power in this film. We need your brilliance as a director, but we need star power. Are you going to say, no, that's not what I do? The star power here is a Quentin Tarantino film, and that's what I'm delivering to you, and that's what made Pulp Fiction. And
well, that conversation has happened on every one of my movies at one time or another, all right? But it's a conversation. It's not an order. It's not a dictate. I mean, it's like...
why not? It's that kind of conversation.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like all things being equal, we really think there's an excitement about you working with this fellow over here. Yeah. All right? And just know that if we do it with him, then, we'll be able to sell the movie more overseas because of this and that and the other. Now, we'll still be able to do well with the film, but just no. And is there a reason why you don't want to use him? Don't you like him as an actor? All right? And it's like sometimes the answer is, you know what, there is no reason. He's the perfect guy for the role, all right? If I wrote a movie and Tom Hanks was the perfect guy for the role, I'd campaign. I'd get him. I'd want to. I mean, if he wanted to do it, all right? I wouldn't be like, oh, no, I want to cast Blunkety-Blunk, all right? No, Tom Hanks is a fantastic actor. But in this case, one, it's like, Pam Grier's role was set. I mean, at one point it was actually even kind of funny because, like, one time somebody asked me something to the effect of, "Did I read her?"
Yeah.
All right, and I go, "Well,
did she audition?"
Yeah, did I audition her? You know, I go, "Well, you know, you don't write a Bronson movie and then ask Bronson to read."
So you're doing a Grier movie then?
Yeah,
This is a Grier movie.
I mean, I say that like affectionately. All right, it's really, I mean, it's, you know, it's not really a Pam Grier movie, but it is a Pam Grier movie in a fun way.
One more word about casting.
Sure.
De Niro's here.
Yeah.
Why De Niro? Something he wanted to do, something you wanted for him.
Something we both wanted to do together.
Wanted to work together.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like with Robert read the script and really liked the character of Lewis. Right. And I remember talking to him about it because I adore the character of Lewis. And I remember one of the things that I said to him is I said, look, I think this is one of the best acting roles I've ever written. And if I was old enough to play the guy, I'd be playing Lewis. All right, but I'm not old enough. The guy needs more age to him to make the character really work. That's what Dutch wrote. And thing is, but it's different from all the other acting roles I've ever written because it's not about dialogue. It's not about the guy saying all this like really cool stuff. It's a performance that needs to be given in body language. All right, and I remember even describing to him, I said, I want Lewis to have the body language of a pile of dirty clothes. And I happened to be talking to one of the greatest character actors in the history of the medium. All right, one of the greatest body language actors in the history of the medium. He got across those whole last 4 years in jail in that movie, in the movie that he plays, which you never see him in jail ever. Yeah. But there's like a baked quality to him. It's like he doesn't even quite realize how that last 4 years kind of took something out of him. That's just all in the way he kind of holds his drink and the way he just kind of like, you know, just sits on the chair and just kind of like glazes and watches TV and just listens to people talk and has his little drink there. He gets it all across in just physical movement. And, you know, he's just a wonderful character actor.
With no instruction from you.
No, we worked together.
Minimal instruction.
Well,
a collaboration.
Yeah, very much a collaboration. Very much a collaboration. And I feel very honored about that. He wanted to, we worked very, very well together, and he knew I understood the character too. I was actually thinking about this the other day. It's like when a writer creates a character, it's like the character's your children, all right? You're its mother, its father, all right? When an actor takes the character from you, it's like they're lovers, all right? Now, ultimately, people, you know, they grow on, and ultimately it needs to be the wife-man or whatever relationship that it needs to like make it come through, and the parents need to kind of like let it go its course. All right, but to me, when you're like really investing into a lot of character work, that's kind of the relationship, and so we did that together, completely, and it was very, very. I'm not taking credit for his work, but I'm just saying that because that's his work. I know he worked very, very well with his makeup woman. His makeup woman is like the third member of the creative team because she's not doing makeup. Her name is Ilona. She's magnificent.
She works with him wherever he goes.
She works with him. That's what she does. She does.
She makes up De Niro.
Yeah, but it's not about vanity. It's not about making him look good. It's about character. It's about, you know, would this character have coffee stains on his teeth? You know, what color hair? How much gray in it? Any gray at all? Should the whole thing be gray? All right, you know, sideburns. What about the tattoos? It's all about character, and then it's like Bob, me, and her. And I was very lucky to be brought into that, you know, to have him so willingly bring me into that creative process with him.
And when you looked at the dailies and when you looked at the film when you were editing it, how good is he?
He deserves his reputation as possibly the greatest actor of his generation. I've come to the conclusion from editing a film that he's made, seeing every last little bit of footage, I think he is the best actor in the world.
And what makes the best actor in the world? What is it that you see there? Because in sports, you can measure it. He won 5 Masters. He was a Wimbledon champion.
Yeah.
He won the World Series. Exactly what you mean. He's run the mile in 3 minutes and 57 seconds. You know, that kind of thing. What is it about the best actor?
Well, I'll tell you what I mean from my point, because you almost can't compare artists to athletes because somebody's this is not somebody's that. Having said that, I've never seen an actor so completely consume himself in character, in true character work during the work. All right, and what I mean by that is when Robert is playing Lewis and you're looking at every single solitary piece of footage you've ever shot on the man, all right, every single moment, he is Lewis. He is working moment to moment. He's not thinking about over here, I'm going to do this and this and this, and I'm going to get to this. Over here doesn't exist. The only thing is right here, what's happening right now. And, you know, some acting people suggest something to the effect of, like, there's a zillion choices out there, and any one of them is possible, and any one of them is great. I actually don't believe that at all. If you are really in character, you only have a few choices. If something weird were to happen at this table right now, there's not a zillion ways Charlie Rose is going to react. There's probably about 4 ways Charlie Rose will react, all right? And De Niro has that down. He is so in character. He could be doing a scene right here, right now.
He'd know the 4.
Yeah. He would. He would know the 4, and if a dog came walking onto the set, he's not going to go, oh, cut, or anything like that.
He'll do what I would do.
He'll make that work. He'll do what you would do.
Right. You want to be, over the term of your life and career, considered serious about acting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You don't want people to think, I do these cameo things or I play with acting as a kind of fun thing. You want to say, I can do this, and I'm going to polish, work on, develop that craft.
That's exactly true, yeah. And it's like, it's kind of blowing people's minds.
Yeah.
I don't think people either know what to make of it.
They don't take you seriously when you talk about acting?
Well, I actually think they are this go-around. All right, but it's the first time I've ever really talked about it, all right, in serious terms and kind of stating where I'm coming from. I think they thought I was screwing around before, all right? And, you know, I can even kind of see where they're coming from just a little bit insofar as some of the things I did early on, which I'm not ashamed of, but they were what they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be kind of comedy turns.
Why do you want to be an actor? Why do you want to act is a word, not a question why you want to be an actor.
Right, why do I want to act? Well, it's what I started doing, all right? It's like, it was my first entry into show business was acting. The only formal study I've ever had in my entire life has been acting. I quit school in the 9th grade. I didn't go to high school. I didn't go to college. I didn't go to director school. I didn't go to writing school, whatever that would be. All right? I've studied acting and I've studied boxing, and those are the only sense of study or academia I've ever had.
And did you find anything similar about those two things, acting and boxing?
Yeah. Actually, I have. It's like about not going backwards. Going forward, and just not even so much being aggressive, but just like, not going backwards towards what you're trying to do.
Leaning in terms of acting.
Exactly. The thing is, though, look, I understand that. I understand people might think that, but you know what, though? I don't have to worry about that because I'm going to be here for a little while. And yeah, I'm probably not going to get any respect for it for maybe the next year, 2 years, who knows. But I'm going to keep doing it. All right, and then eventually, if the work is standing up, people will not be able to help but see the work. But I say that, and I sound a little weird when I say that to me, my own self, because I sound a little defensive, and it's only the media. It's not other actors. I have got nothing but encouragement from other actors. Other actors respect my work that I did in Dusk Till Dawn. They like the work. Other filmmakers like my work that I did. They like that, and they're looking forward to me to do something else. And they like that I'm not letting Entertainment Weekly, right, because they might write a snotty thing about me, but I'm not going to stop. Mira supports me all the way down the line on this, and it's so great.
Has she changed you, Mira Sorvino, your lady? Has she changed you at all? Has she? I mean, are you, because of her in your life, in any way different? Have you mellowed? Have you done anything different? Are you more driven, more in touch, more anything?
I think what she did for me I think it was something. I think also it was wonderful timing. It was something that I think I was happening in me anyway, just as a function of time, and I just happened to have just the right lady come in there to make the process even smoother and even deeper and go a little further with it than I would have maybe on my own. I'm just a man now.
Yeah.
You know, I held on to my boyhood. Not even too long. I was just fine. I was a boy, a kid, and having a great time, and it was all good. It was all good.
Yeah.
All right. And
it was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, and I look at old interviews of myself and everything that I did and everything. Forget about the stuff before that. I just look at old interviews of myself, and I like that guy. That's a nice guy. All right, but I'm just a man now. It's just different. All right, and I also realize.
So it's maturity or something. The difference between.
It's maturity, it's masculinity,
Yeah,
it's everything, and these were all things that held in reserve. But you see, I don't know how to say this other than to just say this. Mira's a real woman. She's a woman, all right, and I was coming into my own as a man, all right, and then woman met man, and woman and man got deeper. We met each other at just the right time, but she's a woman, and you got to keep up with a real woman. When you're with a real woman, you better be a real man.
And she would say the same thing, you think, in terms of understanding the sort of dynamics of this relationship?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think so. But you'd have to ask her.
I will. She's Clint Eastwood for you. As you look in terms of body of work, which is a word that comes to you now, and you think about that, you know you're established, you know that you have something going, you know you've got talent, craft, vision, screen, and abilities in a variety of the disciplines that make a film. Eastwood, you admire because?
Well, actually, what I admire the most about Clint Eastwood, all right, is the fact that he's an artist, and he's an artist who has managed to control his own world with a patron studio. Yeah, Warner Brothers. All right. He has a very unique situation at Warner Brothers. Now, there's other filmmakers that have unique situations. Martin Scorsese could set up a situation like that pretty much at any place, and that he'd be doing his thing. All right. And Woody Allen has that relationship with whoever he works with, but Eastwood is a little different. Because Eastwood has a situation with Warner Brothers, and it's lasted for a long time, all right, and it's been profitable for them for a long time. And he has like a responsibility that you just don't see in other filmmakers as far as his relationship to Warner Brothers. They're family. There's just no 2, 3, 4 ways about it. Okay, Clint Eastwood is a member of the Warner Brothers family, all right? And at the end of the day, he's as important as anybody at Warner Brothers. And it doesn't matter if his last film was a hit or not.
Back to this movie, because I want to move on to a lot of other things. When you're making this movie, you've written your script, you've given it to Miramax. This is the script I'm working on. This is the script. This is it, guys. We're going.
Right.
We've cast this thing. We've got De Niro. We've got Pam Grier. We've got Forster. We've got
Bridget Fonda.
We've got Bridget Fonda in this.
Michael Keaton.
And Michael Keaton is in this. And so we're ready to go. What's it like once you start? You get up in the morning and you go shoot. You've got your shooting schedule there. Did you come in on time for this film?
Oh, yeah. We always finish on time.
Not over budget?
No, not at all. A little under budget, actually.
What do you do other than make the film while you're making a film?
Well, you know, it's funny because I directed this film a little differently than I've directed my other movies. And I think it was partly due to the influence that acting's had on me recently, just thinking about it a lot. When I was talking about De Niro, we were talking about the whole thing of being moment to moment. All right, and not being result-oriented. It's about just where you're going while you're at that moment. And I showed up on the set. I'd show up on the set, and I did this a lot in the first 2 weeks, and then finally it was just completely my way of working, is I'd show up on the set with not a shot list or no storyboards or anything like that. All right, I mean, for like a really big cinematic sequence, like I knew I wanted to have that crane shot and that stuff with Ordell and Beaumont, you know, in the trunk. Or I knew that. I needed a crane for that day because you got to tell them got to be a crane there. But aside from that, if most of the just acting scenes, I'd show up first thing in the day, and I wouldn't have a shot list. We didn't know exactly what we were going to do. All right, we'd just go on the set, and we all shot on location. And then me and the actors would walk through the scene. The crew is gone except for maybe the cinematographer. and we'd just kind of go through the scene. All right, and we would see where we were that day. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal, but nothing was ridiculously said unless it was super important. And we just kind of found it. Very no pressure, just discovered it that day. All right, so then we did that. And then once you do that, especially when you're talking about an acting scene, how to cover the film becomes fairly obvious. You know, where's the best place to put the camera to get the most out of what the people are doing. So then you send the guys off to makeup, and then I would do the shot list, and then I knew after about a couple hours or an hour and a half or so, actually about an hour and a half, you know, from the moment set officially started, I'd know what I wanted to do that day. And I liked working that way. It's like directing moment to moment. I'm not dragging, I always make fun of people who do all this work in their bedroom, right, you know, with a shot list, or even actors practicing how they're going to do this and that. You got to leave the bedroom at home, all right? You know, and as an actor, what you want, you know, and some actors are different, but like, you know, what I like is my method is to just invest in the character and don't worry about the text. Just invest in the character, and when you show up, you're the character, and there you go. Same thing as a director, but instead of investing in character, you're investing in the text. You're trusting the fact that you know this piece of material. Yeah. So now it's up on its feet.
Name me 5 living. The list is not just 5, but name me 5 living directors that could teach you something about directing.
Steven Spielberg.
Because?
He's just such a perfect filmmaker as far as, like, you know, when he comes up, you know, like the Taking of Shanghai sequence, for instance, in Empire of the Sun, and I talked to him about Private Ryan. He goes, "Oh, we're going to create the greatest, like, taking of Omaha Beach ever," and I have no doubt he will. All right, he's just a master movie maker. This is a film
he's making now.
Exactly, this one coming out, you know, and I'm sure he's going to do the greatest taking of Omaha Beach ever captured in cinema, on film ever. You know, that kind of filmmaking language. I think I've got it too, but in a different way. But I could learn something from him. Okay. I could definitely learn something from him.
Spielberg is one.
Spielberg would be one. I think I could learn things about I could learn from Scorsese, but how I could learn from Scorsese is not like how he does anything. You know what I mean? Because how he does it is how he does it, and how I do it is how I do it. But Spielberg, I mean, Scorsese is so much film and love of film. I might be a better director if I just had dinner at his house every week and we just talked. Does that make sense?
Oh, of course it does, yeah.
All right, not about filmmaking per se. And I wouldn't doubt that he didn't feel that way about Fellini, too.
When Fellini died, he came on this show and talked about it.
I saw it, yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing, is that you two share that. I've never asked Marty this, but I think other people have talked about it. In fact, women in his life have talked on this program about it. When women come into his life, he has them watch films. I mean, Dawn Steele talks about that.
Yeah.
You know, do you do the same thing? I mean, are you obsessed about movies so much? The history, the love, the differences.
I was.
Composition.
Not so much anymore.
That's when you were. Before you became a man?
Well, no, I mean, I don't think there's that much of a correlation between it. I think it's more like I have some money now, and I don't have to work so much, so I can actually live a life.
Okay, all right.
All right, but no, I mean, that's a big deal, though, as far as, like, when you've had your eye on the prize for something for so long, and now you have it, and it's, like, under control. That's okay now.
Yeah.
So now I can kind of look up and see other things. Having said that, I've actually been giving Mira like a really wonderful film education. And you know what? It's educational for me, too, because I'm seeing a lot of stuff, like, you know, really old stuff, new through her eyes. I was never, like, the gigantic Frank Capra fan. Right. I've liked Frank Capra, but I've never, like, just thought he was the beginning and end, like some people have. Well, I knew Mira would love Frank Capra, okay? And so I started showing her some of his films, and damn if I didn't, like, get really sucked into his technique and his world and his, you know, his comedy and his modesty. I don't know, just everything. I rediscovered him kind of through her eyes.
So the question she asked infuses and informs how you might approach this. Back to this. When you put that there, you said this is the goal. What was that for you? What is it that enabled you? What have you achieved? And what is that so that you can look up and see other things?
Well, this was a life in film, all right? And I didn't have an education. There was like nothing. I didn't have a film school education. I didn't have any money, and I didn't have any connections. And I was like the epitome. God, it's really funny. I was looking at like some interviews I did at the time of Reservoir Dogs, and I was like, man, I can actually see why I got kind of famous from those interviews, because I was about as much of an outsider as a person could possibly be, all right? And so it was like, in order to not fall back, I needed to just focus in on what it was that I wanted for my life and my art form. And the easiest thing to do in this business, all right, in any kind of, I'm sure it's the same thing in journalism, is it's easy to settle, you know, you want this, but you settle for this. Because this is not this. This is not what you dreamed of, but it's damn close to it. Your life is still involved in it, and it's okay.
Yeah. The other thing about it is once you get this, this, you know, which is partly knowing you can do it, knowing that you, you know, and that's partly of a self-realization thing. You then can know how to push it towards whatever that dream is. You know that you've got sort of a gravitas, a sort of a body of things that will push you on the journey.
But what's weird about directing is there's no other art form that has this kind of situation. You can think all you want, and you can work great with actors, or you can like dream up great shots in your head that no one else has ever come up with, or you can do anything like that. But until you've actually done it, done a movie, which means money, which means film going through camera, which means working with actors and working with a crew and running it all. All right, you don't know if you've got what it takes to do the job. You got to convince somebody to put a whole lot of people behind you and a whole lot of money to just see if you can do it.
No, but I mean, my point was including having done it, so that once you have done it, you know you can do it.
Well,
and you know you can do it better and better.
Well, that's the weird thing about it. That's the bizarre thing that I noticed on this film. It was really weird when we did Pulp Fiction, because just having done one film, our knowledge on just the experience, all right, was like staggering. This movie was even different than that. This is the movie I became a professional. I've always Jackie Brown. I've always considered myself, you know, an amateur, and I'm kind of proud of that amateur status. All right, and I had a little worrisome moment actually in pre-production of Jackie Brown of like, oh my God, I'm a professional. I didn't know if I ever wanted to be a professional. All right, there was something bad in that. I didn't want to join the guild because I didn't want to be a professional. All right, I wanted to hang on to my amateur status. And right at that moment, I read Peter Bogdanovich's book, that book he wrote, his interviews with the other directors, old directors.
That was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, no, that was very shortly.
Okay.
It was just the one he just did recently.
Oh, about the devil, something like that.
No, Who the Devil Made It.
Who the Devil Made It, right.
And I got together with him. I just felt compelled to get together with him after reading the book, because here's all these old pros, and he actually knew them, you know. And so I got together with him.
Great conversation. I read it.
And I'm talking to him, and I was kind of telling him my feelings, you know. And he goes, "Oh, you know, Quentin, that's kind of how it is. You know, you're just going to have to, you know, get over that, because the truth of the matter is, after you've directed 2 movies, you kind of know how to do it. It's kind of easy. Once you've done it and you know how to do it, you know the job. The not knowing the job was the big question mark
for you.
Yeah, the first 2 times. Not the art.
So now you're a professional.
Now I'm a professional.
It reminds me of Pat Riley, the basketball coach, was here once, and he said at some point he realized, you know, for a while that he was just coaching, but he wasn't invested in it. He was doing the best he could, and he was doing well. And then at some point he said, I'm a lifer. This is what I do. I coach basketball team. That's what I do, and I'm proud of it, and I do it very well. And I'm pleased to call myself a basketball coach.
Well, that's what I have to put up with when I have when I do interviews with people and everything. They go, well, do you ever just walk around and think about that video store and just pinch yourself? This is my life, all right? I'm not pinching myself for living my life, all right? This is what I do now.
Back to this movie again. We'll take a look at this clip. This is from Jackie Brown. Take a look.
Max, how do you feel about getting old?
You're not old. You look great.
No, I'm asking you, how do you feel about getting it?
Oh, I guess I got a little sensitive about my hair a few years ago. It started falling out, so, I did something about it.
Yeah, but it's different for men.
I can't really feel too sorry for you in this department. I'd bet that except for possibly an afro, you look exactly the way you did at 29.
Well, my ass ain't the same.
Bigger.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Why do you like that scene?
You don't see that often in most movies, a scene like that, Or
What was different about it?
Well, it's like two people talking fairly honestly about themselves. And there's something kind of wonderful about the relationship going on there.
But it's also kind of basic to it. So you did one cover shot.
Right. Oh, yeah, no, it's not reinventing cinema.
No, which raises me to this question. What is it that makes a good director? What is it? I mean, is it choice of shots, or is it something much more profound and fundamental in terms of what separates boys from the men? What separates those who have genius from those who can make good movies?
At the end of the day, I just think there's certain people, this is going to sound so simplistic to say this, but I think my heart of hearts, I believe it. At the end of the day, there's just some people that God touched and just said, you know what? You're a director. Yeah, you're supposed to make movies. Now, there's other people, the theater directors and television directors and all kinds of stuff. But there's some people that it's just like, you know how to make movies be movies.
And you think that was what happened to you, and when did it happen? When did you think that thought? Or did you just know for a while that I love making movies, I love movies?
Well, I knew all through my childhood, movies were like my one thing that I just adored and loved and above all others, all right? And, I wasn't that interested in athletics or any of that stuff. I was interested in movies. And when I started studying acting and, I wanted to be an actor, I'm hanging around all these other actors and stuff, and I realized that they didn't like movies half as much as I did. And as a matter of fact, they were pretty damn narcissistic, all right? They were just into themselves. And I seemed pure in my way of thinking about it, all right? And at a certain point, I just realized that appearing in movies wasn't enough for me, all right? I just loved them too much to simply appear in them. I wanted them to be mine, all right? I wanted to have ownership over them. I wanted to create them. And, those were, even when I was an actor, my heroes weren't other actors. My heroes were directors that I wanted to act for.
I don't want you to get away with this question. You named two actors. Give me two directors. Give me three others that could inform you about the craft of directing.
Well, he died just recently, but I have to mention him because actually I learned a lot from Sam Fuller. Yeah. All right. So much of this stuff is very instinctual. It just kind of seeps in. But I have to also say, you know what? Let me talk about people who I could know and what they could teach me as opposed to from osmosis. Living directors. I actually think off the top of my head, those are the two that by knowing them.
Right. Spielberg, Scorsese.
Spielberg and Scorsese, yeah. I don't think I would really learn anything from Godard. I don't think I would learn anything from De Palma except how he does his set pieces, and I want to do my set pieces my way. All right, and and I love De Palma, but that's like writing from David Mamet. Well, you learn how to write like David Mamet.
Yeah, exactly.
You can learn a lot of professional pointers, but as far as
when you set out to choose the next movie that you were going to make, having the enormous success of Pulp Fiction, all that came raining down on you, and did you have any sense that I have got to step up to the plate this time and hit a long ball?
No, not at all.
You refused to be prisoner to what you had done.
Yeah, I was, everyone thinks I took a long time, and I don't look at it as taking a long time, because from the moment Pulp Fiction won the Palme d'Or to finally when they had the Oscar ceremony, All right, it never stopped during that entire time, and that was over a year. All right, so can't do another movie or even think about another movie while this express train is going on.
Right.
All right, Robert Zemeckis didn't either. All right.
Well, I mean, after Forrest Gump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were in the same Super Bowl, basically. Took all of our concentration. I'm never going to be the kind of director that does a movie a year. I want, I invest a year and a half in a movie. I want a year in return, come back, And so I took that time, and then I started writing, and I wrote the script for a year. It took me a year to write it. All right, people are saying, "What's he doing?" I'm writing. I'm doing what I do. All right, I don't. It would be a different situation if I was Richard Donner or somebody like that. And I was like looking through scripts, trying to find something I would like. Where I would be, and I talked with Paul Thomas Anderson about this. Where I would
Who
feel,
made Boogie Nights.
who made the movie Boogie Nights, and he's kind of facing that now. And if I wasn't a writer, I could imagine it would be very easy to be self-conscious. All right. If I had made Seven, if I was David Fincher and I made the movie Seven, I could imagine I would be very precious about what I would do next. All right. And like just trying to find just the right kind of material that really spoke to me. And then because I didn't write it, you'd always be questioning it. All right. I have the luxury. I don't have to do that because it starts with a blank page with me all over again. And it's all about the work. And I had never thought about Pulp Fiction like one iota while I was writing Jackie Brown. The only thing I knew is I didn't want to out-epic myself, all right? I didn't want to, if I did an epic, I would literally have to make even a bigger epic than Pulp Fiction, and I thought that was kind of stupid, all right? I wanted to do a smaller film. I liked the more character-based. I wanted to go underneath Pulp Fiction. But what I think this film shows is, people basically, and you know this, they talk about my career as if I've done 6 movies, and I've done 2. People, I've seen your movies, both of them. Right? And Pulp Fiction was as different from Reservoir Dogs as Jackie Brown is different from Pulp Fiction, but you can tell I made all 3 of them. That's there. But they all have different things about them. And the feeling is, it's like, okay, now do you get it? I'm in here for the long haul, and I'm going to make individualistic movies. And you know what? My 4th one's going to be different from these 3, and my 5th one's going to be different from those 4.
Paint with different colors.
Exactly. But you'll always tell I made them, but I'm not a rock star trying to make the same album.
Is there anything that you have done? I mean, you have been in the white-hot glare of publicity since Pulp Fiction. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've read lots of stuff about you. Mm-hmm. When you look at all that, do you just say, hey, I had a great time. I've lived a good time. I've been serious about my work. Mm-hmm. I've experimented with things. Some did well, some didn't do so well. But when I look at how I've spent my time since I made Pulp Fiction and became such a cult favorite and did well at the box office in addition, I got no complaints.
Oh, not at all. Oh, it's all been wonderful. I mean, it's like, some movie magazine taking a swipe at me. That's not going to care. Who cares?
You want to go, and you are going to go and act in a Broadway play. Hopefully, it'll be a Broadway play. Right. Try it out of town or somewhere.
Right, exactly.
Why do you want to do that? Just because it's the acting thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the thing about it is, I mean, I'm not precious about it being Broadway or not, or that whole thing. That's kind of exciting, but that is not the thing. I'm just, it literally, they sent me the play, and I read it, and the part is a great part, and I know I can do this guy really well, and I know it would be a great role for me, and it really was no different than that. It was just down to that. It was like, I thought I could do a really good job with this role, and I've been kind of precious about what I've done since I did my performance in Dusk Till Dawn. I was very proud. I did what I wanted to do with that. I was very proud of that work in there. And so I didn't want to do anything less than that. I wanted to do something beyond that. And I think this could be it. And to tell you the truth, I really, really like the idea of like, okay, you want to go into acting, all right, in a big way, all right, well, there's a stage. All right, that's the actor's medium. It's right there, man. You are there every night. All right, and there you go. And who knows? It's like if it works out in this play, maybe I might like make a movie and then go back to the theater and do a part as in a play. Do another movie, go back to the theater as an actor. Do another movie, go back to another theater as an actor. Rather than try to be in movies or something like that. Who knows? We'll see how it goes.
What kinds of films do you see yourself making over the next 5 years? I mean, do you can see something that's similar between Pulp Fiction and Jackie Brown? It feels the same. It's the conversation. It's the language. It's your language. Your language will always be there. You turn down Men in Blue, or Men in Black, whatever, Men in Black. You turn down Speed. You've turned down a lot of things, you know, because they didn't what?
It would be unfair to say I turned down Men in Black. I did, but I mean, it wasn't what I wanted to do.
Okay,
all right. But the thing is, though, I'm pretty self-generating. You know, it's like I'm not really in the market for like reading scripts and like falling in love with it. I want to do the stuff myself, either adapt it or be an original. You know, it's just like if you're dating and you say, what kind of woman do you want to fall in love with? All right, you know, anytime you try to put it into words and everything, you'll be damn sure to fall in love with somebody else.
You know it when you see it, but you can't describe it.
That's it.
There is this said about you and about this film, is that Quentin somehow loves black culture, loves black music. What is that?
It's me. It's like this movie. I have different sides of me, and this movie is that side of me. I grew up completely surrounded in the 70s by black culture. Probably the greatest time of black culture in this nation's history, where it's like out in the forefront. And you know, I went to an all-black school for a long period of time. My mom was a young lady, very young lady in the early 70s. She had black boyfriends. I hung out with them. Her best friend in the world, my second mother, is a woman named Jackie Watts. She's black. The whole house was like United Nations, all right? And I just grew up completely around black culture, and it's part of me. And I'm not a visitor to it. It's part of me. It's the same way somebody goes to Paris and lives for 5, 6, 7 years, comes back to America, you put them around a bunch of French people, all right, they're just kicking it in French and, you know, and they just got it down, all right, and they're just doing their thing. That's me, except that was me through, like, my entire childhood.
And when Spike Lee comes along and says, you know, why is he using in his screenplay the N-word so much and putting it in Samuel L. Jackson's mouth, what do you say?
What I say is that's two questions, actually, all right? And you got to find out exactly which question he's asking. If he believes in his heart of hearts that I'm a racist, that's one thing, okay? If he doesn't believe in his heart of hearts, and he knows that's not the case.
Yeah, he knows that.
All right, yeah. Okay, if he doesn't believe that, then has nothing to do with that. It's simply about me being a writer now, all right? And as a writer, I demand the right to write any character in the world that I want to write. And I demand the right to be them, I demand the right to think them, and I demand to tell the truth as I see they are, all right? And to say that I can't do that because I'm white, but the Hughes brothers can do that because they're black, that is racist. That is the heart of racism, all right? And I do not accept that. All right. If he came out with a statement and said the word nigger was used too much in Menace to Society or The Dead Presidents, then at least I still would completely disagree with him, because as a writer, I have the right to do any damn thing I have the talent to achieve. All right, and to fail at too. But to say that, but for him not saying that to them, but saying that to me, that is BS, and I don't have time for it. All right. And now the thing is, I can guarantee you, Ordell Roby did not lie in that movie.
He's a character played by Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, it's like he's the one that says the word nigger all the time. Well, that is how he talks, all right? And that's how a segment of the black community that lives in Compton, lives in Inglewood, where this movie takes place, and lives in Carson, that is how they talk. I am telling the truth. It would not be questioned if I was black. All right, and I resent the question that I'm because I'm white. All right, I have the right to tell the truth. I do not have the right to lie. And the thing is, you know, he says, if I said kike 35 different times in Mo Better Blues, they wouldn't let me make another movie again. You know, it's like, well, what are you mad at? Right? Did you want to do that and they didn't let you? And you're going to blame me? Right? It's like, he truly can't sit here. He's somebody, but you know what, at the same time I'm addressing this?
Yeah.
I'm the maddest at the fact that he didn't call me personally. He talked to my partner, Lawrence, he talked to Harvey Weinstein, and then he went public, and he never called me about it, all right? And, it's like, I don't want to, I just said what I said now. I'm not going to say it again about Spike Lee from here on in. The only time I'm going to talk about this again is if Spike calls me, and I'll talk to him directly about this.
Well said. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here.
As always.
I've really been looking forward to this interview.
Thank you. Quentin Tarantino, we go out on a clip from Jackie Brown. Here it is. I am pleased to welcome Quentin Tarantino back to this table. It has been a time since we came here to talk about, first we talked about Pulp Fiction, then we talked about Jackie Brown, but the Pulp Fiction conversation on anybody's list of favorite programs that they have seen in the last 12 years on this show, he's on that list. So it's great to have you back.
It's an honor to be back, actually. I had to make a movie good enough to come back to do it.
All right. What have you been doing for the last 6 years? Give me the whole sense of leading up to this since the last movie you made.
Yeah, well, basically...
You know why I'm asking? Because I caught you on a plane one night, late at night.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an overnight plane from, I think, L.A., and I go to bed, and I look over, and you're scribbling away. I wake up, and you're scribbling away.
Yeah.
I said, Quentin is under pressure.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it was, basically what I was doing in that time, along with a little bit of living life and everything like that, I was writing. Right. All right, I was going to do this World War II movie, first. And so I started writing that, and hell, that was like at least 6 months of research right there, all right? And so I started writing that, and then along the way, it started becoming this never-ending novel. You've heard of a novelist that, have this tomb, all right? They can never end.
A trunk full of notes.
Yeah, okay. This is a script, all right? And it's like this, and I can never end it, all right? And then finally I just said, I think I'm going to switch over to something else for a little bit. And then I started writing Kill Bill. But and that took about 2 years, about a year and a half altogether. So the thing is, during that time, I was working. I was just writing, all right? And I'm writing it like the way a novelist writes, I'm just kind of alone and just doing it. I don't have like cards or graphs about this has to happen by this page or that page.
Do you write it in longhand?
Yeah, it's really writing longhand. And I know where I'm going, but it's like, I want to do it like a novelist does, where it's like they're telling me. They can, the characters can kind of go wherever they want. I push them in a certain direction, but then they kind of tell me the story. Like, for instance, in the case of Kill Bill, it's like, I pretty much figured by the time we got to the end of the movie, she'd kill Bill. Right. But exactly what their conversation would be, I didn't know. Exactly what they would say once they got to each other, I didn't know. And I wouldn't know until I'd gone on that year-and-a-half journey of getting the bride to there.
Yeah. Well, here's what amazes me. I want to talk, first of all, the World War movie, since you brought it up here. Why can't you end it? I mean, what was it? You could not find in your head some logical concluding episode to sew it up.
And you know what it was more than anything else? It was it was writer's itis. I just couldn't let go of it. I mean, there was this weird thing about it where I had directed Jackie Brown, and then I had acted on this play and everything, and then it was like, okay, the writer in me, okay, now deal with me, all right? Let me take over. And like, great, it's time for you to take over. Well, I let him take over, and I just became too precious about the page. It was like, had to be the greatest thing I'd ever done. And I just couldn't stop writing. I couldn't turn my head off. It's just like you keep coming up with another idea after that and another idea after that. And by the way, this is a movie, all right? It can't just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it did, but I was so in love with the page, I couldn't stop. I mean, now after I've done Kill Bill, I know how to end it. I know how to do all of that. But at that moment when, everything was about that, I just couldn't get away from the desk.
Do you view this World War II movie as your masterpiece?
Well,
so far, having not filmed a single page of the script?
Yeah, what I would say, I'd say what I have written so far, all right, is the best stuff I've ever written.
Best stuff you've ever written?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it that makes a Tarantino script? Because the dialogue is so riveting. Just watch the way they were talking there. I mean, you compel forward by the way people talk to each other. That's one thing. How do you create that?
Well, I really know it might all go away. But I mean, basically what I do...
What informs it?
No, yeah, well, what I do basically is, and this sounds I get them talking to each other. I mean, it's just that simple. All right.
And you've got a good ear.
Yeah, I got a very good ear, and there isn't a lot of aspect when it comes to writing that relates to acting. All right, the way like two actors would improvise or something like that. But it's not. There's not that show-offy. Uma has a great line about it. She goes, "Look, if an actor is improvising and they're not using curse words, that's not improvisation. That's writing. All right. That's why you never see it. All right. If they're going to improvise, they're going to cuss.
Yeah.
All right. And so what happens is I just get the characters talking to each other. And what you're trying to do is create an environment as you're writing that Quentin isn't doing it. They're doing it. Quentin starts it off. Quentin knows the direction it's supposed to go. But then the characters take it over. All right? And then, like, an analogy I'll make is, okay, say I'm going to write a scene. I'm going to get to the coffee cup right over here. And I'm heading him that way. And then all of a sudden, the characters make a left turn and they start going over here. Well, that's okay, because that could end up being the best stuff in the whole scene. Eventually, they'll work their way over here if they're supposed to go over here. Yeah. If they never get their way back there again, well, that was Quentin's idea, and it wasn't a good one, and they were keeping me honest.
And the characters are better than Quentin at that point.
Oh, hands down. Hands down. I mean, to do it really the right way, I should be like a court reporter or a court stenographer. I'm just jotting it down. They're doing it all. And then, like, the director comes in after the scene's all, I shot it out. All right. Then I go and kind of clean it up.
All right. But here's the question. What is it you have that most people don't, without flattering yourself, though? I mean, there's something you have.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's God-given talent.
The sense of hearing conversation and understanding the nuances of the way people react to each other.
I mean, it's really weird because, I mean, if you try to pin me down on exactly what my religion is, I would be evasive, all right? But I guess I do believe in God, and half the reason I do believe in God is because I guess I believe in God-given talent. And it's like, it's easy for me. All right, and it's just the stuff that's easy for you. It's obviously not me doing it.
But is it the thing that you do best?
Yeah, it's the thing that I could. Yeah, it's the thing I do best.
Put stuff on a page.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to dialogue, it's what I do best. I mean, I think I'm pretty good at doing a whole lot of other things, but that's the thing that I'll put up against anybody.
Do you ever want to work with other people's dialogue, with other people's script?
Oh no, I've read scripts that have fantastic dialogue
that you would direct.
Yeah, I write my own stuff. So I mean, it would have to really knock me out and everything. And I kind of want to rewrite everything just a little bit.
Then talk to me about the editing process, because someone once said that Fred Astaire talked about dancing. He said, what I do, I create a 30-minute piece, then I cut it in half, and then I take 2 more minutes off.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it. I mean, is that what happens? So you create this dialogue, or when you put it on the page, is it pretty much there?
Well, it's funny. I think you should get it on the page. You get it to exactly where you want it to be. Where, like, okay, it's right there. Like if the studio said, take out a line. No, I won't do the movie. It'll not work without that. All right. But that's how the page is supposed to be. All right. But then you do the scene, and once you get the actors together and everything, it's like, okay, lose that line. That's a crappy line. Okay, that's a dud. All right. Lose that one. Hey, how about say this instead? I mean, just you monkey with it just a little bit.
That's fine tuning.
Yeah, that's just fine tuning. But then when I get in the editing room, then when it comes to the dialogue scenes, even though some people might disagree with it after seeing all the dialogue scenes I have, how long they are, I'm pretty brutal with it. All right. It's like, okay, screw that line. That's no good. Screw that line. That's no good. And I start trying to pack it in.
But is it because it's no good, or because you simply have to make it tighter?
No. I'll never cut a dialogue scene just for like a running time.
But just for momentum and rhythm and all that.
Yeah, no. If it's all good, then it's all good, all right, But no, it's more like that. You got to be kind of brutal with it, just to make sure. Okay, is that line really, really working? I mean, there's actually a nice little rewrite that happens on my scripts, especially when it comes to dialogue, after I get through auditioning actors, because now I'm actually seeing it on the floor for the first time. I'm not even talking about rehearsal. I'm just having actors coming in reading scenes. I'm hearing real people say them.
Yeah.
All right,
and so, what does that do for you?
Well, one, it's actually kind of amazing, all right, because I've just been hearing it in my own voice forever, because I'm always like, I'll write a scene and I'll read it to somebody on the phone or something, or read it to a friend. So it's always just been in my voice. So then when I actually hear other people say it, it's like, all of a sudden there's a lot of humor in my stuff. So I see a joke that doesn't work, or I see a line that people keep constantly tripping. Well, that's not coming out of the tongue easy enough. It's hard. All right. Or like an actor just does some stupid little improv. They say one thing instead of what I wrote. Hey, that's pretty good. I write that down.
But I'll bet bet you that Tarantino aficionados can listen to dialogue and not know whether even if they haven't heard it before.
Yeah.
And they can tell. If they hear 5 pieces of which 2 are yours, they'll pick the 2 out. It's just that distinctive.
Well, but the thing is, if Richard Pryor didn't do monologues, if he did what I did, if he was like put all his monologues into characters' mouths, all right, and create a realistic dialogue, I'd be able to tell Richard Pryor, all right? If I'd be able to tell Howard Hawks, and actually when I say I'm telling Howard Hawks, I'm recognizing Howard Hawks. I'm actually recognizing Lee Brackett, Jules Furthman, all the writers who wrote for him, all right? But there is a Howard Hawks sound to the dialogue.
Yeah. Is it better because you direct it?
Well, it's. I mean, nowadays
you can direct your stuff better than anybody.
Well, actually, one of the best movies that in my oeuvre is True Romance, which Tony Scott directed.
Right.
But I think, now it might go in the opposite direction, where maybe a director would be too faithful with my stuff. I mean, I can slash and burn it if I want. All right.
Yeah.
But before, I think it's the situation of I'm the only one that has the true confidence in my stuff. I have the confidence in my stuff that another hired director would not have.
Why is True Romance one of your favorites in your body of work?
Well, it's like a couple things. It's the first script I ever wrote. All right, and that's one. And two, it's a pretty accurate portrayal of me and where I was at 25. I mean, I wrote it when I was working at the Video Store Video Archives, and all those guys. I mean, none of that stuff ever happened. All right, but having said that, to us who worked at Video Archives, it's like a weird big budget home movie of our lives. That was our psyche. That was where we were at that time. Not with gangsters and stuff. And I had actually never had a girlfriend at the time when I wrote that script. So that
How
was
old were you?
I was 25. I was a late bloomer. All right.
I would say.
So it's like I went on a whole lot of first dates. I was the king of first dates.
It was not by choice.
No. I was trying. All right. But what happened though was, so that was sort of like my dream of what if you were actually lucky enough to have a girlfriend, what that might be like.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that some of those first dates now look at you and say, wow, why did I screw this up?
Yeah, hopefully.
This script, did it begin with a conversation between you and Uma when you were making Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, it's exactly where it began. I mean, it's kind of wild to actually remember the exact moment that it happened, especially with something that's taken 10 years to be made, and that's exactly what happened. We'd been shooting Pulp Fiction, and what would happen, it's an interesting thing. Uma was in this kind of like a weird situation in her life when we did Pulp Fiction. She had like 2 not so great experiences on movies. And, she'd also had like some success, like fairly early, like almost at 16 or 17 on movies. So, it's like, when you've worked hard to get something, it's something else. When it just kind of happens to you, it becomes something else, all right? And she had a couple bad experiences, so she was kind of talking like maybe she's not going to do movies anymore, all right? And she goes, yeah, I think I'll do your movie, Quentin, and then maybe I'll work a couple more times, get some more money, maybe buy my apartment or something, and then, maybe I'll do something else, Hey, it's too silly a life to live, all right? And so what happened was I had this weird thing going on where I was just like, I couldn't believe she didn't have more fun doing what she was doing, because I'd been waiting to do this my whole life, and I was having a blast on Pulp Fiction, all right? So as I'm waiting for her to show up, it became this thing about me that, like, it was almost as important to making a good movie as I was going to make sure Uma had a good time during this process, all right? She was going to enjoy this creative process. It's a damn shame she doesn't. And so I kind of worked 24/7 to make sure that happened. And we really hit it off and had a great time. And then she was sort of like, then started changing a little bit as it went on, all right? I'm getting to what you're asking. Started changing a little bit where she was like, hey, Quentin, I think, maybe I think I'm still going to quit. But whenever you want to make a movie, I'll come back. All right. And by the end of the movie, she was like, oh, I can't wait to work again. This is really great. But one night after shooting, like you finish for the week and you go to a bar, you and the crew, and you drink and you kind of unwind. And I remember exactly what bar it was. It was in Santa Monica. It's a bar called the Daily Pint. It's sort of a faux British pub. And we were sitting there drinking pints. And I came up with I said, I'm thinking about doing another movie, Uma. You would be terrific for it, is if we would do a revenge movie. Now, Uma Thurman did not grow up watching exploitation movies, to say the least. All right.
Her father's a professor.
Yeah, I mean, he might have watched some of them. I mean, Bob is cool. All right. But anyway, what happened was I started describing it to her about you'd be the female assassin, you'd be the deadliest woman in the world, and these people have screwed you over, and you're going to track them all down and kill them and everything. Yeah. And so we started web spinning. And as I'm describing, and like, well, the way they always start is they always start with a person's lying there and they're beaten up and they've killed their family and the people are looking down at them and everything. And she goes, hey, Quentin, I have an idea. What about you see me, my face is all bloody, and then the camera pans back and you realize I'm in a bridal gown. And that's when the bride was born. Yeah. That's when she became the bride. And then she eventually came up even with the first name of what the real name of the character is, all right? And then I proceeded to, like, write 30 pages. And then I kind of put it away. And then for the next, like, 5 years, every time I would see Uma, she would, like, say, so when are we going to do Kill Bill? When are we going to do Kill Bill? Well, I bump into her after not seeing her for 2 years, after I've been writing on this war script forever that I think is just becoming, my, I don't know what.
Now, this was, what, 99?
Yeah,
like
this is about, like, God, yeah, 99. Yeah, that makes sense. 99 or 2000, one of the two. And I bump into her, and she goes, so when are we going to do Kill Bill? I go, yeah, someday. And I go home, and I take the 30 pages out, and I read it again. I go, this is damn good. And then just the idea of working with Uma again just seemed so much fun, as opposed to this weird vacuum that I was in. And I go, you know what? Let me go and do Kill Bill, and that'll by taming Kill Bill, that'll teach me how to tame my war film, all right? And I'm thinking, I'm going to write it really quick. It's going to be this down and dirty exploitation movie, 90 minutes, all right? Cut to 4 years later, we are now on Kill Bill Volume 2.
All right, but how did it get to Volume 2? How did it get there? How did you end up with 4 hours?
I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop
of an
writing.
action-adventure film.
Yeah, I think there was this thing. I felt, not pressure like I was under pressure per se, but I was putting pressure on myself that people hadn't read a Quentin script in a long time. So the next one that came out, I had to be proud of it, and proud of it like a novel, not like a script. And I threw away all the script writing format crap and everything that I don't really like anyway, all right? And wrote it like a novel, all right? There's tons of prose, and and I'm coming up with my own way of writing scripts that are kind of weird. They're not quite novels, but they're bigger than scripts. And like the page count is like crazy. Well, that's just because I didn't write it in a script format, all right? Now, it's funny. I still think that that's a very pleasurable way to read a piece of work. All right, having said that, I kind of see now, I'm not writing a blueprint, I'm writing literature, all right? So this is not for the production manager, it's for ever, all right? But then what happens is...
This will live forever.
Exactly. Okay, then I start realizing as I'm making this tomb, which, by the way, was so asinine that I actually wrote scenes in the script that I had no intention of shooting it that way, but on the page it was better.
It was so sweet.
Yeah, on the page it was like, well, in a novel, this is what I'd want it to happen. I'll change it on the movie day, all right?
You were applying.
Yeah, and so the thing about it was, it got to be, as I'm making the movie, I'm realizing why people make blueprints as opposed to writing novels, all right? Because basically, I literally had to adapt my movie from novel form to movie form every single day of a year of shooting. I just had a novel that I was adapting on the fly.
And so you end up with 4 hours?
End up with 4 hours.
No, but did you actually end up with 4 hours and then or did halfway through shooting?
Yeah.
How did it happen that you had a meeting with Harvey Weinstein of Miramax, and he says, you got 2 movies, or he confirms your instinct that you have 2 movies?
Well, I was, being a little bit self-delusional, all right? And what I was...
What way were you being self-delusional?
Well, I was keep talking myself into the idea. I figured maybe with 10 or 20 minutes left to spare that I would have to take out of the piece.
Yeah.
That if the first story ended at the first half of the movie ended at the 90-minute moment in mark, which would be after that snow garden fight with Lucy Liu. All right. Then that would give me an hour 10 maybe at the most to wrap up the rest of the movie. I thought there might be a way to do that.
In one movie?
Yeah, in one movie. Okay, I have an hour to finish the story. All right. And
so in the end, it'll be 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it was going to be, I figured like 90 minutes for the other one and then another hour, all right, to wrap it up. All right. And so, maybe 3 hours, maybe a little less.
And that's okay. That's where you're delusional.
That's just the price of doing business. All right. I figured that was just the only option I had.
We're talking about a
great script, and we're talking about a genius, so why not?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about it is, I wouldn't have had the balls, all right, to come out with a 4-hour, like what they used to do in the 60s, a road show print, like Battle of the Bulge, all right,
you would
of
not
the
have had the
movie.
balls to do that?
No, not really.
You're Quentin Tarantino, come on.
Yeah, it's like, that seems kind of daunting, all right, and with an intermission in the middle and everything.
Okay, but is there also this that's part of your own mindset? You have got to be good this time out. All right? Because you created Pulp Fiction. Jackie Brown, which you liked a lot, did not get the same reception that Pulp Fiction did.
Right.
You know you've got to be good.
You've done this acting thing, and you've been having fun. You've been hanging out with Robert Rodriguez and other things. But this has got to be good.
Oh, no, that's for
Quentin
sure.
has got to say, I have lost none of the juice that I had before.
But now, it's funny, though, because, I mean, I don't actually consider that, like, pressure in any negative sense or anything like that. It's like, I mean...
You don't feel like you created a bar that you have to meet every time? Or is that just where you think...
Oh, no, that's just where I belong.
That's
That's where I belong. All right.
All right.
All right. You know, no, I want to have. I have high expectations for myself, and I don't want to do slough off work and everything. And I want to live up there. That's where the minute if I start living down here for like 4 films, then I quit.
All right. Then the only reason you haven't created more Pulp Fiction since you created Pulp Fiction is because you got off on this track. Took 4 years to write the great World War II classic that you have not yet found an ending for.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got an ending now. It actually did work. It actually did work. That Kill Bill did kind of help me tame it.
All right, so you didn't feel like that you were losing anything. You knew you had everything going.
Oh, I was working on the script every day. It was blowing my mind.
Okay, so you've got a film. You think I can make this into 3 hours, maybe?
I'm full of it, but I'm telling myself I can, and with you know some few tears and a few bloodshed in there when it comes to taking stuff out, it can make it work because that's just the way it was.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, literally on the last month of shooting, Harvey Weinstein comes on the set and comes up to me and says, you know, Quentin, I hate like hell, but you have to cut anything out of this movie.
Now, he's seen what?
He's
seen a rough cut?
No, we had
just shooting.
Yeah, just he saw some dailies.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, just a few dailies. That's all.
Now, is he thinking just commerce, or is he thinking hard?
No. He was like, you know, he was literally coming. I mean, look. Now that everything's worked out great, all right, as per usual, Harvey Weinstein is the smartest guy in this town and Hollywood, all right? But people thought he was an idiot, all right? And there was a gigantic chance that we took on this.
I mean, he didn't love the material so much that he said it's 2 movies. He had to have thought, well, look, Lord of the Rings showed that you can have one film that becomes 3.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, there was some confidence there because we had that
the audience will not be turned off by the fact that one movie was filmed and became 2.
Yeah, I mean, the question literally was it big enough to do it? Was it substantial enough to do it? I mean, it's one thing to be a big epic like Lord of the Rings and do it, and whatever you felt about The Matrix, it was an epic.
Yeah, exactly.
All right? And so, you know, it has some substantiality there. All right, to me, I was more worried about the second half because, like, I knew I had my big battle scene at the end of Volume 1. All right, so will it bear that kind of weight? But the minute he brought it up, I literally, it was funny because he brought it up to me and then I go, okay, well, let me go shoot this thing and let me think about it. I come back about 45 minutes later and I go, okay, Harvey, I figured it all out. This is what we do. And that's exactly what we ended up doing.
So he was like a teddy bear about all this.
Yeah, he was he was wonderful about it. He encouraged it.
All right, so here's the question though. Do you have here 2 movies, of which everybody's raving about the second. Not everybody raved about the first, except aficionados who love the genre, the subgenre.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are the people who said, this is the better part of the 2 movies, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
All right, but most people, most average moviegoers love the second, and the critics love the second better than the first. Fair?
Oh, yeah, well, it was more split down the middle with the first one, critics. But, yeah.
All right.
Compare.
Can you, in your head, make an argument that I had one great movie here, one really great movie, and I ended up with 2 good movies?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, I think one of the reasons, it would be very easy for them to say exactly what you said if they felt that way. One of the things that's happening that's really cool, and it's the only reason people are saying, oh, wow, visionary work or epic or whatever the hell there is they're saying, all right, is the fact that it's like when you see Volume 2, you also kind of watch Volume 1 again in your own mind, and you see it as one big movie. When you watch Volume 2, you almost feel like you've just seen Volume 1, and you've now seen the conclusion of the movie.
And you know what's great? You can go get the DVD for Volume 1 and watch
watch it before you go into the theater to see Volume 2.
Exactly. And then one of the weird parts about this movie, though, I mean, it's really strange. I can't imagine ever making another movie that this would be applicable, is just because of this weird way I did it, and with all these little chapters and so mini movies inside of other mini movies, it's like, it's open for many different ways to view the film. All right, and what I mean by that is this. You can watch Volume 1, see that movie, and then you can go watch Volume 2 and see that movie, and then that's one experience. If you were to watch it as one big 4-hour movie with an intermission, you would have a different experience, but equally valid.
How is it different?
Well, it's just, but I'm not even finished yet, because it's also the kind of thing that if, say, serials were still a profitable thing that you could do, you could literally release, it's like 10 chapters of this epic, all right? You could release one chapter in front of whatever new movie opened that week, all right, in the theaters, and at the end of 10 weeks, you would have seen Kill Bill. You would have had a different experience, but it would be no compromise in the, in that experience.
Do you have a sense about where you are in your life and what you're doing that just simply, I got too damn much to do. You got too many ideas, too many things that you want to do. And so that the task for you is to focus?
Yeah, well, it actually proves now to be kind of problematic in writing, because when I get my imagination started, it's just really hard to stop it. And in the case of both, I mean, there's all this stuff that I wrote for Kill Bill that just I never even bothered typing it up, all right, because it already was big enough as it was. All these different avenues I could have gone down and stuff. And same thing with the last couple things I wrote. And it's like, what am I trying to do? Make movies that are bigger than movies? All right. I mean, I've seen a lot of really great movies, and they seem to be able to get it done in time. All right. I never really wanted to transcend movies. I wanted to empower movies. All right. But when I start writing, I write these crazy novels, and I don't know what to do about it.
Well, write a novel. That's what you can do. Write a novel and don't make a movie out of it. Give me the ideas that spawn Kill Bill beyond the notion. Of all the movies you had seen, was there one or two that inspired Kill Bill beyond the notion of the opening scene where somebody has been badly damaged and they set out to do in the people who did them?
Yeah, it's like, there is this kind of fun aspect where at some point, but even way back when I was even talking about it with Uma, that this would be my exploitation movie, all right, where I empower and hopefully, make other people see exploitation movies through my eyes.
You wanted to make the best exploitation movie ever made.
No, I wanted to make the big Mamu of exploitation movies, all right? And, if you like them, then, okay, here it is, baby.
If this is what you want, I got it for you.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, by doing a chapter style, you can kind of change the format every time when it comes to a new chapter. But also with a revenge movie, we've all seen revenge movies a million times, right? You've got like 5 people on the list, you're going to track them all down. Well, I was able to do a thing where, like, revenge movies, every third kung fu movie is a revenge movie, every third samurai movie, every third spaghetti western is a revenge movie, all right? So thus, I'm able to deal with all these different subgenres that I love and everything, all in the course of this one story. And each person on her death list, whether it be Lucy Liu's Oren Ishii or Vivica Fox, and brings the kind of Pam Grier movies into the film, all right? Each person kind of represents a different genre.
Right. And so what then happens in the second? So the second, Volume 2, is just about killing Bill.
Yeah. Well, she's got 2 other people on the list she's got to take care of, all right?
But it's really about killing Bill.
Well, it's about heading towards Bill. Yeah. And the thing is, there was an aspect where on Volume 1, what I was all about on Volume 1 is boiling down a revenge movie to its very essence. I mean, like I said, I just described what a revenge movie is. We've all seen it, all right? You don't need to keep emphasizing a story when you know what the story is, all right? So I'm able to kind of make a cool little action movie where I take all the boring scenes, all right? And we just go to the high points. And but also it was my chance to really prove to myself more than anybody else, to prove to myself that I'm a top director, that I can do action, because I've always considered action directors are like probably the greatest cinematic directors, all right? And even directors who like maybe don't just do action but can do action beautifully, like Francis Ford Coppola in the helicopter sequence of Apocalypse Now. I mean, that's just to me
choreography,
the pinnacle of movie making, all right? That sequence. And and I've never really done that before. So if I'm going to throw my hat in the ring, I'm going to like throw it in. I want to throw it in with the big boys. I don't want to be okay. I want to be as good as them, if not better. Not saying I am, but that's the goal.
Yeah.
All right. And at the end of it all, since I know action scenes and I know what gets me off, all right, then it's like if I didn't do it, I would know it. All right. And I would like, okay, I guess I'm not as good as I think I am. Stick to the dialogue. But there was an aspect about it that was quite thrilling of testing to see if I would hit my head on the ceiling of my own talent.
Okay, did you do it? I mean, in other words, did you hit the head on the ceiling, or did you not? And in fact, and you well, tell me. You did not in your judgment.
No, I think I did it. Yeah,
you hit the head on the ceiling. In other words, you went as far. You were as good as you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hitting the head on the ceiling means like you've stopped yourself. Right. All right. No, I think that House of Blue Leaves fight sequence, that battle sequence at the end, is as good as anything I've ever seen action-wise.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Yeah.
What action movie informed you other than the helicopter scene in terms of what you thought was the epitome?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, well, the helicopter scene was where I started, but also there's in particularly in that sequence, there's it's a staple of the old Shaw Brothers kung fu films of like the 1 against 100 fight. Yeah. That usually happens either in a restaurant or happens in a casino. All right, where Jimmy Wang Yu or whoever comes in and they send all the guys and they all have butcher knives and whatever, and they takes them all on. All right, and that's a classic scene in many kung fu movies, and like a couple of the movies that really informed that was this one Jimmy Wang Yu movie called The Chinese Boxer, which has a fantastic, actually the first of those 1 against 100 fights, all right, in a casino. That's fantastic. There's another movie, Shang Sheh, who is literally like the John Ford of old school martial art films at Shaw Brothers. He did a film called Vengeance, which is sort of his version of Point Blank.
In that?
And there's a scene where this guy, where the Tai Lung, who is in The Killer, is murdered. But the thing is, before he's murdered, he fights like 100 guys, and they even have a sequence in it in The American Prince, where at a certain point it gets so bloody it goes to black and white.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. All right. Yeah. Then I actually saw the actual Chinese version of it, and they never go to black and white. I go, well, hell, I can take that.
All right, let me switch to casting. We got to see a clip first. Let's take a look at a clip, because otherwise I'll get lost here. This is where Bud tells his brother Bill, who's David Carradine, that the bride is coming for the revenge.
That woman deserves her revenge. And we deserve to die. But then again, so does she.
Tell me about you and Uma. Do you know of any relationship between a director and a star that's the same? Does any of that influence you? Do you look with all of your knowledge of movies in the same way you know all these scenes and think about, I mean, are you in some guru way shaping a career and a person that you have sort of total emotional and intellectual admiration for?
I don't know if I would say.
How would you say it?
I don't know if I would say shaping. I mean, if I am, she's equally shaping me.
Okay, but
right?
Go ahead. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, the example I keep looking towards, all right, is the way Joseph von Sternberg and Marlene Dietrich, all right, had their relationship, all right, and then there's a little bit, even though if I say it, people go ooh la la because they were married, and that's not where I'm coming from, but the way Jean-Luc Godard and Anna Karenina, all right, had their relationship on cinema, and me and Uma are friends. We could never make a movie together again, and that would just be okay. Would still always be friends, all right? But I like that team partnership thing, all right? That the screen teams, you know? And Uma's not the only person I have it with. I have it with Sam Jackson, too. I have it with quite a few people, all right? But the thing is, you know, with Uma, it's special. And the man-woman aspect of the director and the actress is a very special aspect to this. And I do hearken back to wanting to treat her like the way von Sternberg treated Dietrich and show her off in the best way. And one of the things about Uma that can be problematic with her when she gets cast in other movies and stuff is, you know, she's just so ravishing, all right, that like for instance, okay, if I'm going to do a movie that's supposed to be a realistic movie about a waitress in a coffee shop, all right, it seems weird to cast Uma in that. That sounds Hollywood. Oh, a wet waitress in a coffee shop looks like Uma Thurman. All right. And now she actually just did this HBO movie, Hysterical Blindness, which plays this like Jersey girl, and she was fantastic in it. So she's showing me how wrong I am. But you know what? You know my point. All right. But the way von Sternberg, when he's going to do a movie with Dietrich, he built it around her. He knew her physicality. He knew what she could do. He wanted to bring out different aspects about her. All right. When you're writing something for Uma and want it to be, the Uma show, all right. I can write for her that willowy physicality she has. I mean, as I'm writing it, she's gonna look like the bomb in that yellow tracksuit. All right, I put her in Bruce Lee's tracksuit. All of a sudden, it's not Bruce Lee's anymore. All right, and then her long blonde hair and those arms that are all elbows and those legs that are all kneecaps, and she just kind of like bends with the wind as she's fighting with a strike. Oh, that'll look great. All right, and I try to push her strengths and actually take her in slightly different directions.
Do you like the idea that there is the mystery of people don't quite know what the relationship is?
There is a little bit about that. I mean, the problem I have with it is people always trying to ask us to define it. I mean, one thing that's happened that's been kind of a drag is, I said, oh, she's my muse.
Right.
All right. Well, I meant that. All right, I completely.
And what did you mean by that?
Well, I guess what I meant is she's inspired me, especially when it comes to this movie.
Right.
All right, I mean, she completely and utterly inspired me. If Uma's mother never met Uma's father, there'd be no Kill Bill. All right. Having said that, though, I was also, and I meant every word of it, I was also paying her a poetic compliment, too. And now you go to a press junket, and then everybody asks that, all right? And all of a sudden now they're dissecting it, and this poetic compliment is being put under a microscope, and all the poetry is being drained out of it, and it's kind of a drag.
I agree with you, but
you're not asking that. But
no, I'm not asking that. That's right. But I mean, it is just you just know that there's some dynamic here that's not normally there. Yeah. It is the dynamic is from that you reflected on with Marlene Dietrich, but and is also somebody that inspires you to be better than you are, and you inspire her to be.
I agree. I mean, I don't really want to nail what it is I bring out of her or what she brings out of me, because I don't really know, to tell you the truth. Right. But I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
And
when you feel it.
Yeah, and when I feel, or even when I watch the work and everything, it's like, I'm a little different when I work with Uma, and she's a little different when she works with me.
She is the best of her. What? Finish it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to modern actresses right now, and she's as good as it gets. I mean,
as good as it gets.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Uma can go. Here's the thing.
All right.
If Uma is comfortable making the movie, if she's comfortable, if she's having a good rapport with the other actors, more or less, and having a good rapport with the director, more or less, in particular the director. All right, if she's having a good rapport and she's comfortable, her work can stand up against anybody's. All right, but that's not the whole deal, though, because you have that. But then you add on the fact that she's the only actress, as far as I'm concerned, that has the true silver screen nitrate film glimmer, all right, of the, I can make the Dietrich analogy with no problem whatsoever. I can make the Garbo analogy. Not only that, it almost becomes weird. Like, God, Uma would probably even be a bigger star if she was in the 30s.
Yeah.
Because that was the time that people like Uma Thurman ruled Hollywood.
All right, roll tape. This is a scene with Uma. And, there's one more aspect about Uma that I think we should bring up, especially after watching that clip and what we were talking about, is, you know what? As opposed to a lot of actresses out there, she's lived a life. Yeah,
Uma Thurman has lived a life, all right? Her parents gave her a big deal life, all right? And her family and her brothers, and then her own adventures that she's gone on. And she hasn't just lived her life on movies.
She didn't start on movies when she was 7 and then end up with other experience.
Or doing, all these movies back to back to back to back to back. So all she knows about life is her trailer and, and the sets and everything. She has an intellectual curiosity that's pretty much second to none, all right? And
an intellectual curiosity second to none among the people you know.
Yeah, exactly. exactly. This person might be this, but, her curiosity is right there.
All right, let me see. While we're doing this, one more scene to get this in. This is where she tells Bill that she never thought he would have tried to kill her. Roll tape. Here it is, an important part of this movie.
Could you do what you did? Of course you could. But I never thought you would or could do that to me.
I'm really sorry, kiddo. But you thought wrong.
You have a reputation for taking actors and maybe actresses, certainly actresses too, and in a sense, because of the way you cast them in the performance they deliver for you, it reinvigorates their options for performances and character roles. You've clearly done this for Carradine. I mean, why did you know? What was it about him that made him right for this?
Well, it's funny because I've always thought of David Carradine as like a magnificent actor. I mean, literally one of those great mad genius actors of Hollywood, with Nicholson and everything. And
and that's perfectly what you say.
And I've always and the thing is I've kind of followed his career, and even when he does like these crappy exploitation movies, not all of them are crappy, by the way, but when he does them, he's always delivering the goods. He's got that great old pro quality, and he's got that whatever. Anyway, the thing is, as I was writing the script, I ended up getting his book. He wrote an autobiography called Endless Highway. And it is fantastic. His life, imagine, being John Carradine's son and all that stuff. He has lived a life worthy of a Charles Dickens novel. And his writing is really good. So he writes it like Kerouac meets Charles Dickens, all right, which is quite good, all right? And I was going on his life journey with him. And as I'm reading it more and more and getting more and more fascinated with it, I'm like, God, he would be a fantastic Bill. I mean, forget about all the kung fu analogies and all that stuff. That all ended up playing into it. But in reading the book, and it's like, God, he could be Bill. And I even had a compadre when it came to that. I gave Ethan Hawke the book to read. He loved it. And he goes, Quentin, this is your Bill. This guy's Bill.
After you thought about the idea and you're looking for confirming sort of sense.
Well, I just actually wanted Ethan loves to read. I wanted, you got to read this great book.
Yeah, right. I got you. Okay. Now, what did you hope for between the chemistry between the two of them? The chemistry between these two people, especially in a scene like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I always wanted Bill to be older. I wanted him to be more like a teacher, older, mentor, father figure kind of figure. But, they obviously were lovers. And, it's dicey when you're playing with this younger girl, older guy thing, all right? So I wanted there to be sizzle. In fact, there had to be, or it'd be nice try, but no cigar.
Yeah.
All right? And I said
without the sizzle, the movie was not as good.
Yeah, well, the last thing in the world you want is like Uma goes to kiss Dave and the audience goes, ooh.
Yeah, I know.
And I've been to those movies. Yeah, I've seen that, and I've heard...
And sometimes they're married.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tell me about it. And so... yes. I've actually said that about a commander. You're like, they have no chemistry together.
All right, so you wanted to... And when did you know you had it?
Well, to tell you the truth, I felt I had it on the day, or else I'd probably still be there shooting it. But I didn't really 100% slam dunk know until we edited those scenes together. Because one of the things I wanted to do is just have this whole organic thing, everything in its own time. It was going to be the journey that was going to tell us everything. The writing of the movie, that journey would tell me what I needed to do when it came to writing the scene between Bill and the bride. Same thing of shooting of it. All right, we would do that the last thing. So by the time we got to shoot it, we would be informed by everything we've done. Right, well, you know what? That was the same thing about the editing. I didn't let my editor, Sally Minke, who's worked in all my movies, don't do any assembly on the Bill and Bride stuff. We have to cut the whole movie together, and then we'll do the Bill and Bride scene. So I didn't know if I had my ending truthfully, like slam dunk in my pocket until at the end of this process, I cut those scenes together.
And how did you feel when you saw it?
Felt pretty good. I felt kind of relieved.
All right. I want to go to one thing here. Back to this relationship quickly because we got this on tape. This is Uma talking about the relationship between you and her on this show. Roll tape.
You give him a rule, he'll break it. I mean, it's actually the great genius of being a self-taught, self-created person is that nobody ever nobody ever told him probably or encouraged him that he could be good at something, you know, that he would be good at something when he was young, and how to do it. So since he probably, I mean, I don't, you know, can't speak for him, but he had to teach himself everything. So he's completely original. His imagination, his freedom creatively. He certainly trusted me a lot and has given me huge challenges. And that is an invaluable thing. I mean, when somebody believes in you and trusts you and throws on your shoulders, you know, the power to change yourself, to do something completely different you've never done before, it's a real gift for the actor.
Right. What's the most important thing you've learned from Quentin?
What would be the most important thing I've learned from him? You know, he always surprises me. I don't know. He once said that I gave him wisdom and he gave me courage. And I can't speak to any wisdom that could have possibly come from me to him, or where it's landed, or what, or whether I possess any. But I certainly had to find a lot of courage, and more than I knew I had, in this adventure, in this battle that was this movie. So, yeah, I guess he gave me courage.
That's what you were going to say.
Yeah, I didn't know that was what she was going to say, and that was the first thing that came to my mind. Is
you give her wisdom, she gives you. You give her courage, she gives you
wisdom. Yeah.
Wisdom. How does she give you wisdom?
I don't know how you describe that, but she's wise.
Well said. Congratulations on Kill Bill Volume 2.
Thanks.
There is going to be Kill Bill Volume 3?
One of the things I'm going to do, yes, is... one, it's going to take about a decade for me and Uma to recover from this one. All right, but one thing that's actually really cool about when, one, I like the idea of being an artist and being able to do this anyway. Is I own my characters, so I can kind of do whatever I want with them. All right, and also that it's
you created them, you own them.
I own them, yeah. And Uma is something I'm going to know for the rest of my life, so I can make long range plans. All right, and one of the things that's really cool is I think 15 years from now, I want to go back to this character, all right? And what I want to do is tell the story of Vivica Fox's daughter, Nikki, all right? She spent the last 15 years getting ready to go and kill the bride, all right? And then I'm going to follow her journey as she tries to go and track Uma down and kill her. And it's very interesting because it's like, Nikki, the little girl, she deserves her revenge just as much as Uma deserved hers. And that will be the only way that the whole revenge cycle that started in this movie can ever end.
And then it becomes a trilogy.
Yes, exactly. But there's one other last thing. And that's, I love the bride. I mean, I really love the bride. And she deserves some peace. She's fought so long and she's gone through so much. I want to be able to let her put her sword on her shelf and let it sit there for a long time and not contrive some BS for her to take it down. She deserves a good life until, 15 years from now. I want her to have 15 years of peace.
The name of the World War II movie, which may be coming at some point, is called...
Inglourious Basterds.
Inglourious Basterds. And we now have an ending for that. Is that what you're going to shoot next?
Yeah, that'll probably be exactly what I do next. I mean, the only thing that's out there, I got to wait till I kind of chill out a little bit after this movie and stuff, is maybe I want to do some 5-week movie or something, some movie in between going onto another mountain.
Right. Sort of what Kill Bill started out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it started out to be. But I had a really interesting conversation. I met Ellie Coppola, Francis Ford Coppola's wife, and she just asked one question, like the people ask, so what you going to do next? So I ended up really answering the question, all right? And I'm describing, well, look, I've just been on climbing Mount Everest, and I don't know, do I want to climb Mount Everest again, my next movie? And so I'm trying to figure out, do I want to do that? And she sits there, and she's listening to everything I say. And then when it's all over with, she goes, well, I think maybe this is your time to climb Mount Everest. You're at the age to climb Mount Everest. You're at the passion to climb Mount Everest. There'll come a time that you won't want to climb Mount Everest anymore. I think this is your mountain climbing days.
I think she's right.
I think she is too.
Thanks, friend. Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Pleasure. Quentin Tarantino for the hour. Kill Bill Volume 2. You can also buy Kill Bill Volume 1 and take a look at it before you go see Kill Bill Volume 2 at the theaters. Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez are here. They're filmmakers whose work consistently entertains and, yes, surprises audiences. They're close friends who also work together. Each advises and contributes to the other's movies. Now they have teamed up and they share top billing. Their double feature is called Grindhouse. It is a tribute to the exploitative B-movies of the 1960s and 1970s. Rodriguez's film is called Planet Terror. Tarantino's is Death Proof. Here is the trailer to Grindhouse.
2 adrenaline-fueled roller coasters. 1 ticket to ride. In 2.5 hours of pure dynamite. Planet Terror and Death Proof. Only at the Grindhouse.
I think I know the answer looking at that that trailer, but tell me what Grindhouse means.
Well, Grindhouse, I do believe it was a variety coin term, but what it represented was old dilapidated movie theaters that are in the urban areas, the big city urban areas of America, like Kansas City or Chattanooga or Los Angeles or New York or Chicago, and they were like old dilapidated theaters, and in some cases, like might have been the big, vaudeville houses of the day, showing basically double and triple features of exploitation movies of all kind of, lurid subject matter, whether it be horror films or sexploitation nurse movies or cheerleader movies or blaxploitation movies, and you always kind of took your life a little bit in your hands by going to see it, but it just showed your commitment to cinema all the more.
Now, a lot of sex, a lot of violence.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why did you want to do this now?
Well, I've always been bemoaning that whole type of cinema leaving.
And you even have film festivals about it.
Oh, no, exactly. That actually is kind of where this actually pretty much started. It was the idea that me and Robert, I've been screening, I have a film print collection, and I've been screening movies at my house, and they're kind of similar to what the Grindhouse show is, double features with trailers handpicked by me in the middle, kind of creating this ambiance of the night. And then I had such fun doing that I've been doing this film festival for about 10 years in Austin now, where I take a bunch of prints over and put them together for the night. And Robert goes to every single one of them. He sits right next to me.
Being an Austin resident, by the way.
Exactly. And it's so great. And I've even taken it, and done it in a few other places. I did it at the Seattle Film Festival once. And so we've just been doing this for a decade and just having a great time doing it. And really part of it was one of Robert's ideas. Let's do a Quentin night at the movies the way, he does it. But let's do it on a grand scale and release it in 3,000 theaters and really entertain the world with it.
And here it is.
Here it is.
Now, before we go there, let's go back a little bit and talk about this friendship. You two met at the Toronto Film Festival?
Film Festival 92, because I had El Mariachi, which I came to talk to you about, and he had Reservoir Dogs. So we're both had our first film out, and we're kind of doing the festival circuit together. Right. And we ended up being on panels where we do panel discussions that they put us on together about violence in the movies in the 90s, even though it was only 92. It was already a subject, because we came out right at the same time, and his guys were violent and black, and so was mine, and we had to kind of explain ourselves to the festival crowd, because we both kind of made exploitation movies and ended up in film festivals as high art.
It was like me, you, the Romper Stomper guy, and
Man Bites Dog.
And the Man Bites Dog guys. All right, we're probably double dating. All right,
but we got on really well, and it was a thing we commented on. We said, "Wow, if I had known you in high school, we would have been best friends." Because I was trying to make movies even back then, since I was 12, and he's a writer and a director as well. It's hard to find people who are like-minded when you're that kind of person. But what would normally happen is you meet somebody like at a festival, and you never see him again. But we got on really well, and he said, "Oh, you're gonna like my next thing, Pulp Fiction. I'm writing that." I went back to where I was writing Desperado at Columbia Pictures, and he ended up having an office 2 doors down, which I didn't know he was there. So we ended up hanging out all through the writing of Pulp Fiction and Desperado, and just becoming really good friends. And then I finally cast him in Desperado. So this is now our 6th collaboration, because we had so much fun working together. And being friends first, and then working together and liking each other's work.
And just really encouraging each other, It was like, I was inspired by my thing, and I'd explain it to him, and he was like the perfect audience for it. So his enthusiasm got me excited, and it was versa versa when it came to Desperado.
All right, now, this for Grindhouse. But how did you decide how to do this, and who's going to go first, and who's going to go second, and how it's going to come together, and which one is better?
Well, what I think how it even started was... I had just done a 3D movie. 3D movies had been dead for a while, and I did a movie for Spy Kids 3D that did really well. I remember going to the theater and putting on glasses, and I thought audiences might get a kick out of it. They haven't seen it since the 80s. And so I brought it back, and now 3D movies have come back because that did so well. And I was trying to think of the next thing that was a theatrical experience like that I'd forgotten about. And I just remember how much fun I had watching these double features of Quentin's, and I thought, I think I want to do a double feature. Originally, I was going to direct them both. I had this idea about 3 years ago. But I want to do a double feature. and Planet Terror was going to be one of them. And they were going to be sort of short features, so audiences weren't into that long. And I kind of forgot about it when I did Sin City. And then I came to Quentin with the idea, because I saw one of the double feature posters from way back when laying on his floor. And I had the same poster on my floor back in my house that inspired me. And I said,
what was the poster?
It was called Drag Strip Girl and Rock All Night, 2 Roger Corman AIP movies from the
king of
50s,
B movies.
yeah,
from
exactly,
the 50s.
yeah.
I said, I wanted to do a movie like that, but you should do one and I should do one together. And he said, we got to call it Grindhouse. Within 5 minutes, we had the whole idea. And we said, I'll go first in alphabetical order, but maybe in Texas, I'll headline, and in L.A., you'll headline. But it ended up being this thing, once we put them together, mine seemed to be a good opener because it had the more sensationalistic stuff.
But you worked on both of you. You edited his, you helped him, you gave advice to him, and he gave advice to you, or you just went off and did your separate movies and brought them together? Yes and no. I mean,
we actually worked more on, we commented more about each other's scripts. That was where it actually kind of like worked out more.
I moved into his guest room to write mine. And we kind of hung out during that period.
Yeah, and then when he shot his first, so I was actually on his set like a lot. And he was kind of grooming me to be my own DP. So he was actually telling me to like operate second camera, so I'd get like used to it and get familiar with it. And it was actually kind of just fun. I would just I would hang out there, and it's like all of a sudden if I saw an actor was getting distracted while Robert was working on something, I'd run lines with them, or give them a little coaching or something like that, and send them up to act in front of Robert. It was fun.
Tell me what Planet of Terror is about.
Planet Terror is. These kind of exploitation movies always seized on something that was happening during the day, even before Hollywood wanted to talk about them. And this was, I thought, well, if I'm going to do a zombie movie, let's make it an infection that comes back. A
biotech kind of infection.
That comes back from the Iraqi war. So that it's something that's current and something that people might fear, and you exploiting that, to a horrible degree. It comes back and takes over this entire small town. It's going to spread all over the world if a go-go dancer, a wrecker, a sheriff, and a doc don't become more than they are to take over it and try to stop it. And of course, they can't. So.
And who is the principal actor?
There's several leads, but I think Rose McGowan plays this go-go dancer who loses her leg, and her boyfriend, the wrecker, Ray, who seems to know how to do everything because he's like this mythical superhero, gives her a machine gun leg.
Okay, here is Cherry Darling, played by Rose McGowan. Take a look at this clip. Wait, let's do that. That was your idea?
That was my idea of the radio.
When I was doing the scene, he goes, I was filming it, and he comes back because he's watching the monitor. I shoot in HD so that everybody can see really clear the monitor. And he's looking at the monitor, and he can see so clearly. He can see the radio way in the back. He goes, did you notice that in the framing you got the radio way back there? It'd be a great little button if she shoots the radio. I go, what radio? I can't even see it on the set. I look on the monitor. Oh, now I can see it.
You shoot everything in HD?
Yeah. That's what I did with this. That was the whole idea. I thought, this will be great. I'll shoot digital, but I'll use my special effects to make it look like an old film print from the 70s. So it looks like an old film and all deteriorated, all as an effect.
Yeah, there's a great story about that, and you know this really well. In the beginning, when they were doing B movies, they would make about, 10 copies, and they'd start in New York.
If that.
10 copies.
That was
a wide release.
Yeah, my goodness.
That's a wide release, 10 prints.
Warner Brothers did 10 copies.
So one would start in New York, one little copy, one print, show here, then go to Philadelphia, then maybe down to Washington, then out to Chicago, and then maybe to Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, you're actually starting the high end. Probably starting Chattanooga, all right, is where it started.
I don't know what movie you're talking about.
It wasn't a great one. But by the time it got to Chattanooga, or wherever it was going, it had been scratched.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're playing in the worst projectors that were in operation.
And so whoever saw it after the 10th screening saw something different than the people in beginning.
But the weird thing is like having a film print collection, that becomes almost part of the experience. And either showing them at my house or showing them in Austin at the film festival I do, kind of the quality of the print creates this communal atmosphere inside of the cinema. And about like, and also we're playing with the idea of these prints are kind of like Frankenstein monsters. They're kind of made up of different sources. So you could watch a print and this reel is all red, this reel is faded, but then all of a sudden there's this IB Technicolor reel and there it looks gorgeous.
All right, take a look at this. This is another scene from Planet Terror.
You see, you pointed at what you want to die.
and you pull the little trigger here, and a little bullet comes out here. And the bullet hits you right there. And you know what? You don't look like Ava Gardner no more.
Let me get this straight. You ran out of money.
Ran out of money. No, I ran out of interest.
And you
in
couldn't
seeing
get
actors.
a professional actor.
The actors I saw just weren't up to snuff. And he read at the table. We were doing a table reading just to hear it. And he read the lines, and we're like, everyone there just went, Quentin's got to do it.
I wasn't supposed to do it. It literally was, Quentin, take this role. All right, we're at the script reading.
It's like very Grindhouse fashion. The cameraman, now in the movie.
Yeah, like my name of my character is Rapist Number 1. All right, Quentin, play Rapist Number 1. All right.
There was a time in your life which you really wanted to act a lot.
Yeah.
Do you still have that
bug? I've lost the bug.
You have?
I have lost the bug. I remember talking about the bug
right
at this table.
This table.
All right, very passionate about it, and I've lost it. And
But Charlie,
kind of glad I lost it. Actually,
he's so good in this movie, and
It's gonna
see how
revive
he
a
affects
career?
people. I think the bug is back.
I'm loving all the praise. All right. I'm loving the praise.
Bug infection is spreading.
I got the other side of praise on my acting for a long time, so I'm appreciating it now.
There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Now, tell me about the fake trailer, which is...
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what we did is, part of our thing to do with this movie was we wanted to create, truly like the experience of going to the movies back in the 70s in these kind of theaters. And look, Planet Terror, you take it out of the grindhouse and you show it. It's got to work completely as a movie on itself without any of this other stuff. Same thing about Death Proof. But you put it together, it needs to actually be even more than just like buying a ticket to a movie. It needs to be a ride. It needs to be the grindhouse experience from beginning to end. And the only way to really do that is to create all the stuff that bracketed these two movies and actually have an intermission with wild trailers from different exploitation genres and really kind of give that whole experience. And so Robert did one of them himself, Machete, which is sort of stars the actor Danny Trejo. Robert's always been saying he's the Mexican Charles Bronson. And,
like a mexploitation.
Yeah, mexploitation. And so that really gets everything going. And then me and Robert were just excited about our project, so we have other friends. So we're just mentioning it to them. Eli Roth, who did Hostel, Edgar Wright, who did Shaun of the Dead, Rob Zombie. We would just bring it up, and then they were like, "Wow, that sounds amazing! I would like to do one of those." And we're actually dealing with guys who are actually as savvy about this stuff as we are. So, like, just as an example. Edgar Wright does one. Now, his is like a British horror film from the 70s, but it's the American trailer, which means they never let any of the actors talk because in America they didn't want anyone to know that it was a British movie until you were already in the theater.
It was too late.
It's too late.
We got the money.
We got the money.
Let them know. Tell me about your film. Tell me about Death Proof. Right.
Well, the thing about it was Robert had come up with his idea of maybe sometime around the time of Faculty and maybe wrote 30 pages on it. So as soon as we came up with the idea of doing Grindhouse, and we decided, well, we should definitely work in the horror genre. That would be really cool. A good way to start this off. That, he already kind of knew what he wanted to do. And I love the idea of doing a zombie movie or infected beef.
Let's clarify.
We try not to use the Z word.
Within the genre.
Yeah, it's a subgenre inside of the Z genre. I had actually just got through rewatching all the slasher films because it's kind of what I do. I'm like, it's like I'm going for my professorship in cinema. The day I die, I've graduated. All right,
that's one of your great lines.
Thank you.
You will be learning until the moment you breathe your last breath.
That's it. And part of the way of doing that is picking a director, picking an actor, picking a genre, and just kind of reworking, looking at them all again, writing notes, maybe for a future book or something, and putting it away and starting on something else. Anyway, I just finished doing the slasher thing. And so I go, I want to do a slasher film. But then it hit me that the things that I like about the slasher films is structurally anyway, they're exactly the same. That's actually what's kind of good about them is you can look at them as one big giant group. And I go, well, that's a little too self-reflective, all right? The movie's got to have its own pulse, its own heartbeat. It's my movie. So I decided to try to do with slasher films what I did with heist films in Reservoir Dogs, which is my own crazy cockamamie version of it. And
And then I remembered something I'd heard a long, long time ago that's, I'm a writer. You hear stuff, it's in a locked room until the room gets opened, all right? And this is 10 years ago. Yeah. I used to have this indestructible feeling about myself, all right, especially before I'd ever done anything before. Because I figured, look, God put me here to be a filmmaker. He gave me this stuff. He's not going to take me out of here before I've done something with this stuff.
A film he likes.
Yeah.
Or she likes.
Yeah, exactly. And so I never worried about dying in a car crash. I never worried about dying in a plane crash. I'm from Los Angeles, earthquakes, poosha, who cares? So yeah, I'm here. I've got a mission. I'm here to do something. Well, after Pulp Fiction, I thought, you know what? Maybe I did it. Maybe I'm not so indestructible. And dramatically speaking, maybe taking me out right now is a good idea. So all of a sudden, I got a Volvo.
A Volvo?
A Volvo, because I wanted a safe
right.
car. Well, I remember talking to somebody about that, worked in movies, and they said, well, you know what you can do? I go, what? You could, you can buy any car you want, and you give it to a stunt team, give them $10,000, and they'll make it death-proof. Well, that just always stayed in my mind. I always thought that was an interesting concept. So then when I was thinking about a story, I'm like, well, what about a guy? He's a killer. He's like the boogeyman, except he's human. He's not a supernatural figure. He's maybe a demented stuntman, and maybe he has a death-proof car.
Maybe he's Kurt Russell.
Yeah, maybe he's Kurt Russell. And the whole idea was, there is this whole sexual thing with some people about car crashes. They've worked into a sexual thing. And I go, well, what if he had a death-proof car that he could get into any crash he wanted, all right? It would be this sexual rapist-like experience, but he's going to survive the crash because of his car. And then it was like, well, that's it. That's my slasher film, except he's got a car instead. And that's my sexual metaphor. It's everything. And I go, wow, I've never seen that movie before. And the thing that was exciting about coming up with it, because actually I wouldn't have come up with this if Robert hadn't inspired me to try to come up with something, was it's the first time since Reservoir Dogs that I came up with an idea on the spot, and then just sat down and wrote it. Even like one of the John Travolta, Uma Thurman story in Pulp Fiction had been in my mind for a long time. Right. Kill Bill had been in my mind for even Jackie Brown. I'd read years before and thought about making a movie of it then. So this was the first time that I came up with a good idea and just sat down and faced the blank page, and 4 months later it was finished.
Right. Sin City.
Sin City.
When's the next one?
I'd probably start shooting in June. So
how many will there be?
Might do 2, and then do maybe a series. We can then put on
television series.
Yeah. So we can then put on DVD.
It did very well, didn't it?
Did really well. Yeah. And I love it a lot.
How do you explain it? I mean,
how to explain the success of it?
Success, yeah.
It's one of those
filmmaking, but what's the thing that brings them into the theater?
No, when I had the idea to do it, I'd been collecting that comic for a while. I looked at it, and I'd been a fan of it for 10 years, and I thought, I know how to do this now with the effects that I can do at my studio. I don't know if audiences are ready for it. It might be a little weird. It's black and white. It's anthology. It's voiceovers. All the things you're not supposed to do in a movie. But I really feel like I want to make it. People might not discover it till DVD. But people got it from the first trailer. People just wanted to see something new. And I think that was the idea we had with this as well. Is that
Have you seen 300?
I haven't seen 300 yet, only because I've been so busy. But I've been telling Frank, I will go see 300. But that was a product of something like Sin City. I mean, those kind of movies are a product of the risk we took on Sin City, and they pay off. And I think it creates a whole other way of telling a story visually.
What's next for you?
Well, it'll probably be, I can't imagine it won't be, it'll be this Dirty Dozen style World War II thing.
Oh, that's right. You've been
thinking
about that for a long time.
Yeah, I've been writing on it for a long time. And
what's the title?
Inglourious Basterds.
Right.
And the only reason I hadn't done it yet is because it just expanded into such a thing that I was writing a novel, all right? Well, now I can't reveal it, but now I know how to do a novel, all right? And I think you can do that now, all right, in cinema or even on television. So actually, in a weird way, the public's general interest in entertainment and the way it's done has caught up with what I always wanted to do with it. Because at some point, I almost abandoned it and I'll just have to turn it into a book. But now, I mean, I could do it as a miniseries. I could do it as anything.
Beyond Inglourious, is there some other great idea that's banging around there that you've been wanting to do, but the time is not quite right?
That's a good way you threw a little twist right at the end there that changed my answer. Let me give you two quick answers on that. One, Inglourious Basterds is the next big mountain I need to climb before I can see the other mountains. I need to be who I'm going to be having done that, and then I'll have other horizons to cross. Having said that, I can't, if there's one genre I think is the most disreputable genre out there, and I never want to have anything to do with it, it's the biopic. I can't stand the biopics.
Never seen one you like?
Not really, all right? They're all just showcases for actors to win awards, all right? And mostly because they want to do the story from beginning to end.
Right. So,
but I would one of these days love to do the John Brown story. Yeah, he's one of my biggest heroes of all time. And I'd actually like to play John Brown because I think I even kind of look like him a little bit. But I'm actually thinking that maybe that might even be the last movie I ever make. I'll be 59, 60. I'll look the right age. I'll be the right age. And so, but that's like an Unforgiven thing. That's
now, why is he such a hero?
Because he pretty much ended slavery all by himself and was, and like all great patriots was tried for treason. And he's the only white man who has ever earned a spot on Black History calendars. All right, and like it's just they're looking you in the eye. Nobody saw slavery the way he saw it. And just if we have to start killing people to stop this, then they're going to know what time it is. And I love him. He's my favorite American of all time.
Great to have you here.
Great to be here.
Thank
Great
you,
to
Robert.
be here.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Grindhouse in theaters, April 6th. See you next time.
Quentin Tarantino is here. He burst into the film world in 1992 with his movie Reservoir Dogs. His second effort, Pulp Fiction, turned him into an icon in the film world. His movies often mix sparkling dialogue with sensationalized violence. Here is a look at some of his work.
Is that supposed to be funny? Look, we think this place ain't safe. This place just ain't secure anymore. We're leaving. You should go with us. Nobody's going anywhere.
And you know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris?
They don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh, man, they got the metric system. They wouldn't know what the quarter pounder is.
And what do they call it?
They call it a Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese.
That's right.
What do they call a Big Mac?
Well, Big Mac's a Big Mac, but they call it Le Big Mac.
Le Big Mac. What do they call a Whopper?
I don't know. I didn't go on a Burger King.
Beauty case.
What's in it?
Beauty products. Alarm clock. Glass case. Birth control.
What's that?
My diet.
See what else is in there.
Here. Here.
What's this?
服部半蔵に一体何の用ですか？
日本刀が必要で。
一体日本刀を何に使うんですか？
切りたいネズミがいるから。
You must have big rats. You need Hattori Hanzo's stew.
Huge.
If you want to be old school about it, and you know I'm all about old school, then we could wait until dawn and slice each other up at sunrise like a couple of real-life honest. Now, if you don't settle down, I'm going to have to put one in your kneecap. And I hear tell that's a very painful place to get shot in.
Well, Pam, which way you going? Left or right?
Right.
That's too bad.
Why?
Well, because it was a 50-50 shot on whether you'd be going left or right. You see, we're both going left. You could have just as easily been going left, too, and if that was the case, it would have been a while before you started getting scared. But since you're going the other way, I'm afraid you're going to have to start getting scared immediately.
Tarantino's latest film may be his most ambitious yet. Inglourious Basterds features a band of Jewish-American Nazi hunters who unleash a plot to end the Second World War. Here is a look at the trailer.
10 hot! I'm putting together a special team. We're going to be doing one thing and one thing only.
killing Nazis. Sound good? Yes, sir! I'm gonna assume you know who we are.
Everybody in the German army's heard of you.
You probably heard we ain't in the prisoner-taking business. We in the killing Nazi business. And cousin, business is booming. If you ever wanna eat a sauerkraut sandwich again, take your wiener schnitzel leg and finger and point out on this map what I want to know.
I respectfully refuse.
Hey, Donnie. Guy's German here wants to die for country. Oblige him.
An American Secret Service outfit lives deep behind enemy lines. The Germans call them the Bastards. These Yanks have been them the devil.
Well, we're all tickled to hear you say that.
The Germans are throwing a gala premiere. In attendance will be most of the German High Command. You'll rendezvous with our double agent. She'll take it from there.
You're getting us in that premiere.
It's suicide.
What else we gonna do? Go home?
So what's the plan? We punch those goons out, take their machine guns, and burst in there and blast them.
Is that the plan?
That's about it. Or not.
There's something you don't know. Hitler is attending the premiere.
Getting a whack Uncle Adolf makes us a horse of different color.
We have all our rotten eggs in one basket. The objective of the operation, blow up the basket.
I'm gonna give you a little something you can't take on.
You're getting pretty good at that. You know, in the hands of the SS. My hands, to be exact.
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
I am pleased to have Quentin Tarantino back at this table. Welcome.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Actually, that was if I say so myself, that was a fun little oeuvre. I was kind of getting off of my own work there for a second.
A body of work right there. So what is a Tarantino film?
Oh, gosh, I might not be the best person to describe that.
Well, I once read where you said that I can do film criticism as good as anybody I've ever read.
I would agree. Probably not Pauline Kael and maybe short of Andrew Sarris, but after that. Part of actually, one of the things is, actually a good way to describe this is, like in this movie, for example, people have asked me questions about, like, well, were you concerned about the level of humor that's in a World War II film? There's not really been a lot of humorous World War II movies made in the last 30 years. And what were you worried about that? And it was like, I can't help it. That's just kind of what I do. When I write these stories, and then and humor comes out of it, and so it's if that stuff wasn't in there, if the set pieces, if the kind of love of cinema, if the humor, if that wasn't in there, I would question my authorialship. It probably wasn't done by me.
Dialogue is one great thing for you. Mm-hmm. Some sense of, you have always liked a camera in motion, too.
Yeah.
That goes around.
Right, yeah.
You like, what else? Tell me what are the elements for you that you want to see in your films, because they represent a Tarantino signature.
Well,
music is another.
Yeah, that's definitely one of them. But, like, I guess when it comes to the actual writing of the piece, where it really becomes what it's going to become, is it's about character, and the dialogue just comes out of the character, and I don't lead the characters. I let the characters lead me, both as far as who they are and the conversations and even the scenario itself. I mean, like, for instance, if I've got a character here with this glass and I have every intention of getting him to where that glass is, well, that's a good idea on my part, I think. Yeah. But once I get them going there, they might reject the glass. Right. And they go somewhere else. And they are the ones that know best.
Yeah, and when you're writing that, are you thinking of particular actors in mind?
It's all different. All right. Actually, in this movie in particular, almost everybody, I didn't have anybody in mind at all. And I actually think it's one of the reasons why the characters became so vivid, is because it was more like a novel. I wasn't thinking about actors or their limitations. It's one of the reasons, like, the character Colonel Londa speaks so many languages. I didn't have to worry about that. But in the case of, like, say, Kill Bill, that was completely designed for Uma Thurman.
It came out of Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
You knew her. You wanted to make a movie.
Yeah, and that was like, I'm actually building the movie around her. I couldn't do it without her.
So if I said to you, you have always wanted to make this movie, what would I be talking about?
Well, you know, it's funny. Well, I think in particularly in this case is part of the thing that I like to do is I like genre. I like working in genre, and I like working very personally and very minutely inside of a fun movie genre. And I even like the subgenres inside of genre. So like in the case of this being a war movie, it's not just a war movie, it's a bunch of guys on a mission war movie. But you know, that's kind of what it is I do. In another movie, it could be a Western. Another movie could be a swashbuckler.
And you'll do a musical, and I mean, you try to, in a life career span, you'll touch most genres?
You know, more or less, yes. I mean, I started off with crime films, but I didn't want to just go down that road. I mean, it's been a while since I've done a crime film. I actually might go back and visit it again because I think now it would be fresh. But I do like genres. I do want to make a Western. I keep kind of making these half-ass Westerns, you know, that aren't really officially Westerns. But even like when you bring up musicals, that might be one I don't know if I do because I like the musical aspects that are in my movie right now. I get in and get out whenever I want.
This movie, how long did it take you to write it?
Well, it's, you know, I came up with the idea about 10 years ago in 1998.
And the idea was?
Well, the idea was let me do a bunch of guys on a mission war movie. And
so this was Dirty Dozen.
Yes, exactly.
Plus.
Yeah, so I thought of the idea. I came up with most of the characters that you see in the movie now. And I came up with the idea of the character Aldo Rain, played by Brad Pitt, who leads these Jewish American soldiers behind enemy lines to basically do an Apache resistance against the Nazis. So I had that in my head, Shoshana in mind, the character that Melanie Laurent plays. Right. And then I had the first two chapters written, which is, it's a chapter structure. I had those first two chapters. But I had a different storyline in mind. And I was writing that, and it was just too big. It was just, it wouldn't have been a movie. It could have been a miniseries maybe, but it wasn't a movie. People were saying that I had writer's block. I had the opposite of writer's block. I could not shut my brain off. I couldn't stop writing. And also you have to remember, back in 98, this would have been my first original since Pulp Fiction, so I was very precious about the whole thing. So I put it aside and decided to go to Kill Bill to tame myself, cut to Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. Right. I had epicitis at that time. So when I came back to it in 2008, I realized it was that story that was just too all-encompassing. So I got rid of that story and came up with a new story. And that new story was the whole idea of a German Audie Murphy soldier, played by Frederick Zoller, and who's done this wonderful thing for Germany right at a bad time in the war for them. And so Joseph Goebbels is going to make a movie about him, and there's going to be a premiere, and then the actual mission, the Guns of the Navarone section, would be blowing up the premiere.
Yes, I can see this.
Movie on the Navarone.
And the idea of cinema in this movie is everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It takes place at a cinema. Yeah. Goebbels loved movies. And you love movies.
Yeah.
So tell me where it all comes together.
Well, the thing that kind of cracked me up was there's a scene early on in the movie where you're really being introduced for the first time fully to the Shoshana character who plays who's a Jewish woman. Her whole family was murdered by the Nazis, and you cut to her 4 years later, and she's hiding inside of Paris, and she owns a cinema. And that Frederick Zoller character I talked about is a German soldier who likes movies too, and starts talking to her. And he's trying chatting her up a little bit.
And he's going to be in a movie because he's a war hero.
Yeah, he's a war hero. Yeah, it's kind of like really true, like an Audie Murphy kind of fellow, but for Nazis. And all of a sudden they're talking, and I'm writing this script. Again, I don't know exactly what they're going to say there. I get them talking, and they do it. And so all of a sudden they start having a conversation about Max Linder versus Charlie Chaplin versus Pabst versus Lene Riefenstahl. And when the whole scene's over and I put the pen down, I'm like, man, I go to do a World War II movie, and it ends up being a love letter to cinema. I just cannot not, apparently. But, you know, even the whole but I actually was really fascinated once I got up the idea of doing the whole Nazi propaganda film as a premiere. Just the whole idea of dealing with German cinema under the Third Reich.
That's really never been done before. Even dealing with Joseph Goebbels, not as necessarily the architect of evil as he's always presented, but as his job as a studio head, which was one of his main jobs.
Right, right.
You know,
and he fancied himself David O. Selznick, did he? Or?
Yeah, well, it's he was a very he considers himself a very artistic producer, and you know, he had made over 800 films, and except for the movies of Leni Riefenstahl, he had his hand in almost every single one of them. Well, one thing that
but nothing to do with hers.
No, he wasn't allowed to. That was the one. He had control over everybody in the German film industry, with the sole exception of Leni Riefenstahl.
Because she was Hitler's favorite.
She was Hitler's favorite, and they despised each other. But she was the one that that did not have to cow down to him. But you know, one thing I thought was really interesting is I read Goebbels' diaries preparing for this movie, and he had some very, very interesting takes on cinema. And he had some very, very interesting takes on propaganda itself. Like, for instance, when he saw Battleship Potemkin, all right, he thought it was brilliant technique, but very bad propaganda. He thought it was too heavy-handed. He said if it had been less heavy-handed, softer on the propaganda side, but just as much technique, it could have accomplished far more.
I can't imagine. Is there anybody that was better propaganda than he was, albeit for evil purpose?
Yes, exactly. Well, you know, what he considered the greatest piece of propaganda of the war, and he spent a long time trying to duplicate it, was William Wyler's Mrs. Miniver. That really stored up the home front.
So he knew cinema too.
Oh yeah. I mean, that was, you know, that really boned up the home front in England, and he spent a lot of his career trying to recreate a Mrs. Miniver for Germany.
Okay, so we've got the cinema ideas there. Revenge is there.
Yeah.
There is Dirty Dozen. There is sort of the Cherokee idea, which is we're going to go in there, we're going to kill them, we're not taking prisoners, and we're going to scalp them, and we're going to leave a mark.
Yeah, the idea there, the idea behind them doing an Apache resistance is the idea that it's you know, they'll ambush 7 soldiers, say, all right, and they kill them, and they take their scalps, and they desecrate the bodies and leave them there for the Germans to find. It's not about those 7 guys they killed. Sure. It's about the story that's going to go about the bastards and how it's going to get into the psyche of the German soldier.
Now, how did you create the idea of the German guy who was, in fact, he was a sleuth.
Yeah.
You know, played by
That's exactly
That's exactly what he was.
Yeah.
He was the guy who would find out where the Jews were.
Yeah. His name is Colonel Hans Landa, played by Christoph Waltz, and his nickname that the Jews have given him in France is the Jew Hunter.
Yeah. And we'll talk about the acting in a minute. How did you create the character? What was it based on, or was that simply out of your mind?
It's, you know, he just flowed out of me. I mean, I really can't really tell you, well, I did this or I did that. I think the first scene that I wrote in the movie was the opening scene. I always have to kind of write in order. The opening scene in the film where he's interrogating the French farmer at the film.
But then you believe then that character is fully formed in your mind, because the dialogue that takes place, the mannerisms that take place, continue through the film in every encounter he has.
He's not really fully formed. I mean, they grow. They teach me who they are. Like, to give you an example, one of the things about his character that's one of the most striking things is he's obviously a linguistic genius. Well, I didn't know that when I wrote that first scene. I knew he could speak French, but I didn't know that he was such a linguistic genius until he just kept being able to speak one language after another.
Then did you have to find an actor who could do that?
Oh, yeah. That was the thing. That was the big deal. I mean, one of the things, when I finished that script, I knew that Colonel Landa was one of the greatest characters I've ever written and one of the greatest characters I will ever write.
Hans Landa is played by Christoph Waltz, a German actor.
Yes,
a German actor who was not at the height of his career.
No. He's a TV actor in Germany.
And in fact, he said at Cannes, he basically, in a very emotional moment, said you had given back his career. Yeah. And you said something interesting too. You gave me my movie.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
I mean, that dialogue could hardly be written, could it?
Yeah, no. It's a thing. Like I was saying before, when I wrote that script, I just knew that Landa was, you know, I'm aware enough to know one of my best creations I've ever written, and he was one of them.
But okay, let me just understand that.
Sure.
A great creation has, first of all, he's larger than life in some way, or he has mannerisms that are defining, or he has a style.
Well, you know, I guess it's more.
He has a look. He has.
I think it's, you know, I mean, I've been doing this for like 17 years now, so I do have a little rogues gallery of characters that are like my characters, and he was just one of the strongest that had ever come out. And then maybe in some way he revealed himself more to me as far as like I really
let the character live. So I discovered him as I was writing him.
What's interesting about him is that he does everything with drama.
Yeah.
Every set piece is a dramatic piece, whether it is because he discovered a shoe at a scene of a massacre, and he knows where to go find the person who the shoe belongs to, rather than just saying, is this your shoe? As an elaborate ritual.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing is, everything Londa does, he is a detective. That's first and foremost where he's coming from. He's a detective. And everything he does, his scenes are basically almost all interrogation scenes.
At a moment, he says that it's somewhere in the film.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And every scene he does is some version of an interrogation, and every piece of interrogation is a piece of theater or a mind game with the participant. I'll just give you an example. And there was also, it helps describe how me and Christoph worked on the film. Just to give you an idea, in the script, in the opening scene, when he's interrogating this French farmer, the French farmer takes out a pipe and starts smoking it. And at some point, Londa says, hey, can I take out my pipe? And he goes, yes. And he pulls out this big, giant calabash, which is the pipe that Sherlock Holmes smokes. And it's a very funny moment when it happens. And
he drinks milk.
Yeah, and he drinks the farmer's, he's a dairy farmer, so he drinks his milk as opposed to wine. But he has this pipe. And so I wrote that in the script. And then I actually had a couple of more moments where I had Londa take out the pipe and, smoke and think. And so it was Londa's pipe. But I started thinking about it more and more as pre-production was going on. And I had dinner with Christoph. And I asked him, I go, let me ask you a question. In the script, it implies that this is definitely Londa's pipe, and he uses it to think. But let me ask you a question. What if Londa doesn't smoke a pipe? He knows the farmer smokes a pipe. And so at a certain point, he brings out this pipe. And what pipe does he bring out? He brings out the Sherlock Holmes pipe. One, you can say it's a sexual thing because my pipe's bigger than yours. All right. And the other thing, you can say, I know you're lying and I got you. I've got the Sherlock Holmes pipe. So maybe he doesn't smoke a pipe at all. It's simply just an interrogation technique to throw the farmer, send him more to hell. And so what do you think, Christoph? He goes, no, he doesn't smoke a pipe at all. It is simply an act of theater.
If one were to determine what attribute the German people share with a beast, it would be the cunning and the predatory instinct of a hawk. But if one were to determine what attributes the Jews share with the beast, it would be that of the rat. If a rat were to walk in here right now as I'm talking, would you greet it with a source of your delicious milk?
Probably not.
I didn't think so. You don't like them. You don't really know why you don't like them. All you know is you find them repulsive. Consequently, a German soldier conducts a search of a house suspected of hiding Jews. Where does the hawk look? He looks in the barn, he looks in the attic, he looks in the cellar, he looks everywhere he would hide. But there's so many places it would never occur to a hawk to hide. However, the reason the Führer's brought me off my Alps in Austria and placed me in French cow country today is because it does occur to me. Because I'm aware what tremendous feats human beings are capable of once they abandon dignity.
He won the Cannes Film Festival Best Actor Award.
Yeah, deservedly.
So the other characters, the two women.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny because the character of Shoshana.
Brad will speak for himself.
Yeah, exactly. The three characters that have been in my mind for the last 10 years in particular would be Brad's character Aldo Rain, Hans Landa, and then the character Shoshana Dreyfus, played by Melanie Laurent. And Shoshana in the film is a Jewish woman, a Jewish young girl, who saw her family massacred by the Nazis, and she's been hiding in Paris. And the thing is, with Shoshana, years ago, when I wrote the character, I had her much, much more of being a real badass. And she was killing Nazis, and she had a list of officers. She was like a real Joan of Arc of the Jews. And, she'd snipe Nazis from the rooftops of Paris and all this kind of stuff.
I like this.
And it was a lot of fun, all right? And I wrote these really great action sequences for Shoshana, and that was the deal.
So why didn't we use them?
Well, because I put it away, and I did Kill Bill. And almost everything that I liked about Shoshana, I gave to the bride. And so the bride did all that stuff, and the bride's the one with a list, and the bride's the one going down the list and kicking butt. So when I come back to it after Kill Bill, I go, well, I can't do this again. But what I liked about that aspect was it actually enabled me to make Shoshana more realistic, as opposed to being this tough Joan of Arc girl. She's a survivor. She's a survivor. It actually made her much more like Jackie Brown than the bride, because I think Shoshana's strength is keeping it together in tight situations where anyone else would crumble, when anyone else would melt. She manages to keep her poise.
Were they planning to go down in flames with everybody else, or did they think they were going to be able to get away because what they did was on film?
Yeah, Shoshana is thinking she's going to go up with the theater. You know, she can't imagine living through something like this. So it is a suicide mission on her part. As far as the Bastards are concerned, if the first group, which is not, well, I don't want to explain right now, but if the first group were to get in, they could actually drop the bombs off and get out.
Right.
But when Brad's group goes in, they're such bumbling idiots as far as their situation that let's just get us in the building. If we can get at the building, we'll let off the bombs, all right? We don't have to pull this off 100%. Just get us in the building.
So,
and then the case of the other female character, Bridget von Hammersmark, played by Diane Kruger.
It was a brilliant German actress.
Yeah, she's terrific. She's terrific.
Real character?
No, she is. There's a lot of shadow things in this movie where I take a real life thing and I do a shadow version of it. And her character to me is based on two characters. One, there's a Hungarian actress that came to Hollywood named Ilona Massey, and I just kind of based it on, like, if Bridget von Hammersmark had gone to Hollywood during the Dietrich craze, her career would have been like Ilona Massey. But the thing that I was really thinking about is there was a singer and actress in Germany at the time named Sarah Leander. And she was really the Nazi poster child. This is a big chanteuse and big singer and starred in tons of musicals. Now, this is not for sure. It's just a rumor. But as much as a Nazi poster child as she was, there's a rumor, because in my movie, Bridget von Hammersmark, it has that kind of cachet with the Germans, but she's actually working for England. Sarah Leander, rumors exist that she was actually working for the Soviet Union.
I know the story, exactly.
And so again, it's a shadow thing.
Weren't there two of them that were working for the Soviet Union?
Well, there was somebody else too. I can't.
Yeah.
But Sarah Leander,
both of them were working for the Soviet
exactly.
Union. Yeah.
And Sarah Leander was the one. That's one of the things that actually
that gave you the idea.
It gave me the idea.
This storyline, or what do you call it when you create a backstory for an actor?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you create a backstory for an actor,
right.
And for the character. I mean, that's one of my things. Whether or not the audience knows about it, I know about the character's past, and I just want the actors to know. Now, the audience doesn't need to know. Like, for instance, Brad Pitt's character, Aldo Rain, has a rope burn.
Exactly.
Around his neck. But I never wanted to explain what happened.
I desperately wanted to know.
Well, I want you to just figure it out, all right? I mean, it's up to you to supply where that rope burn came from.
I mean, I would love to have had a little bit of a conversation that he would have referred to that.
Yeah, if I wanted you to know, I would have told you. I like the idea
But your idea of cinema, then, is to keep a lot of stuff in. You want mystery in the film itself.
You know, it's like
you want us not to know everything.
Well, I like the idea. I like the idea that if you contemplate why there is a rope burn there, and somebody else contemplates why there is a rope burn there, and somebody else contemplates it, and three different people come up with three different reasons why he got a rope burn, those are three different movies you all saw. And I like that idea. I like the idea that you open up the briefcase in Pulp Fiction, and I don't tell you what's in there, but it's up to you to figure out what's in there, and now that's your movie. And you'll make that decision somewhere down the line. Now, if I tell you at this table what it is, then you'll throw that away, and I don't want you to throw away. That's your movie.
All right. In the end, this is a movie. It's a revenge movie. In the end,
no, I go for that. For that.
But didn't Eli Roth say it was
It's kosher porn.
Kosher porn. And what did he mean by that?
I think what he meant by that was, I've been waiting to see this for a long time. Watching Jews bash the heads of Nazis is almost sexual gratification.
Scalp them and everything else.
Exactly. Yeah,
and beat them up with him. And he's in the film.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he plays the bear Jew, Donnie Donowitz.
Yes, right. Now, there was a story that I read that originally you wanted Stallone and Bruce Willis and others. Does that have any merit at all?
No, those are all terrific actors. I've worked with Bruce Willis. But as you can see from the movie, there's not parts for them. I don't see them playing Jews. No. All right. But no, that was just internet rumors.
All right. The movie you made is 2.5 hours? How long? 2:52?
No, not that long. It's actually shorter than Pulp Fiction. It's it's like 2 hours and 30 minutes.
And that's about right for you?
No, I think it's paced just fine. I wanted it to. I was more disciplined on the writing of the script than I'd been in a while, as far as just the script writing was concerned, because I didn't want it to be a 3-hour movie. And it's the kind of movie that could easily be something like that, especially the way I write. And then also even the thing is because I wanted to make the Cannes Film Festival, I didn't have time to muck about.
You did it in 6 weeks, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, a little longer than that.
Why did you do that? Why couldn't you make the Cannes Film Festival in 2010?
Oh man, that'd just be too far away, man. I wanted to.
And you were convinced you could do it?
Yeah, I was convinced I could do it, or at least give it the old college try.
So
but I know if I'm going to climb that mountain, I'll make it. But I also liked the idea of bringing a more of a disciplined aspect to the film in itself. Look, when you get to be a director in my lucky situation that I'm in, you don't make yourself normally less comfortable. You make yourself more comfortable. And that can be all well and good, but maybe you shouldn't be so
no, you don't believe that at all, that you should be more comfortable.
No, I don't, but it kind of starts happening, though. Yeah. And, if you didn't finish the scene, there's always manana. I took away manana.
Where is it inside of you, some sense of where the brass ring is?
Well, I guess at the end of the day, the brass ring... It's actually funny. I used to be able to answer that question more, but the more that I've accomplished and I'm satisfied with what I've done so far, that brass ring, it's not that it's getting further away. I just kind of feel like I'm kind of doing it, and I just want to keep it up.
Yeah, it's a continuum.
The brass ring is the filmography.
Yeah.
The brass ring is an oeuvre that you can be proud of, and everything is of a certain quality that never goes down from that. And I have to say, just looking at that little clip that you had of my movies, I was feeling pretty darn good about myself. But that's
any missteps at all in your judgment?
Well, not really. In the case of not as far as writer-director. Not as far. I've done my side projects.
And that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Was it not?
Well, I learned a lot from them.
You said an interesting thing too. You said that if you want to be a writer, one damn good thing to do is to go be go to acting class, go be an actor.
No, I agree with that. Definitely.
What does it give you?
It actually, especially if you want to be a writer, actually learning about acting and everything, actually it gives you more of an insight to these characters. I can do what I'm talking about, where I can just get the characters talking to each other, and they can just be, and they come from me. Well, a lot of that comes from me studying acting as opposed to writing classes. I studied acting classes. Also, as a director, it gives you a sense of how to talk to an actor. You understand. You're walking a mile in their shoes, and you kind of understand it.
I understand how to speak to actors if, in fact, you've been an actor.
Exactly. Yeah. No. That's one of the things about actor directors have it over most other directors that are more technically oriented is they speak actor talk. They know how to elicit things from an actor and make them comfortable. If you work, I actually believe very much so that if you could make anybody comfortable enough when they're going to perform that anybody could be a really good actor. It really is, can you make them comfortable? If you could make anybody your uncle Ernie, if you could make him comfortable enough on camera, he would give a good performance. Exactly. It's all about comfort.
Exactly. Christoph in this film it's almost like he has created in his own mind who this character was, which is what a good actor does.
Exactly.
And Brad does that with his accent and his style.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And then he inhabits that character.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not so much what's that about then? You know the character, and so you get inside the character, and you make him become real.
Well, yeah, it's in the case of actually both Christoph and Brad. On one hand, it's right there on the page. Right. It's right there, and they don't have to go and find somebody that they can pattern the character after. They have me. I know this person. I can explain who they are, and if they end up living through the war, I can explain to them what happened to them afterwards.
Can you really?
Yeah. Oh, very much so.
You read film criticism. You could make film criticism if that was what you wanted to do. Tell me about some of the criticism. It is about what you're doing here.
Yeah.
First of all, you suffer from this idea that once you made Pulp Fiction, everything would be compared to Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. I don't consider that a suffering, though. Well, you said to me when I came on for Jackie Brown, your competition is yourself.
Exactly.
I wouldn't have it any other way. That's a great place to be. All right. And
And and then everyone's arguing, oh, this is better than Pulp Fiction. No, this was better than Pulp Fiction. No, actually, Pulp Fiction wasn't so good. All right, and there's a whole lot of people. I'd actually the film comment sight and sound crowd actually look at my work and say, there's Jackie Brown and then there's everything else.
Do they really?
Yeah. Jackie Brown has swung completely in the other direction when it comes to the hoity-toity serious American critics.
But you sat down here and you and I were talking about how much we both love Uma Thurman.
Yeah.
And you said you think Kill Bill is maybe your best movie.
Well, it's definitely my most personal movie. I mean, forever when people would ask me what my favorite film is of mine, I almost felt like sacrilege to say anything but Reservoir Dogs, because it just changed my life, and there'll never be that again, and I actually think it's kind of a perfect movie for what it is, and actually it's been 17 years, so I can actually say that now without sounding like I'm self-aggrandizing myself. It's just what it is. But I watched Kill Bill Volume 2 just about a month ago. I think maybe spurred on because of David Carradine dying, and I screened a print at my house and watched it just by myself. And at that moment, it actually became my favorite movie I've ever done. I actually enjoyed it so much. And, it's... when I was joking before about that masterpiece line, when it comes to this, would I like this to be my masterpiece? Yes, I'd like each new movie to be my masterpiece, and this one's got a lot behind it. But truthfully, as far as me judging it, it would be I'd need at least 3 years of distance to actually really see where it would fit in my oeuvre.
All right, a couple of criticisms. One, and actually, you once were on this program with some critics. We had a nice, interesting discussion about film. This is David Demme, The New Yorker. Inglourious Basterds is not boring, but it's ridiculously and appallingly insensitive. A Louisville slugger applied to the head of anyone who has ever taken the Nazis, the war, or the resistance seriously. Not that Tarantino intends any malice towards such earnest people. The Nazis for him are merely available movie troops, articulate monsters with a talent for sadism. By making the Americans cruel too, he escapes the customary division of good and evil along national lines, but he escapes any sense of moral accountability as well. In a Tarantino movie, everyone commits atrocities like all the directors' work after Jackie Brown. The movie becomes pure sensation.
Now, okay, but one thing. Okay, it's hard to talk about bad criticism about yourself without sounding defensive.
Right.
All right.
Defensive is okay.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, you could actually say that exact same sentence and put a positive spin on it, and that would be actually a positive thing. Right. All right, because it is a method. I actually do have a thing where I actually make it a point not to apply morality to my. I am not Quentin being this moral judge on my characters any more than an actor can really terrifically be a moral judge.
If you're looking for moral lessons, don't come to me.
Well, I actually think they're refreshingly free of them. All right, the characters are the characters. Now, one of the things is, on one hand, I've set up this nice little fantasy masturbatory kind of thing of Jews turning the tables on Nazis, and there's an aspect you can have a lot of fun with that. At the same time, like I've always done in my characters, I try to make that very, very complicated. Like, for instance, there's a sequence early on where you see Brad Pitt interrogating a Nazi sergeant, and the Bear Jew comes in there and does what he does.
That was in the trailer.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the thing about it is, there is this movie kind of moment about it that could be kind of fun. But at the same time, that German sergeant, under any criteria of bravery in the face of enemy, passes the test. And you can't help but even kind of admire the German sergeant for his not, knowing he's going to die.
He's operating on a code, his own code.
Exactly. Just a code of bravery that would apply to anybody in war.
Exactly, a military code.
And even the character of Frederick Zoller.
And so do you create him to be? Is that in your mind?
It's complicated. It just complicates the man. It doesn't make it so easy to applaud. You can still applaud.
There's no whimpering on that guy.
Yeah, but there's no whimpering at all. And by the way, if he was a cringing coward when Donnie the Bear Jew comes out there, it would be a lot easier to have fun at his expense.
Right. No, I agree with you. Now, let me just read one other thing. This is from the New York Magazine. The common view of Quentin Tarantino as a sicko gore freak overlooks his real gift, which is for long and fraught and winding dialogues before the carnage erupts. Watching his World War II action thriller, Inglourious Basterds, you might wish the blood would never come. The payoffs are common, but the foreplay is killer. Even more than his other genre mashups, this is Switchback journey through Tarantino's twisted inner landscape where cinema and history, misogyny and feminism, sadism and romanticism collide and split and rebond in bizarre new hybrids. The movie is an ungainly pastiche, yet on some whacked-out onion level, it's all of a piece. That's pretty good, though.
Yeah, that was a lot of adjectives.
That's pretty good, though. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too, actually.
I mean, he does get. But so, you know what this says? It says that somehow you are different in terms of filmmakers. You wouldn't have this conversation, or maybe you could, with a lot of other people. I mean, I think of some of the people who've been here recently.
Well, well, look, just for instance, one of the most talented filmmakers of, my generation is David Fincher.
Right.
All right. But he's not in the same category as me because I'm a writer-director, and that makes it different. That makes it a different thing. And I think one of the things is, one of the things that I really don't, that I've been focused on is there's a lot of writer-directors that come out, and they write and direct one movie, a second movie, a third movie. Well, there's a real voice there. There's a real voice. But you know what? It's hard work to go to that blank piece of paper and start from square one. Start from scratch every single solitary time. You are at the bottom of Mount Everest every single solitary time, and everything you've done before not only does not help you, it could even hang over your head. And that is a tough road to hoe, and you make less movies that way. And it's a lot easier to go and look at the scripts that are out there and available, and you can maybe work with a writer or do a little rewrite or do that kind of thing, and you get more movies made. But, cut to 6 years down the line, and where's that voice? It's gone away. And I'm proud of the fact that, with the exception of Jackie, I love Jackie Brown, but I don't really have any intention of doing any more novel things. Never say never, but I don't.
No, nobody. You're not going to adopt anybody else's novel.
No, I don't see that happening right now. Because to me, the glory in what I do is the fact that it starts with a blank piece of paper. You look at something like Inglourious Basterds, and that did not. If my mother never met my father, that would not exist in any way, shape, or form. If my mother hadn't met my father, there would be no Inglourious Basterds in any way. It started off with a pen and a piece of paper, and now I have a movie.
Say, if you weren't born, there would be no Inglourious Basterds because only you could create it. Although there was a movie of that title.
Yeah, but that's
made
just the
by
title.
some Italian.
Yeah, it was a fun movie, though. It's a fun movie, but it's not a remake.
It was made in when, in the 30s? 40s?
No. 1978.
Oh, yeah. Had to be the.
And then I changed the spelling of it, too.
Right.
Even more
Why
of
did
it.
you do that?
It's just an artistic stroke. To actually put it under the microscope.
To have us ask questions about it.
Yeah, well, just to describe it means I might as well not have done it, It's a Basquiat-esque touch.
Oh, Basquiat? Oh, really?
Why did he take the restaurant check and Elmer's glue it to his painting?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Can you imagine ever wanting to do, from your own pen, a story of a real person, a kind of smart, innovative, different biopic? Let's assume it's someone interesting like Van Gogh or Picasso or someone like that, where there's a creative force to be reckoned with.
Well, I'm gonna say exactly how I feel about that, and then I'm gonna do a little caveat to it. I don't like biopics at all. I think it's it's my least favorite genre.
Why?
I actually think there's hardly anybody whose story from beginning to end is very interesting. To me,
I could not disagree with you more.
Not for a movie. To me,
not for a movie. So let's take one example. Maybe this is not what we're talking about. Let's assume something like Patton.
Yeah.
Is that a good movie or not a good movie in your judgment?
That's okay.
Give me the best. What is the closest story of which maybe they took literary?
Well, I'll tell you exactly. Okay, if I were going to, like for instance, I'll give you an example of something that I don't want to do it, but it was something I thought about a long time ago. I would not be interested in doing the life story of Elvis Presley, but I could do a day in the life of Elvis Presley, like the day he decided to walk into Sun Records and he changed music. Now that could be an interesting movie. I'm not interested in somebody's whole life, but to actually crystallize it to the moment, and even the idea that the end of the movie is him walking into Sun Records, but what happened to him that whole day? Now, having said that, there is one story that I could be interested in doing, and it would probably be one of the last movies I do. Is my favorite hero in America is John Brown.
Exactly.
John Brown is he's my favorite American who ever lived.
Why is that?
Well, just
because of what he did.
Yeah, you know.
And what happened to him?
He basically single-handedly started the road to end slavery, and the fact that he killed people to do it. You know, he decided, okay, we start spilling white blood, then they're going to start getting the idea.
Yeah, how many movies have been made about John Brown? I mean,
and not very many. I mean, you know, and there's never
there
been
was one that people were talking about several years ago.
Yeah, well, there was Raymond Massey played him as a bad guy in a couple of movies, and he's popped up from here and there in his little parts. But again, I wouldn't go the dreary, solemn historical route. I mean, that actually is a very exciting story about him and his sons, you know, doing these raids and freeing slaves and stuff. That could be a true adventure movie.
You wouldn't have to make it as biographical, do you? You could make it simply.
Well, I would make it true, all right, but I would.
No, but you wouldn't have to do his entire life.
I wouldn't. I just don't like that musty thing. To me, those movies are they're showcases for actors, but they're not really showcases for storytellers or directors.
Where does this love of dialogue come from? This sense of, I mean, there's a setup, there's a set scene. Mm-hmm. Your movies are famous for set scenes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, they're very big. They're very big. They're set piece driven.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a set piece that takes place,
yeah.
and so you see the competition through words of people sitting at a table like this, and one is trying to detect whether this person is real or authentic.
Yeah.
And turns out that he's a film critic.
Yeah, right, exactly. Based on Graham Greene, actually, that character.
Right?
Yeah.
Green?
Yeah, he was a commando. He was a film critic and a commando in World War II. Yeah, I mean, it's glancing off of the based on him, but it was an idea. But like to give you an example on that, one of the, that's a scene that's built around both dialogue, but dialogue as a mechanism for suspense. And I remember after I came out with Pulp Fiction, so I had 2 movies by that time, some critic said something to the effect of, Tarantino will never be a master of suspense because he's too far in love with minutia. And I actually thought that was a fair enough criticism back then. So now I want to actually do a movie where I actually indulge in suspense, and I go for it. And my method of it, and use that scene and the opening scene of the movie as an example, it's like there's the scene above ground and the scene below ground. And the scene above ground is what's going on and the dialogue and them sitting around this table and talking. Underneath it, it's like the suspense is a rubber band. And I'm just stretching it and stretching it and stretching and see how far it can stretch. Right. Now, normally in a situation when you do a movie, you try to make your scenes as compact as possible so there's not air and you don't wear out your welcome with the audience. But under this method, as long as that rubber band can stretch, the longer the scene can hold, the more suspenseful it is. That scene is more suspenseful at 22 minutes than would be at 8. Right. So you want to just stretch it until the rubber band breaks.
David Carradine. It is said that because he was in Kill Bill, obviously, you were terribly fond of him, moved by him,
very much so.
and had a hard time adjusting,
Yeah, it's like, well,
appreciate David Carradine for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he was one of Hollywood's great, wild man acting geniuses, and he truly had a fantastic life. His autobiography, Endless Highway, is one of the best autobiographies I've ever read. I mean, really, he had a Dickensian life. Even the whole being raised by John Carradine and all the stuff he went through. I mean, there is an aspect that when he died, to me, I look at it a little differently than a lot of people. I don't think it's sad for him. I think it's sad for his loved ones. I think it's sad for us who miss him and won't have him around anymore. That guy lived a life of 5 people, man. He put a lot into that life, and he lived it his way in every way, shape, and form. And that's almost like he lived a Kerouac-style life. Kerouac would have been proud to write about David Carradine. So, and he died an old man. So, I mean, he went out with, as far as I'm concerned, no regrets, living a good life. It's sad. It's not sad for him. It's sad for us. It's sad for us who know him because he's not around anymore.
When you look at your future, what will be the greatest impediment to being able to achieve the things that you want to do? Are you your own worst enemy, or will it be something else?
I hope not. I think the rudder of my boat is pretty good, you know, and definitely so far so good. And if anything, I've learned not to get distracted by side things, which are the things that have my failures. Of a normal life? No. Well, a little bit. I mean, look. Well, just for instance, I'm not married.
Right.
I don't have kids, and I've got nothing against that. And, about 4 years ago, but within those 4 years, I had a couple of situations that if they had worked out in a different way, maybe I would be married now, maybe I would have kids. And that would have been fine. But, I wouldn't be sitting here at this table talking about Inglourious Basterds. And,
well, I don't understand why. Why can't you have kids?
Well, I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking
okay.
about it. But those little things could have made it very, very, very different. And truth be told, as much as I did have baby fever for a while, but I got over it. Truth be told, I would rather. I don't want anything to be more important than my movie right now. I don't want this other thing out there that's more important than my movie. I mean, I look at it like the metaphor I keep using, and it's a whipped metaphor, but I use it anyway, is I keep using mountain climbing metaphors. And you know what? This is my time in life to climb Mount Everest. Yeah. And there's other times to hang out in the chalet, and there's other times to, mow the lawn, but this is the time to climb Mount Everest. And I don't intend to climb mountains forever. I want to, I don't want to be an old man director. And so I intend, who knows what's going to happen exactly, but I want to retire. I want to hang up the megaphone at 60. And then that'll be my last movie. That'll be my last film. And then I'll become a man of letters. Then I'll write the novels that I'd like to write now, but I don't want to divide my focus. Then I'll write cinema books and even be more of a professor on cinema.
But right now you don't want to do anything that distracts you from making film.
Yeah, I don't think I can serve two masters right now.
Give me the argument, the best argument you know for the power of cinema.
Oh, gosh. One of the things about cinema that I just find very moving, it's why it's my favorite art form, is and there's a lot of things, people have much different aesthetics about what it is that they like about cinema. To me, what gets me is when you go to a movie and you see a certain sequence, and if there is real cinematic power and their cinematic flair, there are certain filmmakers out there that you feel were touched by God to make movies. And it'll be a combination of editing and sound, and usually it's like visual images connected with music or something. But when those things work and they really connect, and an example could be the final gunfight sequence in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, like a sequence I can't ever imagine topping. That's like the one sequence I can't ever imagine doing anything that good. It's just like you forget to breathe. You are really transported to a different place. And music doesn't quite do that on its own, and novels don't quite do it, and a painting doesn't quite do it. They do it their way. But in cinema, especially if you're in a theater and you're sharing the experience with a bunch of other people, so it's this mass thing going on. It's just truly, truly thrilling. And if the movie is more than that, if there's a lot underneath, if there's more there, and you go out and you have a piece of pie and coffee and you talk about it and you find that there's more to talk about. I mean, one of the things that's actually fun is if you go with somebody and they don't like a movie and you do, and you start talking about it, and yet they start digging deeper and deeper in the movie and go, you're not really talking about a movie. It doesn't sound like you don't like it. You're realizing there's a lot there. That's one of the things I love about film criticism when it's really good, is the digging deep. And just to give you an idea about how that affects me as far as my work method is concerned, I never deal with subtext when I'm writing. Ever, ever, ever. I keep it about the text. I keep it about the scenario, because I know there's a lot there, but I don't want to know it right now. I don't want to hit that nail hard. I'm really not about hitting things on the head. I'm about glancing blows. And I trust that it's full. I trust that it's full. And I try to be very unanalytical. I'm a very analytical guy, too. I try to be very unanalytical when it comes to both writing and directing. Now, one of the things that's nice about this process right now is it allows me to be analytical, and I actually start seeing what it is I've done.
You mean this process at this table?
Yeah, this process at this table, this talking about the movie, and now it's done, and I've seen it now a few times. I'm starting to see what the subtext is. I'm starting to see what's underneath.
That's the interesting part, is whether you know at the time what all the subtext is, or how it's somehow there, and you act not necessarily consciously, but subconsciously.
Well, actually, when I went to the Sundance workshop to work on a scene from Reservoir Dogs before I shot it,
I shot a scene, and then I got together with these resource directors, and they go, well, have you done your subtext work? I go, what's that? And they go, see, you wrote it, so you think you know everything, but you don't know everything. You need to do your subtext work. I was like, well, I've never thought about that before, so let me give it a shot. So I took the scene where Mr. White brings in Mr. Orange to the warehouse, and Mr. Orange wants him to take him to a hospital. Seems like a very obvious scene. So I took a piece of paper and I wrote down, okay, what does Mr. White want from this scene? And what does Mr. Orange want from this scene? And what do I want the audience to take away from this scene? Now, the very basic things, especially from where Mr. Orange is coming from. I'm dying and I want to go to the hospital. But just in writing those words, just all this stuff just started pouring out. And that was when I realized it was a father-son story going on. And all these weird connections that happened later. I mean, just little things in the case of Reservoir Dogs. Mr. White keeps saying, well, wait till Joe gets here. Wait till Joe gets here. And what happens when Joe gets here? He goes to kill him. All right. And Joe is Mr. White's version of a father and all this kind of stuff. So I finished it all. Writing this subtext thing about that one scene. And I go, wow, there's a lot there. That was a very interesting exercise. Now I never need to do that ever again. I don't want to know these things. I don't want to know it's a father-son story. I want to keep it up top. I want to keep it about the scenario because now I know it's there. But I don't want to know it's there as I'm directing. I don't want to hit that nail hard. I like finding it out now.
It's great to have you here.
It's always great to be here. I look forward to it. In the writing stage, I look forward to coming to this table and talking to you.
Quentin Tarantino, the film, which opens on Friday, August 21st, is Inglourious Basterds, Brad Pitt, and others. Thank you for joining us. See you next time. Quentin Tarantino loves all kinds of movies, but the spaghetti western has long been his favorite. He said that when he would finally make one, it would be in that Sergio Corbucci universe. Corbucci directed Franco Nero in the 1966 original Django. Now, Tarantino has helmed a spaghetti western set against a backdrop of American slavery. It is called Django Unchained. Here is the trailer.
There ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down.
Good cold evening, gentlemen. Amongst your inventory, I've been led to believe is a specimen I'm keen to acquire.
When I hear that trumpet sound,
What's your name?
I'm gonna rise right out of the ground.
Django. Then you're exactly the one I'm looking for.
Hey, stop talking to him.
Calm down. I'm simply a customer trying to conduct a transaction.
Last chance, fancy pants.
Oh, very well.
Do you know what a bounty hunter is? You kill people, and they give you a reward.
Better they are, bigger the reward.
I need your help. I'm looking for the Brittle Brothers. However, I don't know what they look like, but you do. Don't you? They caught my wife, and they sold her, but I don't know who to. That means we visit every plantation until we find them.
Once a final Brittle Brother lies dead in the dust,
I agree to give you your freedom, and I'll take you to rescue your wife. Where are we going?
Yes! Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
How do you like the bounty hunting business?
Kill white folks and they pay you for it? What's not to like? I like the way you die, boy.
He is a rambunctious sword, ain't he?
What's your name?
Django. The D is silent.
I am pleased to have Quentin Tarantino back at this table. Welcome.
Thank you. It's very good to be back at this table.
Where did this movie come from?
Well, I've had the idea for it, not a story, but I kind of had the idea for about 8 years or so. And the idea was, at its simplest form, was a man who was a slave during the antebellum South, before the Civil War, who would get free
through some circumstance which I hadn't figured out yet. And then he would become a bounty hunter. And in particularly what he would be doing is, because it happened all the time back then, is, people would, do a stagecoach robbery or something in Wyoming, get a price on their head, then they go to the South and hide out on plantations as overseers. Yeah. And, well, that's right picking, is that right, to do a story like that. And so that was just kind of the idea that was floating around. And I got the idea, I came up with a story. That was just the idea. I came up with a story, actually, towards the end of my press tour for Inglourious Basterds. Kind of a combination of two things. One, I was working on a book about Sergio Corbucci. Right. And it was a subtextual film criticism book. And a
subtextual film criticism book.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the only kind I write. And the thing about it was, most of the Western directors that are really terrific, whether it be Peckinpah or Anthony Mann or whoever, they all have, the good ones all have their own version of the West that they make their characters roam. And Corbucci had the most brutal, violent, bleakest West and surreal version of the West imaginable. And I think part of the reason was because he was still dealing with the fascism left over from World War II, from being under Mussolini. And his bad guys really kind of rule the day in his movies. None of his other archetypes can fill their role except in contrast to the bad guys. And the bad guys in particularly represented fascism in almost every incarnation. When the bad guys take over one of his Western towns, it's completely like a Nazi occupation. And so I'm writing that, and also just even the characters, the pitiless nature of everything is just, it's just a rough no man's land world. Life is cheap and death is expensive. And so I'm writing this piece, and the thing that's nice about subtextual film criticism, it doesn't really matter what the director was thinking. It's about you making your case. He doesn't have to be thinking that on the day. It's about me seeing the movies and making my case on print, and either I do or I don't. Either I convince you or I don't convince you. So at some point, I'm writing this, and I think, well, I'm diving into this and digging it, and I'm thinking, well, truthfully, I don't really know if he was thinking any of these things. But I know I'm thinking it, and I can do this. So, in almost every way, my film writing led me to my next film. And then using that fascist-led, bleak, barren, brutal, violent, surreal West as a jumping-off point. Well, what is the true American equivalent of that? And that would be being a slave in the antebellum South.
So you had a movie.
Yeah.
Django Unchained. Mm-hmm. Now, the search for the lead, you got Jimmy Foxx. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a story you went through about 5 or 6 people. Yeah. Not that you offered them the part, but you were looking
discussed
around.
It with them.
Yeah, Fox seems perfect for me.
Yeah, I mean, now I can't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Will Smith.
I didn't
you can imagine Will Smith, but I mean, it's just.
Yeah. But now I can't imagine anybody but Jamie.
Because he has that sort of.
Well, it seems obvious now, but frankly, to tell you the truth, when he walked through the door, it became obvious. Even though before I met him, it wasn't quite obvious.
So what did you see when he walked in the door made it obvious?
Well, he came over to my house, and it was just we discussed the piece, and there was a lot of little factors. One, I mean, he just really understood what I was trying to do. He really appreciated the script. He loved the story, and he liked what it said. He wanted to live in a world where Django Unchained already existed, and he's from Texas. He's from Texas. He's from the South. He's not an L.A. boy or a New York boy. He's from Texas.
Yeah. And he's talked before how the N-word was used against him all the time.
Yeah, he's experienced race. We're close enough in the same age, so he was he knows what it's like to be black in the 70s, right. Which still had its rough places, especially in the South. And so when he got the piece 100%, he really knew where Django, what I was trying to do with Django.
And what were you trying to do with Django?
Well, just the story itself. I wanted to go into the bleakest time of America's history, truly the biggest sin that the country committed, and the sin that we're still paying for to this day. We haven't gotten past the sin. And part of the reason we haven't gotten past it because we can't even deal with the sin. We can't, we have to almost lie about it, and lie by omission. And I wanted to throw it out there on the table. I wanted to
take a modern day audience and stick them in the antebellum South and see what America was like at that time in that part of the country, and deal with it. Now, I want to do it in an entertaining way, and to me the way to do that is to do it as a genre piece, because it seems like most of the time, whenever it has been dealt with, at least in the last 30 years or 40 years, it's been either historical with a capital H, which I think kind of puts it in an arm's distance, or kind of puts it a little bit under glass to observe, and here's the facts. And we all know the facts, more or less. Or there's been movies like, say, Mandingo, or Goodbye, Uncle Tom, which in a lot of ways I actually think are much, much closer to the truth than these history with a capital H movies, but the sensationalism and exploitation also inherent in them can't be avoided either. And so I wanted to do it like an exciting Western adventure, as a genre movie first that uses slavery and the antebellum South as a backdrop in order to tell this adventure. And the adventure that he was down with and I was down with is of a black male rising up, becoming a cowboy, becoming a spaghetti Western hero, becoming a folkloric hero, and goes out and saves his woman. She's in the pit of hell, and he's going to go and extract her from there.
Yeah. And the pit of hell is where?
Mississippi.
But is that where Leonardo comes in?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He has a plantation.
Plantation, yeah.
And it's like one of the fourth biggest cotton plantations in Mississippi. But why it's famous is because they have Mandingo fights there. And everybody knows about Candyland because he's a procurer of Mandingo fighting slaves and stages them in his plantation.
And how did you get Leonardo to play a villain? You call him up and say, would you like to play in my movie? And he says yes. No,
I think, like for Leo has always been a fan of my work in my writing, I think from True Romance on. And I think whenever I finish a script, Leo gets a copy of it. I don't send it to him. I think he just procures it. He can do things like that. All right.
He has somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah. He knows somebody. He knows somebody. All right. And so he had read the script, and all of a sudden I got the word that he would be interested in talking to me about playing the character Mr. Calvin Candide. And actually when I had wrote the script, I never made it clear exactly Calvin Candide's age, but it was supposed to be for an older guy. Right. And the thing is, I kind of had somebody a little bit in mind when I was writing it, but me being me, I forget that the last time I saw them was in 1991, and it actually has been 20 years since then. Maybe they've changed. Yes. And, I had the rude awakening. Oh no, he's kind of a really old man. That's not really what I was thinking about. Ways. Yeah, exactly. I just forget. 90s doesn't seem that long to me. But anyway, so I go to talk to Leonardo about the whole piece, and he, like me, has been fascinated about this part of history too. And he's the one that actually brings the phrenology aspect into the piece, because he's like, that's the one thing this thing is missing, and I think it needs to be there because it was the pseudoscience that allowed these Southern bourgeois to feel comfortable about doing the inhuman stuff they were doing. But what fascinated me about the idea of Leonardo playing it, once we've had our meeting, I walked away and, okay, well, let me think about the piece now with a younger man, and let me kind of go through the paces just in my own mind to see, does that change anything, good for the good or for the bad? And one of the pretexts that I wanted to get at in this movie is how the Southern aristocracy could allow themselves to do this and actually think it's okay, talk themselves into it being proper and right. And to me, this whole thing of Southern aristocrats, Southern aristocracy, it's just European aristocracy brought over ad hoc. They kept what they liked, they chucked out what they didn't like, and made up a bunch of stuff to go along with it that, at their own bidding. And so with that in mind, you have to think about it. If you're a plantation owner back then, in a real industrial kind of farm. I mean, that would be back then in America at that time. Calvin Candy owning one of the 4th biggest cotton plantations in Mississippi. That's almost like owning Doyle Pineapple or something as far as a
Yes.
true business is concerned.
It's a good business.
Yeah, and so if he owns a property, a parcel of land that's 40 miles long or 65 miles long, okay, so he has all these slaves that work and live on the plantation. Now them, he absolutely owns. They're his property. He can do with them as he sees fit. But not only does he have all of them, he also has all the ton of white workers that work there and work as overseers or doing the other things. Now they're paid almost slave. They're paid and they can leave, but the slave wages too, almost. But they have their killed children and their wives and stuff. So you have literally a community living on this plantation in these grounds. And for all intensive purposes, those plantation owners were kings as far as that land was concerned. All right, not barons, not burgermeisters, not patrons, kings. And kings with the power of life and death. Yeah, but the Leo part about it, him being younger, that was interesting, is I had always thought of Calvin Candy as an evil king, an evil ruler. But then I started thinking about him playing the role, and I thought, well, rather than just the evil monarch, evil king, he's more like, he could be the petulant boy emperor, the King Louis XIV, the Caligula. His father's father and his father, they were the cotton men. But now he's not a cotton man. He's bored with it. He's grown up around it his whole life, and the farm kind of takes care of itself. So now he indulges in hedonistic vices and hedonistic hobbies to keep himself interested.
All right. And he said yes when you got the script and your own. How about Christopher Waltz?
Well, I just ended up writing.
You wrote him in because you loved him from Inglourious Basterds.
Yeah, he is just he's an amazing actor. He's an amazing human being. I almost couldn't imagine having kind of discovered him, at least as far as my own life is concerned, to not do my next movie with him. But I can honestly say it wasn't a super conscious decision to write him in. The opening scene that you see in the movie just kind of came out of me. It just kind of came up. I wasn't quite prepared to do it, and it came up. And I just wrote it. And the next thing I know, I had this German walking around. I go, I guess that's Christoph.
All right, take a look at this. This is a scene in which Dr. King Schultz, that is Christopher Waltz, tells Django he thinks he's found his wife, and he should play it cool.
You mind telling me what the hell you doing?
I confirmed that Pamela is at Candyland.
Sure it's her?
He didn't call her by name, but she's a young lady with marks on her back and speaks German. Now, while it's not wise to assume in this instance, I think it's pretty safe. Point being, don't get so carried away with your retribution. You lose sight of why we're here.
You think I lost sight of that?
Yes, I do. Stop antagonizing Candy. You're going to blow this whole charade, or more than likely get us both killed. And I, for one, don't intend to die in Chickasaw County, Mississippi, USA.
I'm not antagonizing. I'm intriguing him.
You're yelling abuse at these poor slaves?
I recall a man who had me kill another man in front of his son, and he didn't bat an eye. You remember that?
Of course I remember.
What you said was that this is my world. And in my world, you gotta get dirty. So that's what I'm doing. I'm getting dirty.
Christopher, he's right, isn't he?
He's
just wonderful.
And truly magnificent.
Yeah, it's just the voice, the accent, the way, the speech, the tone.
No, it's like, in particular, like him and Sam Jackson, it's as if they, and he's in this film too, it's like they sing my dialogue. They don't say it, they sing it.
Yeah. All right, also take a look at this. This is another scene in which the plantation owner, Calvin Candy, played by Leo DiCaprio. Here it is. Roll tape.
What's your name, boy?
His name is Django Freeman.
Where'd you dig him up?
Well, fortuitous turn of events brought Django and myself together.
I've heard tell about you. I heard you've been telling everybody that Mandingos ain't no damn good. Ain't nothing nobody is selling is worth buying. I'm curious. What makes you such a Mandingo expert?
I'm curious what makes you so curious.
What did you say, boy?
Calm down, Butch. No offense given. None taken.
Monsieur Condé, I'd appreciate if you could direct your line of inquiry toward me.
One, you do not have anything to drink. Can I get you a tasty refreshment?
Yes, I'll have a beer.
Wunderbar. Roscoe, a beer for the man with the beard, and I will have a Polynesian pearl diver. Do not spare the rum.
You wrote every line of this dialogue.
Absolutely, yes. He's quite loquacious, isn't he? Actually, when I look at Leonardo doing that, it's almost like he's, and I don't think he's that familiar with him. It's like he's channeling Vincent Price or Victor Buono. All right, if Victor Buono lost 250 pounds,
That's exactly right. Yes. So when you put this together, you got Kerry Washington too. She plays
Django's wife, Broomhilda. She's the one that's at Candyland that they have to go
for.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and there's some terrible lashing scenes here in this movie.
You know, there's a flashback where Django remembers him and the reason they got the reason they're predicament at the beginning of the movie is they tried to escape together and they got captured, and so they whip Carrie and whip Broomhilda and burn runaway R's into both Carrie's cheek and Django's cheek, and then they sell them off separately. So once Django gets free and becomes a bounty hunter, now he needs to track her down and try to save her. But that's how that's how the situation happens. But in the movie, he has a flashback where he remembers her whipping, and it's a anyway, it's one of those scenes. I mean, it's a very disturbing scene. You actually quite never see the whip actually touch her back, but it's just in Carrie's face. You know, whenever you see movies, I've never quite bought it when I see movies where people get whipped, because I just know that pain is so unimaginable that people would be losing it a lot more than they ever do in movies. It's almost like Brando-esque, and they take it. And I've never bought that. And Carrie dug deep in herself to actually give a true human representation of what that must be like, and it's kind of shattering.
When you've seen Roots, you've seen documentaries about slavery. What is it you think you can tell us that is not told in those renderings of history?
Well, in the case of documentaries, it's not so much that I can tell something that a documentary can. Documentaries can do a really good job, but that's a different story. I'm doing a dramatization. Now, in the case of Roots, that told a very fascinating. Look, I'm the perfect age for Roots. I think I was like in 7th grade, right, going to a mostly black school when it came out, and I, like almost everybody else in America, was glued to the TV set for those 7 or 8 days that it aired. However, I mean, I don't think Roots actually aged that well if you look at it 30, 40 years later. Partly is some of the casting. I mean, some of the casting is really good, but some of it's, especially from the white people, it's just really cheesy TV actors playing roles really beyond them and kind of cheapening the whole process. But the thing that really gets me about Roots, and a lot of people I've talked to, is you watch this whole thing that's on for 16 hours or something, and you're actually living the lives of these people and putting yourself in that place. And if you remember the last episode of it, has Lloyd Bridges is one of the most hateful of all the racist guys in the movie, and it has Chicken George, played by Ben Vereen, who's one of the guys that you've been following the most. And at the end of the movie, they have Lloyd Bridges, and they tie him to a tree, and Chicken George is going to whip him. He's going to give him a peeling, the end all peelings. And you've been waiting 16 hours for this. And naturally, he does the thing that they normally do in these movies, like, no, I can't do that. That would make me as bad as you. And when he said that, all over America, 100 million people said, no! Whip his...
He had it coming.
He had it coming. It's about time for some payback. Yeah. Well, you don't have that problem in my movie.
You get payback.
You get payback.
You also say that the movies you are making, you're not making them for today. You're making them for 30 to 40 years from now.
I think you have to think like that. I mean, do I want, a lot of people to go see this movie? Absolutely. Do I want to go into a theater and actually feel the audience had a good time at the movies? Whatever you constitute a good time? Yes, I do. You know, if I want laughs, I want to hear the laughs there. If I want them to cheer at the end, like I do in this movie, I want them to cheer. And if they're not cheering just the right way, then I got to see how do I need to balance this so they are cheering the right way I want them to do. But that's just now. This is the most. I mean, this is the most. And you think about it. If you think about something like, say, The Wild Bunch.
Yeah.
What it made on the Friday it opened, does that mean anything now? No, it's The Wild Bunch. It's got to last for a long, long time. I'm looking forward to, you know, kids who aren't even born hearing about Django Unchained. And they're going to grow up in a world where Django Unchained already exists. And
did Peckinpah make The Wild Bunch?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And is he the best? I mean, where would you put him in John Ford and all those people who made movies about all sides of the Western?
Yeah, I would put Sergio Leone number one.
You would.
Absolutely.
Because
for me,
of
I would
spaghetti westerns.
Yeah, well, in particular because of the Dollars trilogy,
right.
Fistful of Dollars, Few Dollars, War, and Good and Bad and Ugly. And Good and Bad
So
and
he's
Ugly.
number one.
Yeah, he's number one to me, and kind of number one of all time. Not just as Western director; he's just my favorite director. And then, as far as Western directors are concerned, after that, I would actually probably my next three guys. I hate to rate them after that, but my next three that are my favorites would be. Sergio Corbucci, Sam Peckinpah, and a director named William Whitney, who did a lot of Roy Rogers movies for Republic Pictures and other movies as well. But he's my favorite of the old Salty Dogs.
Really?
Yeah.
Because?
Oh, his movies are fantastic. You know, he's a good old professional, did so many films. But one of the things about his movies that's actually very interesting is his movies are also quite violent for the day. In fact, in retrospect, the people who kind of like those more old Gower Gulch kind of Westerns refer to him as like the Peckinpah of the 40s and 50s. I mean, it was never quite as violent, but it was rough stuff.
Okay, so what don't you like about John Ford and George Stevens and those?
Well, George Stevens only did one Western, you know. But I
what,
can't,
Giant?
Yeah, it's a modern day Western,
Right,
Western-esque. It's not really a Western. It's more of
it's
a soap opera. You know, big dynasty. All right. But I can't stand John Ford.
I know you can't. I'm trying to find out why.
Yeah. Well, one, I think he was a racist. You know, okay. He wore a Klan uniform, writing the black subjugation in Birth of a Nation. He's one of the Klan writers in there. And again, just look at John Ford and let's look at William Whitney. John Ford started his career wearing a Klan robe, writing to black subjugation in Birth of a Nation. William Whitney ended his career doing a blaxploitation movie, directing the dramatics, singing "What you see is what you get." Now I know what side I'm on.
So the movie here, tell me what it's about, in a sense. I'm not what happened in the movie, but in the end, it's about, I mean...
In the end,
what is its enduring quality?
At the end of the day, I think true empowerment for the black male.
Yeah.
Watching the film, and true empowerment for the black male at that period of time. I remember it was funny. You know, there's only been one movie that kind of dealt with the subject that I'm dealing with a little bit, that touched on it. And that was a blaxploitation movie starring Fred Williamson called The Legend of Nigger Charlie. Yeah, it's not that great a movie, but it's actually not that bad either. It's held down by the fact that it has a non-existent budget. They had no money to do this, even though Paramount made it. But with all these movies that kind of trip all over themselves with historical facts and trying to tell a story, and oftentimes a lot of these movies with a capital H history, they're made with the best intentions.
Right.
But at the end of the day, they're just kind of a downer. And Legend of Nigger Charlie is more empowering for the average black audience because it's more of a Spartacus story. The slave who fights back and actually gets his. In this, I wanted to take, you know, I parallel Django's journey with the Siegfried Brunhilde myth from, you know, Wagner's The Ring, and even longer than that. It's one of the oldest German legends. And I parallel that Django is a Siegfried-like figure, and the woman he's looking for is truly named Brunhilde. And I wanted to give this kind of story of a black man in that time period where he's considered 3/5 of a human to be able to go all the way to the pit of hell to extract his woman, his his princess in exile, who's basically locked in the tower of the evil kingdom by the evil ruler, and get her out and play it in that and give it the spaghetti western operatic view of the whole thing, the bigness of opera, the hugeness of a folkloric legend, and then mix that also with Negro folklore from the time of the powerless animal who's able to triumph over the powerful animals in the jungle and the forest through cunning and guile.
Looking at all the movies you've made, what connects them? Is there some common denominator in all of them?
I don't know if I'm the best person to say that. I think it's more of an analysis kind of thing for somebody else, or I'm not ready quite to actually look at it there. One thing that is one commonality that happens all the time, I'm not trying to do it, it just ends up becoming the character's modus operandi, is I think it's safe to say that almost all my characters, at least somebody in the movie, are really good actors. They're always playing a role. They're always doing some sort of weird undercover thing. They're pretending to be somebody they're not. They're putting on an act of some sort to get what they need done. They're pretending to be somebody else. And they pull it off with complete aplomb. They're good at it.
Clint Eastwood is a hero of yours, but not because of his acting, per se, but because he's a filmmaker, because he gets the business side.
I love Clint Eastwood as an actor.
I know you do. I'm not suggesting that, but that's not the primary thing.
Yeah. Well, if you're talking about him in the Dollars movies, that's about as good as it gets as far as a cool action iconic hero is concerned. Having said that, though, what you're referring to, though, is early on, I realized I really admired, even before I'd made movies, Clint Eastwood's relationship with Warner Brothers. The fact that he didn't go around and do movies at all the different studios. He kind of set up shop at Warner Brothers, and you know, he did his movies there, and if he wanted to do something chancy or maybe not might be so commercial, he'd do it for a lower budget, and they let him do it, and he could do what he wanted to do. And then if it didn't do well, and he needed to kind of go and do one of the Dirty Harry sequels, he'd do that to water that flower a little bit.
One for you, one for me. One for you, and one for me.
Exactly. Now I don't quite do the one for you, one for me thing, but the whole idea of creating a family at one studio that you can grow, and as long as things don't cost too much, you could be able to expand. That really hit me. That's a way to keep your integrity over a long haul. And I'm lucky enough to have that situation with Harvey Weinstein at the Weinstein Company.
Yeah. You've had a lot of people, and you have been influenced by a lot of what you have seen. A lot of what you've read and studied and all of that. Terry Gilliam gave you some advice before you made Reservoir Dogs. You remember what it was?
Yeah, I sure do. You see movies and they can be full of vision, and you want your movies to be like that. But you see these other movies that don't have any vision, but I'm sure the director tried. So what's the difference between this guy versus that guy? How was this guy able to get this on the screen, and how was this guy not able to get this on the screen? I'm sure if I talked to that guy, he'd tell all these, I'm sure he wanted that. Who knows? And I was afraid of being that guy. I want to be that guy. And well, Terry Gilliam definitely has a vision. No 2, 3, 4 ways about it. So we were at Sundance, and it was like a lunch going on at the picnic tables there, and everyone else FO'd. And it was just me and him talking, which was a thrill. And I go, look, you have a very specific vision in your movies, and it's right there on the screen. How do you do that? How do you get that vision that's in your head? How do you get it on the screen? And he said, well, Quentin, you have to understand, as a director, you don't have to do that. Your job is to hire talented people who can do that. You hire a cinematographer who can get the kind of quality that you want. You don't have to be able to know how to take the lights and move them around to create an effect. You hire a talented costume designer who can give the colors that you need and the flamboyance or not that you want. You hire a production designer who can do that. Your job is explaining your vision. Your job is articulating to them what you want on the screen. And then all of a sudden, the whole mystical, shamanistic thing that I thought directing was just went boop. And I realized I could do that. That it wasn't this Merlin-like magic kit that I needed to know the right spell in order to conjure. I can describe what I want. I know what's in my head. That's the easiest part. I'm good at describing.
Is there a series of movies that you want to make? I mean, I've tried to look at sort of what you've done and say, where is he going?
Mm-hmm. I'm actually kind of getting excited by just that little sentence or your little wrap-up that you just did there, was the fact that what's he going to do next?
Yeah.
I think in particular, in the case of like finishing Inglourious Basterds, and in particular the case of finishing this, who knows what I'm going to do next, but it's actually kind of an exciting question. Because there is this, Bastard, boom, that was that.
Yeah.
And now this is this. And it does seem like, okay, there's a box checked, not in some going down a box, but just it's okay, that's his Western statement. That's his statement on slavery. Right. What's going to be his next genre? What's going to be his next statement? What's going to be the next story that intrigues him to spend a year and a half of his life doing?
But you have no idea what it is.
Right now, I'm not really sure.
And how will you find it?
I have to say, I usually find it through other writing. I've been doing...
You're writing for something will lead you to thinking, I want to go here.
Yeah, well, I really like doing film writing, and I haven't published any of it yet, but I really like doing film
writing? Or these are essays on film, not criticism?
Yeah, it's like, well, it's kind of... criticism / essays, usually about dead directors, so I don't get in trouble, and have to be sheepish if somebody at a party because I wrote bad stuff about them. All right, but also it's kind of unfair to take a swipe at a colleague. If I'm a critic, I'm a critic, but if I'm not, I'm not. But I love that type of writing because I love just being this student of cinema all the time and dealing with it and constantly putting my aesthetics, what I consider good work versus bad work, constantly under a microscope and then being forced to describe it. But in this case in particular, it was that writing that led me to this story. Right. And one of the things that was great about it is because I'd been doing so much writing, I wasn't cold when it came time to write this piece. I was lubricated. I was in the zone. I was writing every day. So it was just, you just won't move over to here.
Yeah.
And that was really exciting.
I remember one night on a plane, I've told this story before. You remember this?
Yeah, I do remember.
I get on the plane, and I'm exhausted. I've been working and filming all day in Los Angeles. He's on the plane. It's the overnight red eye. And I get on the plane, as I always do, and probably have a glass of wine and put my head back and go to sleep. I do that. I look over to you, and you're typing away. Then I wake up about 30 minutes before we're going to land, and I look over there, and you're still doing this. Yeah. I said, that sucker's been up all night creating.
Yeah, but one of the things, to me, the greatest thing about an airplane is I love all that time by yourself.
I do too, actually.
I just love being in there and no one's really talking to you. And then I always have books to read and I always have stuff to write, and I just, boom, that's like 5 hours of just straight work.
Does this creative power that you have, this creative energy, have an outlet anywhere other than film? Now, you'll argue criticism, and I'll take that. But what else? I mean, do you create music?
No, I don't create it.
Yeah, no. You don't create that. Yeah.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. And you make movies about it.
Yes, exactly. And I use it in my movies, and it is a huge part of my aesthetic.
It is. It really is.
It really is.
It's not only. It's a defining part of your.
I would agree, but I don't make it, and that's actually part.
So what does that make you? A kind of aggregator?
Yeah, it's like I guess. Yeah. Well, it is modern art going on. There is a slightly, for lack of a better word, a hip-hop aesthetic of taking something that already exists, taking what you like from what already exists, and putting it into your own work, and by the way you do it and the way you frame it, creating something that didn't exist before. Now, it's taken a while for that to be respected, all right? But that's always kind of where I've been coming from.
And how do you use it? What does it add to the film?
Well, I mean, personally, I just think...
it creates mood, it creates...
Well, I just think it's one of the most. I try not to use music just as a case of pacing. That's how everybody else does it. They put innocuous music just to kind of get the ticking clock going.
I should have been embarrassed to even suggest you do that.
I think the reason that my music works so good is I don't just blanket it in there. When it is in there, it's there for a real purpose. But I actually think the right use of movie image and connected with the right music is usually the most cinematic moments in the history of cinema, especially now that we've gotten to the point where we can actually cut to music. And those are the cinematic moments. Those are the moments that I'm waiting for as the clock's ticking down as I'm watching the movie.
So is it joy for you putting the movie together in the editing room? Is that what you like most, rather than filming the scenes and making, putting it in?
I know it's all great. I mean, look, admittedly, editing is far less hysterical. You get up and go to the work.
It's probably more creative too, isn't it?
It's not. No, it's not. It's not more creative than shooting. Shooting is
creative.
Shooting is crazy creative, especially the way I do it. All right, but
what's that? How do you do it? That makes it.
Well, I do it. It seems like, I hate to be the oldest guy on the block kind of talk, but I feel, as time has gone on, I feel like the oldest guy on the block. All right, because it just seems like every time I do a movie 2 years later or something, the industry has moved even further away from how I do it, and everyone does it completely different, or the rules on sets and everything are just very, very different from the way I remember them. And it just keeps going like that all the time, even further and further away. And, but one of the things that I do, just amongst a zillion of them, but one of the things that's a big deal for me, one, I don't use a monitor when I'm making a movie, which seems like everybody has some little video village.
There's no monitor there.
No monitor. I mean, there might be a little hand monitor so I can keep track of something I'm holding in my hand, But it's something like this, so I'm watching the scene and just take a glance if I want to.
So it goes right to your mind's eye.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to check the framing or something. But the whole deal, though, is that's not how you do it. What you do is I didn't conjure all this up so I would be in another room watching television as my actors are out there doing their scene. All right, I take the camera, I frame the damn shot, and I sit right next to the camera. Either I'm operating the camera, which I didn't do that much on this movie, but I did much more on Basterds.
I thought you'd already made the point that what you discovered about being a great filmmaker is that you could hire these people to do all those things.
Yeah, well, no. Yeah,
so you could hire a great cinematographer and done. You don't have to cinematography.
And I do have a great cinematographer, but sometimes I just like to have the fun.
You hire yourself to write it, so you don't have to worry about the script.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I like the fun of actually operating the camera. Sometimes it's kind of fun. Yeah. All right.
Soderbergh used to do that too.
Oh no, he does it all the time. That's his thing. But I like actually, more. It's like the camera's here, the actors are right here, and I'm right here. I'm right next to the camera, and I'm watching the scene. I can actually even talk to the actors during the scene. I'm not saying I do that all the time, but maybe I come up with a line. I throw the line at them, say that. Or maybe I'm their inner voice. Maybe I'm their conscience. As they're talking about, if somebody says something, he looks at them, and I go, what does that mean? What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
All right? Or he's lying. Don't let him get away with that. Or whatever. I'm not saying that I do that all the time, but if I feel like it, it just comes out and I do it. But also what's important to me, and this is something that has changed a lot as time has gone on, it's standard now on most movies and all television shows to, at the very least, have 2 cameras operating at all times. If not 3, if not 4, if not 5, if not 6. If not more, but at the very least 2. And in that scenario, it's like, okay, you have your main shot that you want, and then there's this other camera, and then you're sticking it somewhere, all right, where it's not seeing this one and it's not seeing any other equipment, but it's a sloppy angle, but it's just there to give you a little bit more footage in the editing room, and so you can just kind of get through your day a little bit easier. Obviously, but now you have to kind of split the lighting as opposed to just for your shot. I don't want that. I have one camera on the set, and the only shot we're shooting is the shot I'm framing. I frame the shot, and Bob Richardson lights the shot for that frame, and that's it. And I don't want sloppy-ass crap, all right, in there that I can just cut to. If any composition you see in my movie was composed by me, And that's what we meant to do that minute of that day.
Composition I see in a movie of yours was composed by you.
By you, yeah.
And to compose it means what?
Means to set the frame.
Okay, just to set the frame.
Yeah.
That means to compose it.
Yeah, place the camera.
How close it is, where, you know.
Exactly. Balance the frame with anything, make it right.
Yeah. Some might suggest, and this is a question, if you could have been Leonardo DiCaprio and have his acting career, would you prefer that than the directing career of Quentin Tarantino?
No way.
You know that people don't believe you.
Okay, well,
they believe you really want to be an actor.
I did a long time ago. Trust me, I've lost that bug so much I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you how much I lost that bug. I had the bug. I got bit. Yeah. It's gone. It's gone.
Now, you got bit after you made your first film, or
well, no, I always wanted to be an actor when I was earlier on and everything, but I got kind of in particular, during the time that I went out with Mira, it actually kind of fanned that flame a little bit. She was this terrific actress and comes from an acting family. And I had aspirations in that regard, so it all, like I said, it fanned the flame a little bit. And I got a little carried away with it for a bit. But after I did Kill Bill, all that went away. Because if I've been offered a lot of things in the last 10 years, and I always turned them down.
But you do 2 cameos in this film.
Yeah, I do one because it was just easy to do. The other one I did it basically because we kept moving the scene further back, and we kept losing actors because it was a scene that we're going to get around to. If I put myself in there and I have to cut it down to nothing, I have no problems with that. All right. If I have Sam Worthington waiting around for 6 months, I'm going to feel bad if I cut a scene down to nothing. All right. But I can cut me, no worries. But the thing about it, though, is movies are hard. And if I'm going to be on a set, I want it to be my set. I don't want to be making somebody's dumb movie as an actor. I don't want to have to learn the lines. I don't want to have to sit in the makeup chair. I don't want people faxing schedules to me. I don't care about your dumb movie. I care about my dumb movie.
Yes. But there must be people. I mean, I'm surprised you've never worked with Johnny Depp.
We would love to work together. We've talked about it for years. We've talked about it for years. Not that we get together and talk about it for years, but from time to time. And we're obviously fans of each other.
Right. I would imagine that, knowing both of you.
Yeah, I just need to, it just needs to be the right character. I just need to write the right character that I think Johnny would be the guy to do it with. And if he agrees, then we'll do it. And then it'll be magical. I mean, there is a reason.
That takes time to find the...
Well, it's just I haven't written the perfect character for Johnny Depp as of yet. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday I won't. We'll see. But
okay, but let's talk about that because I mean, if you look at this character that Jamie Foxx plays, it wasn't written for him.
No. That's not the point.
But it fits him.
Yeah, it fits him. I didn't say I have to write it for him or Johnny Depp or Jamie Foxx, but it really is a thing to me now that aside from somebody like Christoph or Sam, which I'm obviously contradicting myself. I obviously wrote King Schultz for Christoph Waltz.
Right.
But for the most part, if I don't have Joe Namath and Jim Brown in my back pocket.
It's an interesting reference.
If I don't have that, I wanted to write the character, and I don't want to think about anything as far as an actor's pluses or limitations as far as that character is concerned. I want that character. It's what I'm here to do. I'm here to create these characters that come out of this deep DNA of my tissue, and I only got one crack at it. Yeah, I'm not writing theater that people are going to be doing this every 20 years. Maybe someday I will, but not right now. And so I write that character, and then nothing is more important than just finding the perfect actor. But when that character is perfect, like in the case of Leonardo here, or maybe Johnny Depp someday, or somebody else, it's like there's a reason why there's an excitement when they come together, because it is magical.
Who else might there be on that short list?
Oh, people I would like to work with?
Yeah.
I'd love to work with Michael Caine. I've always been a huge Michael Caine fan. I think he's absolutely terrific. And I'd really love to work with Meryl Streep. I'm a huge fan. I actually think we would get along like a house on fire, even though I don't really know her.
No, you would get along, I would assume. Let me close with this. So somebody with talent and promise and the gusto and passion that he just talked about, which is you, comes to you, and let's say they've made some small film that you think shows talent, and they say to you, Mr. Tarantino, tell me what you have learned that I need to know about being a movie maker.
You know, I don't think I have any big old sage blankety umbrella like pearls of wisdom as far as that's concerned. It would have to be much closer to something much more specific. I mean, if I actually was going to try to see their strengths or something, maybe I would ask them how they work with actors. What was, if I liked the movie? How did that work out, and how did you do it? And they would tell me their way. And if I thought that there was a deeper level that they could get, and then I might take them in that way.
Can you imagine making a movie from a script by someone else?
I can imagine it.
Is it likely?
Not really. Not really. No, I don't really think it is. I mean, never say never. And who knows? Maybe it might be one of those things where, like 6 years from now, that might actually be the creative thing to do, to break yourself out of your own sameness.
Or somebody might have done something that is so good, it's irresistible.
That's true, but, gosh, if it's that good, then somebody else could do it too, and the world wouldn't be robbed of it. The reason I think that's less likely is because I kind of feel I was put here to take those blank pages and fill them up.
Exactly. So this is my last question. Of the total film that comes out of, like Django, like Pulp Fiction, like Jackie Brown, like Inglourious Basterds, how much on some scale does the screenwriting weigh? And on 100 pounds as the complete weight. Is it 30 pounds? Is it 50 pounds? Is it a stupid question?
No, it's not a stupid question, actually. It's interesting. Let me give you kind of let me answer it directly. Before I answer it directly, let me say that when I do something like this, or something like Inglourious Basterds or whatever, Pulp Fiction, and I'm sitting in a movie theater and we're watching it, and hopefully the audience is liking it, and they're laughing, or they're doing this or doing that, and it's it's all really exciting, very, very exciting. But the thing that gives me the most pride, the absolute most pride, is to know that not very long ago, because it's not like I write something and it takes me 5 years to get it made. Not very long ago, there was a time where it was just me and a pen and a piece of paper. It started out with a pen and a piece of paper. And you even told you misrepresented me a little bit when you told your plane story, because I was not typing. Right? It was writing.
You're right.
But the thing about it is the fact that this starts out as a blank piece of paper, and I fill up 170 pages, and then now it's this finished movie that's playing in theaters and everyone's responding to it. That origin of it is really, really important to me. I mean, it's a big point of pride. I would actually say it's 60% of it, if not maybe even a little more. Because if I do it on the page, I can do it on the set, and I can do it in the editing room. It's all about the page, all about the page. If I do it there, that's the big battle. That's Stalingrad. Everything else will fall into place if I can do it here.
What's the best line you've ever written? Or dialogue?
I think the one that's lived on the longest is "I'll get medieval on your." From Pulp Fiction.
I'll get medieval on your.
Yeah. When Marcellus says that too. I don't know. I don't know. I won't be good to say it.
But you like that one.
I do like that one. Actually, my favorite. I think that will be something though. That whatever I've written, the last will probably be one of my favorites. So actually, my favorite line in Django Unchained is when Christoph Waltz is looking to these slaves. He's going to free them, and
So he frees them, tells them their options, and then he goes, oh, and by the way, in case there's any astronomy aficionados amongst you, the North Star is that one. Once I wrote that, I knew I had to finish the movie, because that's just too good of a line.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always good times.
Quentin Tarantino, Django Unchained opens on Tuesday, December 25th.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.